Live. Good stuff. So your headset's right here, but we're live at the 2022 Canadian Lawn Bowling Championships. Feature rink in front of us is women's fours of Nova Scotia versus Manitoba. I'm Jake Shuknick, joined today by Ian Howard. How are you this morning, Ian?
I'm fine, Jake.
Excellent.
You're well, I presume.
I'm doing well, that's correct.
You're looking good. Young man that you are.
So women's fours of Manitoba versus Nova Scotia. We have on the Nova Scotia team Tammy Foster Fino as the skip with Jackie Foster, Debbie Foster, and Lorraine Bezanson. And then on the Manitoba team, it's Brenda Frank as the skip with Donna Gobiel, Barb Heinrich, and Jillian McMurchie. Apologies if I butchered any names there.
I think the way it is today, Jake, the people understand. But they do like you to get their first name correct.
That is the most important part usually. Call me anything, just don't call me late for dinner, right?
That's correct. What a beautiful day we have here in Burlington.
Burlington Lawn Bowling Club in Burlington, Ontario. Couldn't ask for much better of a day than this.
No. It's a very festive occasion. We've got a lot of onlookers, supporters, I presume, in part, but there'll be a lot of Burlington Club members down to support also. Well, I don't know what the...
We're streaming to a private account for some reason, so now it's public.
I lived in Manitoba for a year, Jake, and just under a year. I worked for a company called KTEL, which is pretty world famous. They came out of Manitoba. Didn't realize they had bowling greens in Manitoba. I thought it was too cold. And but I did play. I did get into curling for one season, and it's not disliked. It's not unlike bowls, except bowls is amazingly crafty kind of game, strategic. The jack moves, so just when you think you got yourself organized to make a winning shot, the guy before you, him or her, could put down a bowl, and there goes the jack, or there goes a bowl onto the jack. And I think this game's called adjustments.
Two for Manitoba there to get things started. So apologies, we started the stream with a private broadcast and it wasn't public, so now that we're live, I'll start the introductions again here. So I'm Jake Shuknick, joined by Ian Howard, and our feature match is women's fours of Nova Scotia versus Manitoba. With Manitoba getting off to a quick 2-0 lead after the first end. We play 15 ends in fours for this event. So 1 down, 14 to go. How long were you in Manitoba for?
9 months.
Okay.
We were there for mosquito season and winter.
The only 2 seasons in Manitoba, I'm told.
I think that's all. But I had very fond memories of very, very friendly city Winnipeg is. It's probably the friendliest city I think I've ever lived in. You had to basically put a lock on your telephone or on your mailbox. No more invitations, please. They really enjoyed their social activities. I guess it's understandable. A small-ish town.
Mm-hmm.
People seem to know everybody, and the fact that I was with KTEL, a lot of people, of course, knew KTEL. And anyhow, we enjoyed our time there.
So for those who don't know, you're on the board for World Bowls, and have been doing that for the past year or 2 or 3?
2 years, going into the new term through to 2005. There's a lot of water to go under the bridge, but yes, I'm responsible for looking and working with the people in the Americas, which is Canada, of course, the United States, Argentina, Brazil, and we have Falklands in there, and we have the Caribbean, which is Jamaica. And the people down there are hoping that in the coming years that there'll be a tourist destination, which makes it a very interesting situation. You go to Jamaica to sun and play bowls.
Can't argue with that.
Yeah, so they've got a very fortunate position down there. Just to finish that thought, is that they're involved with the Olympic Association very closely, and the Olympic Association in Jamaica actually helps support bowls, which is a little bit different from here. We're more aligned with Commonwealth Games. They are too, but they've got that extra little bit that I think it's helping them. They've got a long way to go, but it's helping them.
Well, that's unique. I remember Jamaica played at the 2018 Commonwealth Games, I believe, and I think that they played at a few World Championships too. So it's exciting to see them getting up and going.
So it's one of the difficulties I think we need to get is overhead projectors, overhead cameras, I should say, on each head, and then we can have them in front of us, just like Zoom.
Yep.
And we could see each rink. Maybe NBC or CBS or some of these, ESPN do that. I don't know. But here it's a tad challenging. Excuse me. One of the innovations we had at it's not so much an innovation. I think it's overdue. But at Commonwealth Games recently, bowls had red or blue, so you could easily decide which is which, and there were a lot of positive compliments coming from that.
That makes it much more spectator friendly when you know it's either red team or blue team.
Yeah. Everyone likes to have their own particular bowl, of course, and that's good. And got their little emblem on it, which is also good. King, heart, four-leaf clover or something.
I'd imagine that would be a challenge to try to implement regularly on an ongoing basis, to have just two colors going forward.
Yeah.
But I do appreciate the ease of having TVs and spectators being able to see that. So I'm sure that players might not like it to have to force to only have two colors of either red or blue, but I think that's probably the best route forward if we want to get people to actually come down and watch a game.
Yeah. Well, I think it's that spectator appeal, especially to young people coming down. They can understand the game a little quicker. And it's the youth that drives all kinds of sports, of course. So we've got to get them tuned in very quickly. Now that was an Commonwealth Games bowler. I think Jackie was there, Jackie Foster.
Correct, yeah.
And she equipped herself very well at Commonwealth Games. I just spoke to her earlier. She said, of course, naturally champions say that, a little bit disappointed that the results weren't quite what they wanted. But that being said, she was looking forward to today.
Yeah, it's a quick turnaround to be at the Commonwealth Games for 2-3 weeks to then come home for a few days before coming out here to Burlington to play in the majors.
Yeah, it sure is. I'd like to have gone to the Commonwealth Games, to the board meeting for World Bowls, but personal situations, I couldn't make it all work.
Just coming up short there is Brenda. Yeah, that's one of the fun things about Commonwealth Games, is that it brings a bunch of countries together, so it makes it very convenient for World Bowls to have any sort of board meetings or memos or whatever you need to do, just because everybody's in one place.
That's correct. I think they have. I think we have one coming up in the World Champion of Champions, for example. That was Jackie's sister, I believe, right?
Yeah, Tammy.
Tammy,
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
She plays a nice bowl also. And she's skipping today, right?
Yes, Tammy's usually the skip for this Force team, and when I went down to talk to them at the start of the match, they said, "Oh no, not on TV again," because in 2019 they were on the TV rink here, and it was on rink 1 as well. So I wonder if their memory is any good, or if the rink's changed at all over the past 3 years since they were last on the TV rink.
Well, generally speaking, I think the Burlington greens are more than acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
So whatever happened from one game to the next game that you play here, the greens don't remember you. It's you remembering what to do. You know, there's another one for Manitoba.
That'll give them a quick 3-0 start, and I need to be updating the periods here. That's 2 ends in the book. There we go.
There's Lois Voss.
Ah, yes. The Costas and the Watsons, the
yeah.
Saskatchewan crew.
Yeah. Sisters, I think, aren't they?
Correct, yes. And it's excellent that their kids are such good friends, too. So their sisters and bowl with and against each other, and their kids are friends and bowl with and against each other.
Yeah, okay. So here comes the jack. Tad off center, but that's easy fixed.
Much longer than last time. They played a very short jack last end for N2, so N3 here we're playing probably a quarter length, I guess. It's not
Yeah. It's, for me, I like that length on a personal basis. Well, yeah, you deliver the jack, you bowl to the jack. That's what a lead should do, right? Nice position.
Yeah, not terrible to be a yard or so past the jack with your first opening bowl. Almost back to the center line.
Yeah, I'd say that's fine. Avoid the big picture.
That's sometimes the hardest thing, is to realize that you're setting your team up and not necessarily trying to get shot all the time, but putting your team in the best position.
Correct. Yeah, jack hunting is not the best thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
It's very strategic. Here comes another wonderful ball. Becomes a toucher, and
good opening bowl, or second bowl, I guess, there from Jillian McMurtry.
yeah.
It's a name I'm not familiar with, so I believe this would be her first national championship.
Oh, it's well bowled, that's for sure. We'll see more of this young lady down the line.
Mm-hmm.
Well, here's a good answer, though, Jake.
Yeah, Lorraine's trying. Good improvement from her first.
Yep.
Nice to see that all 4 bowls are coming right back to that center line just about, though, so that means that there's a good draw.
Yeah, they understand what they're doing. It's a setting up of a nice tight head compared to our friends on the next rink is it's
a little loose.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
So here's the first bowl plan on the opposite hand, right in.
Oh,
wow.
Wow.
Don't know if that was intentional, as Manitoba was already lying 1, but Barb got away with it. A toucher and now some better position.
Well, 1 in, 1 out sometimes isn't all that bad.
Yep. Yeah. Because she's playing the non-ditch hand, I would suspect she's playing for some position here, something past the jack, because I'm not sure you're going to be able to draw this, but
she's missed her line.
Missed her line, and that's not going to help much.
No.
That does make for a nuisance bowl on the ditch hand side now, though.
Yep.
It's interesting to see the pace so quick. So when we had the ceremonial first bowl, Decker put it in the ditch just because the greens were pretty quick. But when I was out there walking, I could actually see a couple of footprints, meaning that they're a little soft, but they're still rolling incredibly fast for how soft they look. So as the week goes on, I'm sure it's only going to increase from here.
Well, I think I'd like to just say a couple of words about Decker and his first bowl. It basically was a well-delivered bowl, of course. He's got a nice style. But he played in Oakville last night
okay.
in a triples league. And the green is much heavier than here. And so he just may have not been able to get that
adjustment.
The adjustment,
yeah.
So, but the young man is certainly going to be heard about in this sport. How old were you when you started bowling, Jake?
Well, that's a good question. I don't really know. I was probably 8 when I first actually had a membership, but when I first started playing, it would have been before that. So 6 or 7 would be my guess, but not entirely sure on how old I was. I know I was there from
The get-go.
The get-go, basically, yeah.
Well, I think Decker has been, let's say he started when he was 11. So,
Okay.
Yeah,
Well, it's young enough.
yeah, I think 11's fine. I think the important thing is that he does pick up some other sports, though. Here comes Jackie. Let's see what she does here. She's got to do something, I think.
So she is playing on the ditch hand side, and you could temporarily see that Manitoba's still holding at least one, and it looks like Jackie's playing with a little bit of through weight here.
I think so, yeah. And she may have nailed something. No.
Based on the yellow sticker, that looks like a Manitoba bowl she pushed back, so there's not a whole lot of position back here for Nova Scotia to be playing weight into this, so I'm kind of surprised she didn't try to get a position bowl something past the jack first, but every team has their unique strategy.
Right. Here's a well-delivered ball, but see, just a bit hard to see where it ended. Okay.
So Manitoba's sitting with all the position in the world back here past it. I wouldn't be surprised if when Brenda gets down there as skip, if she plays the ditch hand side to try and get a little trail through, because there's a lot of yellow stickers.
Yep. Well, here's that's not going to quite do it.
Trying to draw around it, just coming up a touch on the outside. That was pretty good draw weight, though.
Yeah.
Just the jack high.
Yeah. I would have thought she might have been trying to come in a little bit.
Would you like water?
Yes. Thanks, Evan. Whoops. Oh, here. Oops.
Oh, am I dropping? Uh-oh.
Oops. It's okay. It's okay. I didn't get electrocuted yet. Yeah, here, we'll do it over here.
Yeah, good idea.
Thank you. Very kind. Jake, you good?
Yeah, I'm good.
I think I've got a little tissue here or something.
So Brenda's first bowl didn't change too much. Looks like still just one shot to Manitoba at the moment. We'll see what Tammy does.
She's got a nice line here from what I can see.
Weight just held it through.
Yeah, just if she'd been a little less heavy, I think she would have been there. But
So last bowl here for Brenda, holding one. You know what Nova Scotia's strategy is, or their tactics, I guess, of trying to throw weight at this. Already have all the back bowls in the world. Just on the outside, didn't want to come back to finish. Not terrible weight. But still no change in the head, as you can hear Jackie saying that. I don't expect she'll change much. Maybe just alter the line, and
if she can, it's
as long as you can grab the jacks, you don't want it to move
That's right.
a couple feet. You need it to move
she's missed it.
many meters. Little ricochet in, no change, so 1 to Manitoba, I believe.
Yeah.
So 4-0, 3 ends down.
It's ways to go. Lots of balls.
Based off of where Donna's standing asking for the jack, it seems like they're slowly starting to stretch it out here a little more. It was super short on N2, about a quarter length on N3, and now this is getting closer to maybe halfway, medium length on N4. Which is interesting to stretch it out. I guess maybe that might be a pace factor. As it dries out, it's getting faster, so you just keep playing the same motion, and it'll just naturally carry forward as the greens dry out.
Bit Don't know if that's tactical or just a misjudged ball. It's gone considerably further than the jack.
Mm-hmm.
This is going to be in the department.
Very good weight there.
Yep.
Both players seem to be shying away from the ditch hand side, but based off of what we saw the other direction, I thought it played okay. And here we go. Now we're switching hands.
Now it's running away from her.
Missed her line there, well inside.
Yeah, quite a difference.
Weight's not bad, though. It's a pretty good weight adjustment.
Yep.
And it looks like Lorraine with her last one is also switching hands. Nope, I lied.
And this bowl is not going to do all too much, I don't think. And fortunately for them.
Not coming back from that point.
No.
So still a pretty wide open head here as the seconds get up to see if they can put something close. Barb's going to try one on the ditch hand side, and that also looks to me like it's a little inside.
Yeah, this is a very different head from what we just saw.
Mm-hmm. Now that they've loosened up and warmed up, I wonder if the green's changing or if they're changing.
Well, as you well know, they'll speed up a bit.
Mm-hmm.
But if they've got a little bit of moisture, if you recognize there was a little bit spongy, it's going to be a bit tricky. The heat wants to do something, and the ground wants to release the water and the moisture, and it's altogether a challenge. Tell me, we worked together last with the University of Guelph. You're still doing things with them, Jake?
Yeah, so I'm getting very close to publishing our greens manual here finally. Version, I guess it'd be version 4 now at this point, because we used Lloyd Woods' initial work and then just updated it a little bit with some of the new innovations and new research that's been done. So some of the things that jump out at me as what's new is that back when Lloyd first published the book, we used what golf does a lot for when you're building a green and using sand with a little bit of clay or peat or soil or something mixed in with it, but now we're recommending pure sand, but also not just uniform particle sand, but different sized sand particles to help with drainage. So some of the stuff like that is a little different, but something that I learned, I took a 12-week course at Guelph, so I could actually know a thing or two before trying to edit a book like that. Evapotranspiration, which is quite the word, but it basically means that moisture, water, is sucked up from the roots and comes out the top basically whenever it's sunny or windy. And so your greens actually lose more moisture to the atmosphere, to the air, than they do just using it for, absorbing it through the roots and using it to photosynthesize. But yeah, that manual, I've got, I think, version 4 or 5 of editions in my inbox waiting to just make sure that the I's are dotted, the T's are crossed, and then we can go to print with it. So I'm excited to get that out to the public.
That'd be good.
It was fun working with the University of Guelph Turfgrass Institute because they had a personnel change in the middle of COVID, where the person I was working with got promoted, and so they brought in a new PhD candidate to work with, and each person has their unique perspectives and backgrounds of expertise. So got a wider range of experience working on it, which was kind of cool.
Well, it was well worth all that. I don't know what you did exactly, of course, but I know the intent of when we had those conversations down there. It was on the right track. We certainly need to, in my humble opinion, try to get more uniform bowls, so that when people do go out of their comfort zone from their club, they can go somewhere and not be shocked by too slow or too fast or patchy greens. There's a bit of a standard. I've spoken to people, they don't want to go out to some of the other clubs in their neighborhood simply because that club's greens are too heavy or too fast or whatever. They make these kind of generalized comments, but But I have witnessed where there's no green quality, there's no club. I've seen it firsthand where club, this is in Australia of course, but the club brought in Colin McDonald, a professional greenkeeper, oh, here's a wick. No, it didn't do anything. And anyhow, Colin brought the 2 of the 3 greens back, and he left. He hadn't got around to do the third one. He showed me. He said, "This is what the 3 of them looked like." And I said, well, "What was your membership before you came here?" And it got down to 0. And so the next question I asked is, "What is it now?" And he said, "Well, it's around about 100 and something, 120." And I said, "What was it at its peak?" And he said, "Well over 200." So it just demonstrates, you know, bowlers want to bowl on a good quality green. Otherwise, they'll go somewhere else or not play. Which is the biggest shame. It's not so bad if they go somewhere else.
I think Tammy's still narrow again, so this looks like another 1 to Manitoba, maybe even 2.
Yeah. If you look at they're all offline. Well, the majority of them are offline there. I wonder when they're going to pick this up.
I found the tricky thing with greens in Ontario, and it's just 1 to Manitoba there, is that a lot of clubs who use volunteer greenskeepers basically do what the person before them did, and over time, if the person before them didn't do things perfectly or forgets something, then the person after them is going to forget it too or not know about it. But you end up with greens that are running a little bit slower and a little wonkier than they might have been in decades prior. And when you do happen to get a person with experience or knowledge in there to fix things up a bit, some of the members tend to complain to say, "Oh, they're too fast now and I can't keep my bulls on the green." And I find that to be the most frustrating comment, because especially as people hate to say that bowls is a senior sport, there is quite the senior demographic that enjoys it. And as you get into your more twilight years, playing on an 8-second green can be quite the challenge if you're not as mobile or physically fit as you might once have been. So playing on a 12-second green might keep your senior members able to participate a little bit longer than a 7-second green or slower.
Well, if you get down to those numbers 7, 8, or even 9. Some people just can't get to the whole line. I've seen it happen. They've got some disability, hip or knee or whatever, ankle. But the reverse is true. If we had 16-second greens here everywhere, it would be very difficult for new bowlers, and they may not want to join. So you're probably, 12 seconds, as you just mentioned, is probably a good speed for satisfying most people, new and old and skilled and unskilled.
Lorraine's second bowl just running through, but a pretty good line as it came back to the center line. So it looks like it's still 2 shots at the moment to Jillian.
Now here's a nice bowl, I think. It's a helpful bowl.
Looks to have pretty good weight.
Might even be in the count for them at the moment.
Yeah, I think it is. Fairly wide open there. Anything within a 2-foot radius will get you shot.
This is not going to work.
Well,
or is it?
That's holding up. Holy smokes, that held up a lot.
Didn't it?
Wow.
I thought that was going to run away from and now it's sitting shot. Can you imagine that?
Well, clearly Debbie knows what she's doing with taking that kind of a line. That held up the whole way down.
Yep.
Must be using a very narrow bias bowl. So that closes the gap for how close you need to be to draw a shot now. Instead of 2 feet, you need to be within about 6 inches. Pretty good effort there from Barb.
Yes, excellent.
It's a good resting bowl now too here if Debbie's able to use it to come draw down to it and flop in behind.
Well, if you can't get shot, get second,
Mm-hmm.
kind of thing. And oh,
Look at this.
a beautiful ball.
Who even needs to come down to that pink ball when you can just draw it clean like that?
Yep.
Well played. Well played, Debbie. So I see a blue stickered bowl at the very back with the best back. So if I were Manitoba, I'd probably be looking for position right now rather than trying to split this. But it looks like they're calling for give it a tap first.
Oh,
Well,
interesting.
that's interesting. That did change things up nicely.
That was Bob Pring. Bob is a long-time member of the Leaside Bowls Club before he came to Burlington.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
And I think he might have even been president at Leaside many years ago. Fine bowler. Very dedicated club member.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's changed things over.
The way that looks to me right now, though, it still looks like anything into that pile would be enough to
Yes.
split. So
Yeah, if you spring the jack open.
pick the weight you want. Just make sure you're there. And I'm not sure that Don is going to have that.
Goodness gracious me.
Wow.
Line length luck.
I think I just heard Tammy say that they're holding 2. So if I were Nova Scotia, I'd probably be playing for position right now, sort of just past Tammy's back right foot. Is probably where I'd be going for in case the jack springs back and out.
Yeah, it would be better to be put an insurance bowl down. I call
Mhm.
them insurance bowls.
Looks like she's playing into it,
I,
just on the high side.
oh, she almost got around actually. She might have been trying to come around.
And Brenda's taking a good look here while Tammy goes down and the players change ends. Using her fingers.
Yeah. It helps, I guess.
I don't trust my vision enough. Fingers don't mean anything to me.
I trust my eyes quicker. I developed my own little idea of standing on top of over the jack. It works for me. So
There used to be a little plastic or glass device called Bullseye that had concentric circles on it that you could pull out of your pocket and hold over top and look at it. I don't know if that's still legal or still around, but we don't sell them in Canada anymore.
yeah.
But I found that to be a super useful tool to just quickly pull out, hold it over the jack, and take a look, and you knew right away.
I've come across one somewhere. Where was it? I'm just trying to think now. I've seen them advertised in British magazines, bowls magazines. What would make them illegal, do you think? I don't know.
The rule book says you're not allowed to use a device until all the bowls are done. Like, you're not allowed to use your measure, right? And so the wording of the rule book is where it gets tricky.
Mm-hmm.
Because I guess technically a piece of plastic or glass or whatever it is a external device.
Mm. Yeah. I think you should take all the good help you can get.
So there's an okay position bowl with her last, but with one to come here from Tammy. Not quite sure what she's going to be trying to do with her last one here.
Mm. Seems like she's been asked to put it into the middle. It's not going to happen. Whatever was signaled.
So it's one Nova Scotia to get them on the board. Probably putting a tape from here, I would think.
Yes, they've broken the ice, and now they're.
I'm kind of surprised to see that Lorraine hasn't brought the mat up further. She did bring it up, I guess, a couple paces, but if you've been giving up 3-4 ends in a row, usually I would expect to see the lead change up the length quite a bit. So whether that's bringing the mat up to the hog line or halfway or wherever you go.
Well, when you bring it up, I feel you should bring it up, not just
a bit, but make a big difference.
Yeah, yeah. And even if it doesn't work, I believe it puts your brain and puts your mind in action. That you're still in the game. You're still thinking. You're not sort of lulled into you're not going to sleep. So I think that's good, even if it didn't work. So
I've been facilitating club coach workshops over the past year, and part of what makes a good coach and a good practice plan is having a warm-up. And I get questioned by people on that all the time because we're not a soccer or a hockey where, you need to warm up the muscles as much. But I often talk about your brain and how, if you can get a good warm-up in before your first game, then you can actually start and score the first end, because too often you see teams give up 2, 3, 4, 5 ends in a row right off the hop because they're not there, they're not awake, they're not ready yet. So,
and to your point, Jake, let's see what happens here for a second. They're having trouble going away from us here. To your point, to me, it's all about the brain. I remember when I played with the short mat, I may have told you this, but I went to England to play short mat for Canada, and it was sort of a put-together team last minute. But anyhow, it was good. Why was it good? It was a terrific experience on many levels. But I also met Ellen Faulkner. And Ellen and I were chit-chatting, and I said to Ellen, I read somewhere in a Bowls magazine this lady was talking about the game being 90% mental. And I said, what would you say to that? And she said, no. It's not. It's 95% mental. And she said, by the way, who was the lady that said that? And I said, you. And she I said, do you remember that article? And she said, oh yeah, yeah. Well, she said, well, I've changed my mind. and oh, there's a nice ball. So yeah, so to me, when I try to coach people, I know that there's all kinds of different deliveries. I know that there's a better delivery than some are better than others. And you'll see that from the top bowlers. Usually they have a nice smooth delivery, and they're pretty constant with their one looks the same as another.
Mm-hmm.
But I've tried to tell people it's what you think. Your brain is smarter than you use it. And I know in business, I always felt that if you couldn't think, you couldn't get the job done. You always had to think outside the box, or what I call zigzag thinking. You can't think linear. Mm-hmm. I guess you can if you're putting building blocks in a little box and selling them at Mastermind or some sort of chain that sells those things. But generally speaking, in business, you've got so many challenges. But this game of bowls is the same difference. You've got to continually think, what are you going to do? Because your mates on the team are going to be doing something that they think is right. And you've got to somehow or other work with all that. In singles, it's of course a little bit different. But you're not off the hook in singles. You can't fall asleep again.
Over the past year, I hired a contractor to help us update our competition coach material, and a lot of the content in there talks about the delivery and the mechanics and stuff like that. And he was kind of making a point, I guess, all the other sports he's worked with, from karate to hockey to everything else in between, that the basic skills, I guess, that you need in other sports are so much more extreme than in lawn bowls, where it's basically the same motion, the same movement over and over and over again. You don't need to worry about what's going on with your people behind you or beside you. You don't really need to focus on being in the right place at the right time to receive a pass. It's just get on the mat and do the same motion most of the time.
Most of the time.
And so I think I agree with your statement that bowls is 95% mental, because really once you get the basics down, it's pretty straightforward.
Yes, yeah. But you talked about moving the mat forward. We haven't seen that here today particularly. And where you stand on the mat. Some people will stand like at the front or the back. You know, all these things. I still contend that the more you want to think about the game, the more chance you've got to get of narrowing the probabilities of bad luck down. And therefore, the opposite being true, you heighten the opportunities for good luck to happen. Now, you can't account for everything, but the game is, for me, is it's all inside the head. There's a pun. But it is. It's in your head and in the head on the, as we call it, on the rink, on the green. Well, Tammy has a bowl going here, and it's a
Pretty good weight, but I don't know if that's going to be enough to be in the count.
I don't think so, Jake. I think it's just looking from here. I don't know. Maybe it's the perspective we have here, or I have particularly here, going away from us. They all seem to be moving off to our left, on average. And I would have thought they would have picked that up by now. You know,
this is the sixth then that they're playing here, so they're well over a third of the way through.
And she's frustrated with that one.
Brenda's coming up short there. That's going to be a nuisance bowl here. I'm not quite sure how Tammy's going to find a hole to get through. Lots of holes, but you got to pick the right one.
And they're sometimes difficult, right?
Ooh, okay.
Ooh. Is that what she's calling for, a drive shot?
Yeah. So this is a interesting tactical choice. You can see Lorraine's up there suggesting, why don't we just come through here? With Jackie being on the Commonwealth Games team and playing internationally, she knows a thing or two about what to do and how to do it. But then also Tammy is one of our regional coaches, and so she's taken quite a few coach workshops and worked with people over the years to develop the mental side and get your strategy and tactics down. So this is a interesting choice to see who's
right.
Yeah, exactly. Who's calling the shots?
Yeah, that was that nuisance bowl.
Yeah. That was probably a really good weight for the draw that she was trying for. Opened it up to be wide open here for Brenda's last bowl. That looks wide to me.
I got off to a bumpy start there. A bit surprised that her delivery, her previous deliveries were much smoother.
So that was 1 to Manitoba.
Well, that's how you win games, just
one at a time, yeah.
One them away.
So 6-1 Manitoba, 6 ends played.
It's interesting. The lead for Manitoba is Jillian, right?
Yep.
And she was asking her skip, which is Brenda, where do you want it? But I would have thought, you know, by now that they should have got some sort of cohesion. She just knows exactly.
Some sort of a game plan in place?
Well, mental. They're communicating mentally. They don't always have to talk about it, but they instinctively know each other and what they're expecting. And maybe I got too high hopes for.
Well, I was commenting earlier at the start of this game that Manitoba started with super short and then gradually brought it back further. And so then Nova Scotia counted. Now they have the mat again, and it looks like they brought it right back up to probably that quarter mark, somewhere maybe between quarter and halfway through. So not quite all the way short again. But I wonder if that's what their plan is that they start short and then gradually work their way back if they're counting several in a row.
Yeah, it's. This could be good.
Yeah, that's a pretty good draw, I'd say. I can't complain with that.
Nope.
Jack high, 3 inches away, 4 inches away.
Yeah, ideal ball.
Mm-hmm. Lorraine had a pretty good opening bowl too, as her blue bulls there just off to the side. Doesn't need to change too much with hers, but she's added quite a bit of weight, so I guess she's going for position around the back.
Yeah, it's
So the time limit for these games is 2.5 hours. They're playing 15 ends. I believe there's the respot, so no burnt ends.
No, that's. Do you like the respot?
You know, it's funny. At the beginning, I didn't when it first came out because I like to kill ends and restart. But now I found that when I play in tournaments, I actually despise having to replay an end again, and I would rather have the respot. So now I'm a big proponent of it just because it's beyond frustrating to play a really good end, set up position, and then have someone drive it and just restart.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I understand that a lot of people that don't like it, but I've grown to love it.
Yeah.
How about you?
I think I'd prefer the respot. It's very strategic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it adds an element. I think that the what I call the drive shot is and killing the end has its value.
Mm-hmm.
But most people aren't very proficient at driving when you boil it all down.
Mm-hmm.
So I think on balance for the average bowler, the respot is it's more in keeping with the game.
Mm-hmm.
Our game isn't a drive game. Our game is basically a draw game, and so it sort of stays in the family in the kind of thinking. Now, if you still have to be very strategic,
Mm-hmm.
but if you're very fortunate and confident, you can set up your respot in such a way that you eventually kick the jack out, respot, and you've got 3, 4, 5. So it's all strategic. So the respot's strategic.
Interesting.
You're on camera.
Awesome. So we do have some people tuning in. Looks like there's 35 viewers, and Daryl has made quite a few comments, as has James Rimmer. So I can't give you the scores of all the other rinks, I'm afraid, because we're down at the scoreboard end, so I can't see anything. But I can tell you for green speed was one of the questions. Ian, if you were to speculate, what do you think the greens are running at right now?
Well, being that this is my club, I want to say 12 plus. I want to say that. I don't know. I haven't bowled, unfortunately, here for the last 4 or 5 weeks. I don't know what Charlie Roach and his team have been able to do. What do you think they are, Jake?
Yeah, that's interesting. I'd be guessing around 11 to 12, but it's hard because we don't have a jacket to the 27 meter mark or whatever the number is that you need to set it at to time it, which is another sort of innovation, I guess, that I'm a big fan of, is the SRPM to mimic golf again, to use a ramp and roll a ball down and then measure how far it goes, just to give you more consistent average speed, because I've found that no matter what club I go to when we're hosting these national championships and ask them for a green speed, the person doing it is either absolutely nowhere near where they need to be and they're still timing it anyway,
Right.
or they pick the rink that's pure dirt and then are able to time that speed. So that rink is okay, but everything else is not. So
That's right.
so I'm a big fan of having a mechanical device use it just because it takes the human error out of
Yeah.
it. But I do see the limitations of that as well, as it's not always going to be perfect. It's, you know, you could be on a rink that's sloped or something, but that was quite the wick coming in there from
Yep.
Tammy. Not quite
Yep.
enough, as Manitoba's still holding one.
Yeah. Well, I think that the meter was developed by Ken Simpson, wasn't it?
It was. That's what the,
Previous president of OLBA.
yeah, Simpson reference pace meter or something like that it's called.
Something, yeah. And that's for his engineering background, I think, coming out. But I tend to agree with you. I'd rather have a sort of a non-discussion reference point, I think,
Mm-hmm.
because
Interesting.
but these greens have typically run through the summer in the last number of years around the 12-second mark. Charlie might tell you they get a little faster.
Missed her line by quite a bit, but almost got a wick in there. So that's going to be 1 to Manitoba as they called for a kill. So that'll make it 7-1 after 7. So in 2019, we hosted this event here as well.
Yep.
And I know from the start of the week to the end of the week, there was quite the difference. And by finals day, I heard that the greens were up to 15 seconds, which,
Okay.
when talking to Charlie about it, he said, man, were those greens dry and in need of a vacation, just because after being played on all week and not being watered as much as you would normally like, they were stressed, to say the least. So,
Oh, they are, yeah.
so right now at the start of the week, they're looking good, and we're probably not too far off of close to a 12-second mark-ish, but I
Yeah.
would not be surprised if by the end of the week we're...
Well, we are going to get some rain in the area during the week.
Okay.
The forecast is not high, 100% rain or anything like that. 40% one day. I think it's Wednesday, 40% rain,
Okay.
and 60% I think on Thursday or something. But who knows? Well, there's something going on here with this Manitoba team with the use of the jack. I think you've spotted something there, Jake.
Well, it's interesting. They almost, Nova Scotia challenged this almost, because they've got the man up a touch and the jack's barely past the hog. So this is probably about as short as you can get.
Yeah. I don't know what's going on when it's running off to the... There's Laurie. Hi, Laurie. Twice in a week or something, people will be talking about us.
So it seems this change in jack length to be playing as short as we are has thrown both leads for a loop, as nicer adjustment here from Jillian, but a couple of loose opening bowls.
What's your favorite length of a jack?
I prefer minimum, but I think that's only because playing here in Canada, most greens are slow, and so I despise playing full length on a slower green, because you throw your back out trying to get it there. So, so I always play as short as I possibly can, just primarily due to the green speed. But if we were playing on a 15, 16 second green, I would probably change that up to medium to long, maybe. But unfortunately, that doesn't happen too often.
That's a good answer, though. Well, at least one I concur with. I also find on a heavy green, if you're going down to a full length jack, so many variables are put into play. You've got that extra length, and you might have a nice patch of grass and none, and so it's all over the place. So you want to get the job over and done with, I think, with the minimum of variables coming into effect. What a ball.
Beautiful bowl there from Debbie.
Yeah.
Resting in, nestled in just in behind there nicely.
Yeah, nice position. I think if you could do that every bowl, you'd be very excited. Here comes a good answer, though, I think. If it's got the legs, this is a very, very good answer. Yes, there's nothing wrong with that bowl at all.
So it sounded like Tammy was saying same shot, just try to draw around it, which easier said than done. From our view down here, I know Debbie's using a narrower bowl, but just couldn't quite get by.
Do you know what bowls these people are all playing? Do they give you an indication, for example? You know, who have we got coming up here now? We've got Bob, right?
I believe on deck right now is Donna. And that bowl came back quite a bit, so I'd be suspecting some sort of a wider drawing bias on that one. Holy smokes.
So we don't know what bowls they're bowling.
No. I wasn't quite prepared enough to be able to get them to fill out the questionnaire of what are you using, how long you've been using it for.
Yeah, you did that when we were in Regina.
Yeah. A little better prepared that year.
Your boss is here somewhere, be careful. Well, it's... So the next time you're doing a club coaching course or something, especially where it's going to be talking about using your brain, using your mind, not your brain, using your mind. I'd be interested in sitting in and seeing what you have to say.
Well, we go over that much more in competition coach than club coach, because club coach is really meant for teaching new people how to play. And not that you don't use your mind when you're coaching new people, but it's a lot more step-by-step basic follow the steps. But competition coach is where you get to have a lot more fun with. Basic mental skills is actually a course that we require our coaches to take now in order to be trained, and so that's where you spend 4 hours exclusively on exactly that, basic mental skills. So anything from focus to attention span to game plans and more. It's an interesting course to take for sure.
Yeah, I forget where I am on that competitive coaching course. I started it and had to fill in something on, and then someone told me that all the standards have changed. Oh, couldn't get through. Okay.
Well, the CAC, the Coaching Association of Canada, likes to tinker quite a bit, and so every 3, 4, 5 years they like to update all of their courses, and so it's a long process because they have, I don't know, 30 or 40 different courses, so they can only do so many per year. So it seems like every year they're continually updating, because by the time they get through the full list, it's time to restart again at the top and update again. So,
well, the one I went into the locker the other day, and then I got sidetracked, and I was only in there for a very brief time. But something about ethical issues.
That's become sort of the cornerstone of coaching now, is that every coach in Canada, no matter the sport, no matter the level of coach you are, you need to take something called make ethical decisions.
Yep. I thought I did that, though, a couple of years ago.
It's very possible you might have, and it is a one and done, so once you've taken it once, you don't need to retake it, and that was quite the wicket cross, holy smokes.
Yep. I'll go back into the locker and see where I am on that. The other thing that stymied me a little bit was the amount of time. You need a student, and then you have to go and demonstrate with the student to an assessor of some kind. What's the name? That master coach or something, is it?
So to be certified, you need an evaluator.
Evaluator,
so
that's the
someone
word.
to come and watch you run a practice. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, and so I said, I was working with a couple of people, and they thought they didn't need me, so what do we need you for? Oh, beautiful bowler in the other rink there I just saw come in. That's classic bowling. This is a nice head, though, this time. They're really understanding the shorter jack. Both teams.
Well, it's nice to see with the shorter jack there's not as many as short as when they play longer, so it makes it a little bit easier by the time the skips get to the mat. There's actually room to play instead of the Great Wall of China in front of you.
Yes. Yeah.
So Jackie's calling for her to just reach that bowl and tip it. I'm not sure if her audio would come through on the mics way down at the other end, but very finesse type of shot, and she's coming up inside and a little bit late.
Yeah. Well, looks like Nova Scotia may have something on the board here.
Yeah, here's a couple at least.
Yeah. They're hunting for another one. Jackie says, I'm going to get a measure going here.
Mm-hmm.
Manitoba's not conceding anything. Must be close.
So if they get a 2, maybe even a 3, this will get them back into the game nicely, as it's currently 7-1 before the counting's done here.
Is that not 3 there already, or am I mistaken?
Well, I can see 2. The one behind I don't think was something they pulled out to put on their egg, on the towel.
Okay.
But they definitely put the towel close enough to another bowl. That could be very misleading. Certainly taking the time here to see how close we can be. So this is probably one of my pet peeves with the sport, the way we have it right now, that we've inherited from bygone generations. In almost every other sport, you call an official or an umpire or whatever their title is to do the measuring, the judging, the whatever it is for you. But for whatever reason in bowls, we still let players carry a measure and do that themselves first before they call an umpire. And to me, that just doesn't make any sense, because
Jake, I 1000% agree. At this level, we don't have enough umpires. That's an issue. But we can have some deputies.
Yep.
That specialize in measuring, let's say. At the club, though, at the club level, the measure is fine. You know, it should be a friendly at the club level, and it should be a good sports type of attitude. But at this level, it just stops all the argument.
It does, yeah. And I've seen it time and time again where I'll measure and it's close, so then you'll measure and it's close, and then we'll call an umpire. So we just wasted 10 minutes of measuring before we call in a third party anyway. So
Exactly. No, you make a wonderful point.
But you do have a good point, though, that you need umpires first to begin with, and trustworthy, credible ones that you can rely on to do that. And so that's probably step number 1, is to get those people in place.
Yeah, the Jack went a little further. Nova Scotia.
Didn't mess with Jillian here, though. Holy smokes.
It doesn't make any difference on that ball. But it may through the team might make a difference, Jake. It's that's a nice ball. The Jack is now free, which has got some value from that ball from Nova Scotia. As we're talking here, I'm listening to all the whacks, and there's a tennis court next door. If you can hear that. The other thing they have here is paddle tennis, which is taking off like a rocket. Here's an interesting ball.
She has such narrow bowls, they don't draw much, but that's coming right to the Jack and drawing it cold. Boom.
Yeah.
Touch her.
And pushed it a little bit off to the side, which is also good. See what happens.
So I saw that Tammy went and chalked that touch over spray chalk, and
Mhm.
something that's interesting is that the lead for Manitoba is using white bowls, and so white chalk doesn't really show on those, and so we've almost got to a point now where we have too many colors, and you need different colored chalk depending on who you're playing with, just to
It's absolutely true.
make sure it shows.
Yeah. Yes, you can't have blue on blue, or
Mhm.
blue on black doesn't work, so white on black does work, and white on blue does work, but white on white. Although we've been watching, what are we up to now? 8? The eighth then?
They finished 8th. This is number 9. Yeah.
This is number 9. Not one bowl in, not one jack in the ditch.
Nope, not yet. Not yet.
Um,
That's a pretty consistent bowl there from Debbie. Not
Mhm.
bad. 2 feet short, but same track. Probably for the best that we don't have any jacks in the ditch yet, just because our camera angle isn't going to quite get low enough to be able to see that anyway.
And we haven't seen, I don't think we've seen, well, might have seen one trailing the jack. They're basically consistently drawing to the jack,
Mhm.
and not exploiting the opportunity to come through with just a tad of weight and moving that jack around.
Of the 2 skips, I've definitely seen Tammy throw more through weight than Brenda, but that's usually just because the head is set up in a way that Brenda
Mhm.
doesn't need to play anything through at all. She's able to just keep drawing or draw position or whatever it may be. But you're right. I think there was only one time that they really called, or maybe 2 times they called for Tammy to try and kill it or throw a drive, but she missed the line both times, so it didn't happen. But doesn't happen frequently in 4s, I guess, where you can try and move the jack around, trail it back, or push it through.
It's a good line ball, but I don't know that it's got the legs. Yes, it does. Just
As the skips change sides here, there's only one bowl that's on the right-hand side of the jack, the ditch side of the jack. I guess everything else is basically on the non-ditch side,
yep.
which is interesting to me. I wonder if that's any indication of a slope in the green or a hill off levelness, or if that's actually just all the players were missing their line
It
back.
is. It's very unusual. You would think that someone would have taken some sort of decision to try and, come in the other way. And here's another bowl. If it doesn't make the right, this is a good bowl.
That also held up really straight. Holy smokes. Wow. What a
Wonderful.
draw.
Wonderful bowl.
That makes me think that Tammy and Debbie might be using a similar type of bias on their bowls, as that was a similar track that Debbie took to draw down there in the first place. This is going to be tough for Brenda to outdraw, but she is trying. My goodness, is she trying.
What a bowl.
Wow.
She did it.
Wow.
Well, she may not have done it, but she...
Second shot maybe, but
Yeah,
wow.
wow. It was a wow bowl, that's for sure.
Based off where it is right now, if I'm Nova Scotia, I'm probably going to play this safe and just draw for a position bowl around back. I wouldn't really want to touch with that, take our 1 and run.
Well, I think they indicated they're sitting 2, correct?
Oh, okay, all right.
I'm not quite sure, but I think I saw Jackie.
Take our 2 and run then. I definitely wouldn't want to be messing with this at all.
Well, there's one bowl to come from Manitoba, of
Mhm.
course, and those famous last bowls that change the head and change the end and change the game.
Mm-hmm.
You had any of those?
I've had far too many of those.
Yeah. It's okay when you're doing it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
No, it didn't quite get the job done. Now here, this gets interesting now.
The way she almost drew that off, you don't need to change much from her last bowl. Same bowl again, should almost be able to do it, but gosh, that's tough. There's
Oh, look at this. I think she's missed it totally.
no room for error there, yeah.
Is that the mental game we're talking about?
See if you can keep the same state of mind, state of focus.
Yep. It's in my readings and of the things that I do, I really do contend your brain, or your mind, I should say, is smarter than you are. It's really, if you allow it to work for you, and not try and second guess it, and not trying to for Nova Scotia, that'll make them a little bit happier.
To Nova Scotia. To Nova Scotia.
Yeah, your mind, given the opportunity, will work for you or against you. And the more calm you are, the more collect you are, the more in the zone.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of trying to second guess it, trying to overthink it, it's a remarkable piece of equipment we've been given.
Mm-hmm.
I guess, well, maybe the mind has been given a body to carry it around. And yeah, yeah, no. That's him. It's Jake. Jake, blame Jake.
Don't you put the number down after the end as well?
Well, Jillian's trying here.
Yes, it's a well delivered bowl. Regardless of the score, Jake, I think both teams seem to be well within themselves, and no flustered. No one's getting agitated.
Well, it's 7-6, so it's a 1-point game now. Nova Scotia's made quite the comeback after Manitoba got off to a hot start.
They did. Yeah. Well, let's you just chip away.
Good weight, but missed the line by quite a bit there.
Have you spoken to any of Team Canada since they've been back? I spoke to Jackie. Did you speak to
You know, I don't think I have, to be honest. When I was at the Youth Championships in Port Credit, that was going on at the exact same time as the Commonwealth Games. So the folks I would normally expect to see there, the Robbie Laws, the Jordan Costas, they were, of course, overseas. So no, I haven't actually had a chance to really bump into anybody yet to talk to them about how the games went.
Mm-hmm.
Incredible opportunity to go overseas and represent Canada, and it was exciting to be at the Youth Championships 2 weeks ago and to see how many athletes that had previously competed in the Youth Championships. I was told from John Seitman that of the 10 athletes we sent, 7 of them played in our Youth Championships.
That's good.
At some point, so
that is good.
Makes it a little easier to promote that event, to say, hey, if you want to get on Team Canada, here's proof is in the pudding.
Yeah, come through the system almost.
Mm-hmm. Ooh. Just missed the jack on our way through.
Mm. Here's a bowl. No, no, it's never broke. What's going on?
Held out the whole way down.
Yes, yes, it
Left
did.
side of the camera.
Yep.
Definitely a little more spread out here this end, where it's not all the bowls are on one side. We've got a almost even distribution of what's on the left and what's on the right. Pretty good weight, but it doesn't want to finish too much. I'm not sure if that's just Team Nova Scotia playing with narrow bowls, or if it's actually the rink doesn't want to bring them back.
Well, I play with some people say a narrow bowl, but mine has a nice finish. So, you know, you can see it go down, and then all of a sudden it wants to turn in. And I'm not seeing that on this. See, there's no turn on that at all. There's no hook at all. It just stays out there.
That makes it tough when you have a rink that doesn't want to finish for you.
Yeah, exactly. Well, see, this bowl from Jackie has virtually gone straight.
A little bit of a finish.
Yeah, but
Not much.
unfortunately for her, it was the wrong finish. She should, but it did finish. You're right.
Surprised that everyone is trying to play this hand and isn't willing to go and play on the ditch hand side, because it looks like the ditch hand side is open, and even if it's the same type of draw, it's still open.
It's still open. You're right. Well, they can see it. I wonder why they're not taking the advantage.
So there was some discussion with the scoreboard keeper here about what end they're on, and I'm fairly confident that this isn't end number 10 that they're playing. Yeah, and Brenda's confirming that here now. So we're almost at the 2/3 waypoint with 59 games, and number 10 is 66% of the way through. Being 7-6 for the score, you can't be too much closer. I'm
No.
curious which team is going to pull away here, since it was Manitoba that got off to the hot start. Nova Scotia clawed their way back. If that momentum is just going to keep going, or if it'll turn again.
Yeah, bowls is one of those games that you can find yourself out in front and behind. You can catch up. You've just got to stay in it. Maybe if we had 5 ends. I wonder what it would be if we had 5 ends, and you'd really have to be ready to go.
I'm a big proponent of a 5-end game.
You are.
I am. I think the shorter the better, because it takes a different type of skill to be able to start your games off hot and not take time to warm up.
Yeah.
But I'm also a bigger fan because there are way too many games where we play 18 ends and you know who's... Oh, as Tammy just chipped the jack off to the side.
Yeah, it might have worked for them. I'm not sure. I think so.
There are way too many 18 end games where you know after end 2 who the better team is, who's winning, and watching a 36-2 game isn't really enjoyable for anyone on either side. So I like the 5-end game, because even if you're in that situation, it's only 5 ends to put you out of your misery. It's not dragging on forever.
Yeah. Well, I said that because I've been thinking about, a few things about bowls and world bowls and lots of discussions we have, and it's sort of, my ears felt very good when I heard you say that you like a 5-end. I think it appeals to younger people too.
Mm-hmm.
They're not that they don't have the attention span, but their world is very different from the world that their grandparents or their great-grandparents bowled under.
Mm-hmm.
The afternoon down at the golf club or the bowls club or the shooting range or fishing or whatever was that's what you did in life. You didn't have to hop in a car and race here and pick up the groceries there and take this and that and do that. And, I think things were one for Nova Scotia. So what does that make them? Tied up now?
Yeah.
It's a tied game, says Hans. The scorekeeper here, Hans, he's been a wonderful bowler in this club. Yeah, so the shorter ends, the shorter number of ends, and possibly a little bit shorter in the length of the rink.
Mhm.
Just speed it up. Just
Mhm.
speed it up. Some of the best soccer players in the world said they love playing the shorter game of soccer.
Mhm.
Shorter field, shorter number of players.
Mhm.
They said it made them be ready to go from the get-go.
Right. Yeah.
And they had to learn ball control very, very quickly. Oh, here's what a ball.
Opening bowl here from Lorraine. Wow.
I was talking about a trailing jack, and
There we go.
there's one. It's, if you can do that really well, it's a beautiful shot.
I do think that shorter games are the way to go. So whether that's fewer ends, whether that's playing for 45 minutes, score as many points as you can in 45 minutes, or whatever, however you want to do it, I think you're right that the world we're living in now is very different, and that people don't have 8 hours a day to commit to a bowls tournament on a Saturday anymore, but they might have 45 minutes to an hour that they could commit to come down and play a game. But the marathons that we're used to are
They're
slowly becoming a thing of the past, I think.
I feel so. For the purists, I've come across some of them, and I've had discussions with them. And I say, well, there's real tennis and there's the modern game of tennis. If you want to play real tennis, you go find a club if you can find one.
Mm-hmm.
Some clubs should have things as they are.
Mm-hmm.
That's fine.
If the demand is there, for sure.
Yeah. But if we want to get this game moving along, I think we have to speed it up.
When I think of professional sports here in North America, from baseball to hockey, every pro sports league is trying to find a way to shorten it because they're losing viewers, because people don't want to commit to 2.5 hours to watch a hockey game, which is
Right.
crazy to think about because hockey is one of the most fast-paced sports out there, and yet even that is becoming too long. So I think they've made it where you have to have 2 Zambonis during intermissions now to try and cut down the time people are off ice. And I know with baseball they have time limits now for how quickly you have to change over between innings, and so there's...
Well, the success of cricket and the T20, right, is a wonderful example of a game that had tradition attached to it. And then they started changing it, and there's a beautiful bowl being put. Manitoba, who was that from Manitoba?
That was Barb, was their second, who just laid that down.
Yeah, that was well thought through and well executed.
That ball came out wobbly.
Did you happen to take in the Commonwealth Games results for the India women's sport?
India did very well at the Commonwealth Games this year, with winning their first medal, I think, at all in lawn bowls, and yet they had almost all their teams did fairly well.
They did very well. So it could be a quotation to an explosion of interest in the game of bowls. Certainly, if they had half of 1%, they still get 50,000 bowlers.
Yeah.
They have so many. I don't know how much space they have for greens. Maybe they have to change it all up and do a few things different. But anyhow, I thought it was a good effort. That was a beautiful delivery from Jackie. And I think she's got a wonderful bowl coming in here. Well, she almost did it.
So you can kind of see up at the top of the screen what the head is looking like is down this way. Both skips apparently have forgotten to step off to the side. No matter how many times we tell them to take a step sideways, it doesn't stick. It's a tough part with playing on the TV rink because you're not used to playing on a TV rink at your club, at your province, or any other time. So
Right.
you're not in the habit of having to step off to the side. Everyone always wants to stand directly behind the jack so you can see how the bull is finishing and what's happening as it comes down.
Oh, well, the skip in control of the head definitely wants to stand in front of the opposing skip. So once you have one, you'll have two, kind of thing. And it's going to cut it a little bit, but it still might have something to say. No, it's in fact. Here comes a beautiful delivery. What a ball. No, just won't do the job. But not so bad.
This is probably the longest jack I think we've played
Absolutely
all
is.
game, and there's not surprisingly a lot of short bowls, but they're all, I don't want to say usable, but not as short as I would have been expecting, I guess.
Well, this is a very tough head for. You've got so many balls out front and finding your way in. It's well, Nova Scotia's crowding the head with their. Manitoba's trying to keep it. Thank you. What do you make of this, Jay? Look at this, Jake. Oh,
Ooh, not quite.
Yep. Had intention on the mind, though.
So we'll see what Brenda does here as the skip for Manitoba.
She's definitely trying to get in there.
Not sure it's doing much of anything at the moment.
No.
Well, I think you're looking, Cam, just to skinny that. If you edge off it, that works too.
Yeah, this is what I want you to do, but sounds good. Can she get it through? Now you got to start the turn. Now you lifted a bit late.
Good effort. Yeah, great weight.
So last bowl here for Manitoba. They are holding shot.
They're not playing.
Throwing it.
Gonna eat it. So was that just
Just a single, I
a
think.
single? Yes, it was. So that'll give them the lead again. 11 ends in the book.
A lead by one, though, right?
Mhm.
I often feel that what we're missing sometimes is how do we sell the tension? Because it is the tension that goes on in this game that makes it thrilling. If you're a participant like a player, and if you're a spectator, you're just watching. But if you can sell the tension, you ever watched a dart game when the guy's throwing and throwing? It gets really, really tense, and off goes the dart onto the board. We have a better game for tension.
Mhm.
I feel a bit prejudiced, perhaps, but yeah, sell the tension, get the people excited.
Calling for a jack measure here from the umpires, and I don't really see any umpires. Oh, here they come.
Yep.
George Cubis and Jim Roth from the looks of things. With
Yep, but that's what I would say too.
George is our chief umpire all the way from Maple Ridge, BC, and Jim is from Woodstock, who is head greenskeeper there and does a tremendous job, I'm told.
Well, he certainly had the greens looking and working well the last couple of weeks. I played down there recently, and I take my hat off to his efforts. Of course, it's not one man. It's he's got a good team, I'm sure.
I actually do think that it's primarily him. When I last talked to him at WOBA, he said he had one or two guys who would help him when he asked, but it is mostly him down there day in and day out, which is
That was close.
a lot of work for one person to do.
Yeah. Well, this is interesting now that the measure has been taken and the jack has changed hands.
Very close to almost making it. Not. I guess this is a much longer jack length than it was, but it's not as long as I would have been expecting. I would have expected as soon as someone tries to go minimum that you go maximum, just to do the exact opposite. But
You've got, I like your thinking, Jake. You've got to keep mixing it up. A well-delivered ball makes no difference where the jack is. We'll get there. Running out of legs, no legs. Interesting. Here we go again. What's going on here? The balls are running off to the left. There goes the jack. Not very far, so it's no big benefit to anyone there. Well, wouldn't you know? All line and no length, eh?
yeah, I thought that was going to come right in for shot, but
It did look so from here. Yeah. I just noticed Jackie handing the bowl to her teammate. I think it's kind of nice to have that little touch of etiquette in the game. It's a personal thing. It's not mandated anywhere. But I think this game, really has other aspects to it that are quite enjoyable. One is the camaraderie and the friendliness that each bowler plays, even to the opponent. Not that you pick up the opponent's bowl, and I don't think you should do that. But the little high fives and the little.
Yeah, there is certainly a friendlier atmosphere to this than there is to many other sports.
Yeah. Well, here comes a nice little. No.
Good weight, but no finish.
No, it's. Yes, she was not very happy with that ball.
The way the bowl isn't finishing there makes me wonder about the levelness or some sort of a hill aspect. And when we were in Port Credit for the youth, Rob Gallipo, who's their head greenskeeper there and chair of the organizing committee, shared with me that he brought in a group of surveyors, and they, every meter squared, surveyed over a weekend 16,000 plots on their one green. And so he put that into a spreadsheet and mapped it out, so color coordinated to see where the hills and the valleys were on every single point. And it was fascinating to see, especially for their green, because in the back corner it sort of dips off into a swamp, and so he knows every year he needs to just load the sand in the back corner there to try to keep it level with the rest. But it was something that I would love to see greenkeepers doing every 3, 4, 5 years, however often you can, just to give you a sense for where the hills are and where the valleys are, so you can try and make progress on that before you survey again in 5 years' time.
So that's in your manual that you're putting out, right?
Yeah, something that you should do. So Rob shared that he hired some experts to do it, and so it took them a full weekend. But in the manual, I'm suggesting you could do it yourself and maybe have fewer points, not 16,000 over a green, but got to start somewhere. And if all you can do is do it by yourself, then start with 100, 500, however many you can, just to give yourself something to go on.
You definitely need something. I think it's hard to say that it's a fairness issue, but bowlers are, they're coming and visiting your club or your own members. They deserve the best you can give. Close enough is perhaps okay, but really it isn't. Especially today, this week, you really got to put out the best possible product, and the product here at the Burlington Club is the greens. Yes, they have a nice hospitality section, and here's a beautiful bowl. They didn't do quite what they want.
I know that Charlie shared with me that there's a crew of 10 to 12 greenskeepers here that take turns working on the greens, and they put in work nonstop. So kudos to Charlie and the team for putting in I don't know how many hours into this to make the greens as best as they can be for this event. Because I'm sure you know as well as anyone that it's tireless, endless. I'm not quite sure the word I'm looking for, but the work never stops.
Yeah, I've never really gone out to help with the greens. I don't know why that's not occurred. Maybe it's because I've been running my business, and the greens get done at at the beginning of the day. The sun's just woken up, and I guess it's tied up again, is it?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Yeah, so Charlie and his team they're good friends. That's one of the things that makes it work. Well, they're running out of ends. Both teams are running out of ends to get a decision here.
Mm-hmm. Which team is going to try and do something different first? I'm still waiting for the mat to be brought up to the hog line because we haven't seen that yet this game. And I think that could be maybe the difference maker. The first team to try that could be the team that wins.
Yes, use the mat. Not only from where you stand on the mat, I think you should be thinking all the time. You're right. I remember my dad saying that he had to play a championship game in Australia when he was in his heyday, and he was going to play a guy called Keith Poole. And Keith was the #1 bowler in Australia for many years. He said, "How am I going to beat this fellow?" And he went out and practiced for 30 days in a row, wrong footing. So instead of taking his normal bowling stance, he changed it and bowled off the other foot, a bit like Mike Comber does up there at Milton. And it worked. He got himself into a mind zone. And so you've got to change the game up. You can't. Linear thinking won't get you the win here.
I noticed that Daryl Hanoski from Saskatchewan does that, steps with the opposite foot forward, or same foot as his bowling hand, I guess.
Yeah.
Which is unique to look at. I came and watched for 5 minutes on Saturday, and they were here practicing already, so they showed up 3-4 days early to get enough practice time in.
Yeah, it's. I say for anybody that if you can put it into your arsenal, do that. Also, if you're right-handed, see what you can do bowling left-handed and vice versa. Don't think that there's no rule against you changing your stance. Keep thinking. You've got to, maybe you'll work it out.
So I finally opened up the YouTube channel to see what kind of comments we have coming in, and Daryl and James are the two most frequent commentators, but Daryl asked, as someone who's competed at the World Youth Championships, how significant was that to growing as a player? Yeah, that was definitely mind-bogglingly different. Growing up here in Canada, you always hear about how fast the greens are in Australia, but I think that's not really a fair assessment. What really is the fair assessment is that club bowlers aren't used to playing on anything faster than 10 seconds. So going down to Broad Beach, they were maybe 14, maybe 15 would be pushing it. So nothing too crazy. And so getting down there, I was expecting way faster than it actually was. But what was different was just the level of play. And so I've never experienced anything like that in Canada, where every single player was as good or better than I was. And so that was new to me, just because after playing for 15 years or whatever the number had been before I went, usually in whatever tournament I'm in, whatever competition I'm in, there's at least one or two that are still a little green. But something that jumped out at me that I found shocking and not sure how I feel about it was on the first few days we had Maria Rigby teach us out on the greens, Priscilla and I, how to put the jack in the ditch by playing just trailing it into the ditch weight, not a drive, just trail it in.
Trail it in. That's a beautiful shot.
And so bare jack, nothing on the green, just trail it in on your first bowl. And because the greens at Broad Beach are so pristine, you can actually do that incredibly consistently. And it got to a point where I was able to do it, 75% of the time on my first bowl if I actually wanted to, which is kind of a disgusting way to play. I don't know if I would ever actually start a singles game and just trail it into the ditch first bowl, but if it works, I mean, go for it, but it just isn't something I'd ever even considered, and not something you could ever really consistently play here in Canada, I don't think. But it was a whole new world to me to go out and intentionally practice that.
Well, Maria's a fine bowler, as you well know. When I played the Australian Open back in '16, I came to the conclusion, much the same as you did, in the sectionals and the people I was meeting and getting introduced to and all that sort of stuff and having a good time with. Many of them were club champions, but the quality of play that they put down would a club champion here and there's a big difference. They're very competitive. But the greens at Broadbeach are, depending on the day and the year and all the other stuff, they can go higher than you said 15. They can go much higher than 15. But I hope they don't go too much higher. 16. My dad said 16 was the ideal speed.
Yeah, club champions down there are something else. We played in I think an open pairs jitney or something on one of the days just to practice, and we got absolutely spanked, like 30-5 or something silly like that against just a couple of random club members, and it was
Wow.
quite eye-opening.
Yeah. Here is an interesting ball. Not quite. Not so bad, but.
So Nova Scotia's holding one. You can see their black bull to the left of Jackie's toe.
Yep. This is very important what's going on here between Jackie and Tammy. They're communicating really well. So often I've seen that she's under-delivered here. Or has she? No?
I don't think it has the legs.
Yeah, just a little bit off. But the communication between, in this case, the vice and the skip are essential.
Pretty crucial end here, as this is end number 13 that they're playing. And at a tie game right now, every point matters. And what a sideways wick that was. Good grief. And the flop. Wow.
And they got that line length luck.
That was something. So that'll give
really was.
Manitoba a 1-point lead as we just have up and back.
The last ball, last end, sort of thing. Very. Well, it's like in golf. One would hope that Brenda might have taken the surprise look off her face pretty fast. In golf, if you make a putt, one putt, take the surprise look off your face very quickly. But that was certainly. I'm sure it was hoped for. So I don't think it was sort of unexpected. I'm sure she was trying to get that shot in some fashion or other. I think your next session, if I don't know when, is this scorecard go over a bit more, and the seats can go over a bit more. And it's only a matter of a foot.
So interesting on the rink behind us here, neither Tammy nor Brenda picked up the mat, and so it's still on the green down at the head.
Yes.
Just way down there.
I've just forgotten. It's not likely to be affecting play, but you never know.
Just coming inside.
Yep, that's a handy ball. here. Got to play the scorecard a bit at this point, Jake.
Mm-hmm. Here's where your strategy tactics make a pretty big difference.
She's picked up the jack, and she's going to trail it. Oh,
What
my
a hard
goodness.
finish. What a hard finish.
What a... So what happens here? The winner wins, and the person who comes second learns?
Yeah, that's correct. With this being a full round robin, there's 10 teams. You get 9 games. This is game number 1.
So you got to get some takeaway, whatever you do.
It's nice that it's only game 1 to warm up, so if you
Yeah.
do have to lose one, now's probably the best time to lose one.
Well, look at this now. She exact same ball. Look at that. Yeah, she must be a bit heartbroken with that one.
Not terrible, those. They're both still
Yes.
just a foot or so away.
No,
Very usable.
yes, agreed. No, it's going to stay up.
Very fine lines on this rink. If you get outside it, it's not coming back. I think Jackie's found the port if she's there.
What a ball.
Still a touch short, but that's probably number 1. It's the sort of black ball in the top right there, if you can see on the screen.
A little frustration being expressed. Sometimes it's good to get it out of the system, but without a tantrum.
That looks like a much wider line.
It is. It's almost as if she changed her thinking there. So last night I bowled with a young lady who's paraplegic, and she has MS.
Mhm.
And I said, are you going to play in the para at Windsor coming up? No, I don't think so. I'm good, thanks, Bob. She said, oh, maybe next year. So I've got to find a way to encourage her. She's such a fine bowler. Do you know if the entries are closed for this
So
year?
today's the last day for the para entry, as we're having our inaugural Para Bowls Championships this year. We've extended it twice already. The first extension was mostly my fault for not getting the entry forms up online in a reasonable amount of time. But this most recent extension was just to try to get a few more people out of the woods and into the event, as we have way fewer registrants at the moment than we were expecting. I'm not quite sure how we're going to have a singles event and a team event for this event with these numbers, but we'll see what we can do. As Manitoba's just chipped the jack way out to the side. I'm not sure who's even over there I see 1, 2 Manitoba. All right.
No, it wasn't such a awful thing that happened. In fact, they lucked out. Yeah, so anyhow, this young lady is a very good bowler, and I think I could persuade her if I had a bit more time. She's so good. She says, "Oh, I've got to keep improving. At some point in time, you've got to fish or cut bait or something."
Mm-hmm. This is a huge last bowl for Tammy.
Yeah.
Didn't want to finish too much, but that might have been enough, as Manitoba has a 1-point lead going into this. If they take 2 to be up 3 going home, it's quite the thing. But if Tammy drew that off, then we're all tied up going home, and I'm not sure what the verdict was.
Well, Manitoba raking. She may have done it.
Yeah, Nova Scotia just laid the mat, or repositioned it since it was on the mat the entire end anyway.
That's right. So here comes...
So we're all tied up coming home then.
Fine delivery of a jack here. It's a little bit offline, but it's okay. I always thought that the rolling of the jack is a free shot.
Mm-hmm.
I never saw it as, well, it's also position playing, but it gives your lead a free shot. Now, in this case, if she can draw to it, it's a big advantage.
Yeah, so this is interesting. So that means that Nova Scotia got to set the length, but Manitoba gets to have the hammer.
Mm-hmm.
When you're all tied up going home, which would you rather?
After last night's play, although we won, the other team had the hammer, and they almost pulled it off. Yeah, I don't know. You stop asking questions, Jake. What would you? You're bowled longer than I have.
I would think I would take the mat all day, just because setting the length I think is a much bigger advantage than trying to throw a Hail Mary with your last bowl. So.
Yeah. And it was last night. It was a Hail Mary from this lady, and she almost pulled it off. So it scared the poop out of me, as they say in the movies. Well, here's a fine shot coming in from Manitoba. Is it, or is it going to be a bit heavy?
It looks a bit heavy, but there's nothing wrong with position there. Splitting the blues, that's actually almost a perfect position bowl to split those 2 blues.
Yep.
Incredibly wide open, though, so I wouldn't be surprised if the first person to pin it is the team that's going to win it.
I think you're onto something there, because well, there's possibly shot ball.
Yeah, I think that is. Still very far away, though.
Isn't it?
Anything within a meter will get you shot.
Such a different head from what we saw, let's say, N4 or 5 or something. Are they tiring a bit, perhaps?
I wonder if as the green is drying out, if it's changing on them. Now that the sun is out, it's got a bit of a breeze.
It's a very, very different head. Look at this. This is a crucial bowl coming up, I feel, for Nova Scotia. You're running out of opportunities to make a statement here.
Debbie has a narrow bowl, so this is a pretty easy draw, I think, for her, and she's very close here.
And she's right on the money.
Right on it. Jack drawn.
Yep.
She's making Lorraine's first 2 look really good right now with being behind the jack.
Mm-hmm.
Barb's looking to answer, but she has a pretty wide drawing bowl, so I'm not sure if that is going to hold. It's going to sneak underneath, just missing.
Goodness gracious me. On the previous end, going away from us, she delivered a similar bowl, just missing the jack, not by much.
Tuesday is quite the day here at Burlington, from having the garbage truck to having the guy mowing behind us. I think this is a poor first game to be streaming in terms of external noise that we had no idea was going to be happening.
You didn't plan this.
Should have synced up with the city for when they're going to be doing their maintenance, I guess.
Yeah. Here's a crucial bowl coming up. Nova Scotia looking very, very, very pretty here.
Jackie's just slipping inside like
It's-
Barb's pink bowl. That's a great place.
Yes, it is. Yeah. Still a few bowls to roll. Is work stopping you from entering tournaments that could bring you here, or you're just busy at the home life, or?
Probably a little bit of both, actually. So I did play in the outdoor singles in 2019, and I found it way too hard to focus on the game and not work. So I found myself actually when I was playing Steve over here, we were, I think, 15-15, and all I could think about was, did I end up getting the press release posted? Did I end up getting the scores sorted? And so not being able to clear your head, naturally I didn't progress very far in that event. I got into a tiebreak to get out of the group, but blew that too. So after that experience, I think I realized that, you know, even if I did play in this, I don't think mentally I'd actually be here. So
Yeah. Well, that's the mind thing again, Jake.
Mhm.
It's, you know, you've got to be decluttered. Oh, the time will come. You're still young, and well, there's a lot of interest here. This is the tension I was talking about there. Both teams are sort of crowding the head. We're getting a little bit blocked out here, Jake and I. And oh, what a wonderful ball! Inside the Manitoba Bowl. There's two Manitoba Bowls to come and see what they're going to say here. A lot of discussion. Be careful, guys. Don't discuss too much.
I just heard Nova Scotia say that they play 16 ends, which now has me questioning what do our conditions of play actually say, because I always thought it was 15, but maybe it is 16, so I'm going to look that up real quick.
Is there something in here that would indicate that?
No, I don't think they have that in the program. So fours is actually 16 ends. Prove me wrong. So I guess this isn't the last end yet.
Wait for the bird. Always wait for the bird. This is this distraction by the bird is going to actually is distracting. In my humble opinion, is distracting Brenda's. She's got to refocus very quick, and now this is going to be also a distraction. I recall being distracted by playing here at Burlington. Just as I was about to deliver a bowl, a lady runs onto the green and starts chatting with the opposing skip. And I waited and waited and waited and waited. And finally went down and said, is there something, an urgency here? No, we're just trying to plan what we're going to bring to the party tomorrow night. And I thought to myself, okay, these things happen. But it is, you need a lot of concentration. I couldn't see what happened to Brenda's bowl there. I don't know if she did something or not, but
She didn't change much, no.
she had a lot of distraction to contend with.
Mm-hmm.
This is going to be a bit narrow, I think. And no, she got by it. What a bowl. No, it didn't perhaps get into the count, but it's... Brenda's running up the rink. So your aspirations for bowling haven't changed. They're just sort of being taken up with other things right now, right? You still?
I don't know about that actually. So yeah, when I first got hired, I was on, I think at the time we called it the B squad. So I played for Team Canada at a couple of the minor events like the China Open and such. But once I got hired, I immediately stepped down just because I saw that as a huge conflict of interest. And
Well, that too, yeah.
I'm sure people would be up in arms if, you know, the guy who works for BCB got selected to Team Canada.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
stepped down. And in the back of my mind, I always sort of thought maybe I'll, you know, get back on the team someday. But now that I've been working here for 7 years now, or whatever the number's been, I think my aspirations have changed a little bit. I don't really have that desire to go and play for Team Canada anymore. I think I would much rather spend my time growing a club or getting more coaches or
Interesting.
doing more of that development work as opposed to actually performing. Which isn't to say that I don't enjoy competing still, as I very much do, but I don't have the desire to put in the amount of practice time that you would need to in order to perform at a higher level.
Well, it certainly takes dedication, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I notice on the men's forwards team, Mark McFadden is back. He hasn't played for quite some time, competitively. I don't know what he's been doing, but he's a fine bowler. And I asked the question, and he said he just got busy with life.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that was the truthful answer, but it was the answer I was given.
It's an interesting question because we hired a few experts to help us develop a 10-year high-performance plan of where do we want to see our high-performance program 10 years from now.
Mm-hmm.
And some of the things we talked about was just, you know, expectations of athletes, because we're not funded the way that a lot of, you know, pro sports are funded. So expecting our athletes to do everything under the sun is difficult, to say the least. But at the same time, if you want to be competing at the Olympics or the Commonwealth Games or whatever, you can't just play once a week and expect to be there. So drawing that line is tricky, and it really does hinder or disadvantage anyone who's, you know, got a family, got a working life outside of bowls. But it kind of has to if you want to compete with the best of the best, because Bowls Australia, Bowls New Zealand, Bowls England, they're not sending people who play once a week. They're sending people who are playing every single day. So if you want to have a chance at all to be competitive, you need to find the time somehow. And for some of us, that's just not a reality right now. But that is the unfortunate reality that sport is in general.
The other thing, too, is we have to contend with, of course, is the fact that our season is, I call it the 8 months cold, 4 months hot season.
Mm-hmm.
So, if, you know, England is much more temperate this year. Of course, it's very hot. But you could play year-round in England, essentially, year-round in Australia, although the summer is probably too hot in the summer. But you'd still get 8 months of good bowling. So we've got a lot to contend with to enable to compete. And then if we've got a talented bowler coming along and says, well, I've got my career, what do we do?
Mm-hmm. It's never easy.
Never easy. Well, it's good, though, that we've got some good people that are able to make it, work it all out, and somehow or other make things happen. But yeah, I would agree with you. If you're going to do it, you kind of got to do it full time.
Mm-hmm.
It's got to be a job.
Yep.
What a,
Good effort. I don't think that's going to be good enough to get
Okay.
shot, though.
very hard to see from here, isn't it?
Well, it's interesting with the format the way it is now, and this is something that I personally despise, is that we have on-the-green tiebreakers. So at the end of the round robin, if you have the same record as someone and you're in a position to get into a medal game, then you'll get a second chance to go out on the green and break the ties. So your plus-minus doesn't really matter. So in a game like this, if you're Nova Scotia up 11-9, you don't really care about scoring points. You just care about getting the win, which changes the mindset, the mentality going into this completely. And so I'm personally a fan of breaking ties on paper, because now ends like this matter a whole lot more for Nova Scotia, where it's not just good enough to get the win. You need to score as many points as you possibly can, so that way you'll win whatever paper tiebreakers are later.
Is anyone going to comment on that, or do you think?
I've talked to bowlers about this before, and every bowler I've talked to says, no, we want to play them on the green. And as a player, I absolutely understand that. But it also makes it difficult as an administrator, because what time am I scheduling the finals for on Saturday? Because we could have a tiebreaker at 9. We could have a second tiebreaker at noon. So we might not be able to start finals until 3. But we might have no tiebreakers, in which case we're just wasting the whole day until 3 to play the finals. So it's frustrating, but such is the life of an administrator.
Well, there's a ball. That's a good shot. Manitoba. Who was the young lady that did that?
Donna.
Yeah, so Donna really put the jack in play, and she's asking, I think, Tammy's asking Jackie, I think, to come with weight. Sounds like it, but maybe, what do you hear?
Yeah, no, I think you're right. She wants her to play into this. This is interesting, because, as I just said, they don't really need to score here. They just need to make sure they don't give up 2. So you're okay to give up 1. So really, just getting second shot would be enough. But Jackie is throwing weight at this.
Yep, and that's
Getting a bit of a fortuitous result out of it almost, but
almost, yeah.
so this is tricky here for Manitoba now, because you're looking to score ideally 3 on this. 2, you'll settle for a tie, but 3 is what you're looking for. So a lot of clutter up front that I'm not sure how you're going to get by. So it might just come down to who's getting the best rub.
She did.
Oh, wow.
Oh, the jack moved. What happened?
Well, we know the white bowls are Manitoba, as is the black one. It's the middle one. I'm not too sure about whether that's Jackie's or not.
It's, the jack moved, and who do you think again, please?
I think 2 out of those 3 bowls belong to Manitoba, but I think the middle one might be a Nova Scotia one. But it's hard to tell from down here. I'm not too sure.
Well, interesting, Manitoba's clogging the head, and it's not their head. Good for you, Jackie. She moved in front. That's the right thing to do. Push them back, move them back. Demonstrates confidence to your player, your teammate. And we through the head, a bit heavy.
So Dave Allen coming in with some comments here in the chat that the comment that streaming's new to Canada makes me think we really need to step up. Surely we should have lots of examples of how to set up cameras and even what equipment's needed from what we've seen in Australia or Great Britain. So is it a case of money, or no one willing to step up and take it on. So, Dave, the money is a big factor for that, because if you want to have a boom camera with an overhead camera, that's looking at $10, $20, $30,000 a day to set up. So that's a huge cost that we just can't bear, as we're a pretty small nonprofit with minimal finances to begin with. So cost is a big one, but then also no one to step up. That's a tricky part too. Getting people to commentate, getting enough staff to actually do this is
The logistics are very, very.
is difficult. As
yeah.
as I'm sure you've seen here, a lot of the Force players are standing right in front of the camera, and if we had 4 or 5 more staff members to actually go in and coordinate and tell them step aside, then it might make for a better viewing experience. But being as short-staffed as we are, we don't exactly have 10 extra people to just go out and organize the cameras, organize the pre-game show, getting info on all the players. So it's not easy, to say the least. But as often is the case, something is usually better than nothing. And so for all the folks from Nova Scotia, Manitoba, I'm sure they're appreciating being able to see something of this game. And with that said, there is one bowl left to come, and Brenda is going to go down and take a look. And I think that's a wise choice, because being down 11-9, you're looking to score 3 here. You'll settle for 2 if you have to, but 3 is the goal. And they're going to have a little team powwow to see what they can cook up to get 3 out of this. Not that it really matters, because they've already started the end, but there's 5 minutes left before the time limit hits for a 2.5-hour game, so they're almost going the full distance here. As Charlie walks by, I should give a big thanks to Charlie and Lenore for all the work they've done going into this event. It's incredible how much work goes on behind the scenes that you don't know about. But I know that Charlie's been doing everything from greens to organizing volunteers to getting money coming in to help fund the whole thing. And so it's...
Yeah, make sure the shout out to Lenore is loud and clear.
Absolutely.
She's the rock behind him.
Whenever I have a phone call with Charlie going into this, there's usually Lenore sitting there listening as well, because the two of them are a good 1-2 tag team effort.
Yes, they are.
So I think that's 1 to Manitoba is what Brenda suspects, and they're shaking hands. So I think that makes it 11-10 for Nova Scotia.
Well, Jake, I got to say, you're a fine commentator. ESPN will be on to you as soon as Bowls is on television.
So that's it. That's all for this round. The next round, I believe, is scheduled to begin at 1 p.m. if I'm not mistaken. As I try to pull up the schedule here to confirm that.
It's at the back, is it not?
Actually, don't see times posted on here, so I'm pretty sure it's 1 p.m. So we'll be back on YouTube.
It is 1 p.m. Someone told me that earlier today. 1 p.m. and yeah. Okay, well, I thank you.
Yes, thanks for
Good to
accompanying
see
with me, Ian. It was good to see you as well.
And just before we go, just as we sign off, had a delightful chit-chat with your mum and dad the other day at Woodstock. Yeah, it was very nice to be able to talk with them. Your dad works hard for OOBA. But I think, like Charlie and Lenore, I think your mum might be a big help to your dad.
Very much so. Very much so.
Yeah. You've got very nice parents. Okay, right. Is that it for me?
That's it. That's it. We're done. We'll be back up. Earl McBain, Kathy Smith, and Pat Kostecki, the District 6 winners, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, District 6 is down around St. Catharines, isn't it?
Sure is.
Down that area.
Just about all of these women, except for maybe Kathy, play out of the Glenridge Club, so I've seen a few of them before.
Yeah, I was down at Glenridge when they did the provincial singles, I think it was. And Yeah, did a good job. Nice clubhouse.
Yeah, it is a nice clubhouse. When City St. Catharines up and moved them, they got a pretty good deal out of it.
And Val was an extraordinary host for the weekend.
She does pretty much everything at that club except for the greens, which is she passes that on to John. But everything else, it's probably going through Val's hands.
I was going to say, it's a bit of a family business.
A little bit, a little bit. So here on the TV rink in front of us, looks like they're struggling to find that center line as the head's a little loose here. I know in their first match this morning that Ontario won 26-6, I believe, was what Val was telling me, against Alberta B. And this BC A team, I think they lost 19-10 to Quebec. So Ontario is 1-0 and BC's 0-1 after one round in the books. As this is women's fours, it is 16 ends. I made a mistake last game. I thought it was only 15, but it is 16. And they play a full round robin, so 9 games and then medal matches after that.
Yeah, and they're staying on their backhand here too.
We found from the early round that there isn't a whole lot of draw on either hand really on this rink, and it might have just been the bowls that the players are using this morning, but not a huge swoop on either hand, so I'm curious if that'll continue here.
Yeah, so they've got 2 bowls, one either side out front. Might be bothering them in their line.
It's interesting to see this matchup because I know that Mary Wright and Annie Matthew from BC have played in the senior triples as well. Same with Val McWilliams, Kathy Smith, and I think this was actually almost similar teams that played against each other in the 2019 senior triples. So these two teams know each other fairly well on the national stage as they've duked it out time and time again.
Right. Yeah, those 2 front bowls are bothering the players with selecting their line.
Mm.
Still on the backhand.
Definitely not narrow this time, but that's not finishing hardly at all yet.
There it is, just a tiny tap,
Tiny tap in.
and that'll be shot.
That'll be 1 to Val. So based off of the sticker colors, it looks like Ontario's got the red bowls, the blue bowls, and then Val has the black ones with the different colored dimples.
Right.
While BC has, I don't even know what color that is, the rainbow sprinkle color bowl out there.
We'll call it a robin's nest egg.
A robin's nest egg, all right.
Something like that.
Something like that with different set of red bowls and then black bowls too. All right.
So BC straight away on the backhand. Yeah, it looks like it's going to bump that front one.
Probably it.
Rolled it over. I don't think it made any. It's hard to say what the.
I don't think that made much of a difference. Her weight was probably in the neighborhood if she would have found a port.
Yeah. Ontario still on the backhand.
That's definitely the hole that you want to be finding if you come underneath there, but just a little quick 2 yards through probably.
Yeah, it looks. It's got a pretty quick finish.
Yeah, it really does. Comes across at the end. Into the pile, but I don't think that made enough of a difference at all. Val signaling still 1 for Ontario. And I will say Ontario's looking sharp with those new uniforms, so kudos to you and the team that put that together.
Yeah, it was a bit of a challenge, but last time round we looked at the uniforms of the other provinces and there was some technical issues in the way the previous uniforms were manufactured. And thought, well, while we're at it, let's brighten things up a little bit. And
So that's 1 to Ontario to start the game off here.
yeah, those 2 front bowls though, Jake, they were the nuisance bowls of the first two to sit out there and collect. I think one of them collected about 6 bowls there.
Yeah, just about. Nuisance value.
Yeah, the uniforms were designed by Al from Oshawa. What's Al's last name?
Al Steffen.
Al Steffen, thank you. Yeah, did a great job. There were quite a few different versions submitted by, I don't know who else worked with him, but when this version came along, everybody sort of went, yeah, this looks like about the right amount of colour
Mm-hmm.
from the Ontario Provincial crest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, they look good. They look good. I'm always pleased to see when provinces are updating, changing looks. So almost every year when I'm at these things streaming, I always comment on which province has the new shirts. And wow, what an opening bowl from Pat Kostecki. Holy smokes. Players are standing in front, so you can't really see it, but not quite a toucher, but pretty close.
That's not too shabby either.
That's not bad at all.
It's a bit hard to see how close that is, but it's in a good
there we
spot.
go.
It's in a good spot.
Now that the skips have moved a little bit, that's probably 2 feet short. Very usable, at least.
And this one's going to pull up a little bit before.
All 3 bowls coming right back to the center line, though, so clearly both players are loving the sand. Naturally, as soon as I say that, this bowl is a much wider track than the last 3.
Yeah, the wind came up a little bit too.
When I talked to Steve McCarahan 2 weeks ago at the Youth Championships, because he was our color commentator for the whole week, we talked about the effect that wind has or doesn't have, and he was talking about how wind doesn't really affect the bowl, but it affects you by either standing you up or pushing you down, which then might impact the bowl.
Yeah, it impacts your delivery, and you think you need to put more on when you don't, and so it plays a bit of a head game with you.
Mm-hmm. What a beautiful pull from Cheryl McBain there. She just drawed a toucher as well to take it back about an inch.
See, this one's hanging out.
Not coming back, not quite here either. The way that head is set up right now with 2 just about locked on, I would be looking for position. Anything behind the jack is golden from either team, really. You want to get something back there.
And predominantly they're bowling backhand, going west too. Nobody's been on their forehand yet.
Mm-hmm. Quite often when you're on an end rink, people like to shy away from the ditch, thinking that, you know, you might have some sort of an impact or slope off, but we're so far in from the ditch, and boundary on the side is, what, almost 6 feet from the ditch? Like, we're far enough away, I don't think it should have too much of an impact.
Well, you'd think early in the game that they would want at least one bowl down the right just to see what it does.
Mm-hmm.
And if it's behind the jack, it's a receiver, so they're bumping into those short ones.
Never hurts to have a back bowl.
That's persisting with the backhand. This one's got a bit more weight.
Diving across here now.
Yeah, that's
So fine line on that hand, I guess. The first 3 bowls were right back to the center line, but after that, it seems like everyone's sort of struggling to find it.
Here we go. We've changed, Val's changed hands. Perhaps just a little wide in the delivery, but it came in.
Yeah, it did come in at the end. That's not terrible.
Yeah, no, it came in, and it was maybe 4 feet less. It would be a useful bowl.
It's the best back, which isn't a terrible place for it, because if I'm BC, I'm not going to be able to outdraw that, so probably need to push something into that. So Mary's got her work cut out for her here with those 2 locked on, and Val having a really good looking position bowl at the back.
There have been some really good games here today. This morning I watched the men's pairs between BC and Ontario, and it was a hard-fought game. Ontario being the victor, but could have gone either way.
Well, that makes me happy to hear that they're close games, because that's better for everyone. You learn more when you play a close game than you do in a blowout.
Yeah, blowouts aren't really good for either team.
Mm-hmm.
Val's got that a little bit shy.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting when teams put in their names for who's playing on the team. Some of them go from skip to lead and lead to skip, and some of them don't at all. And some of them just decide to change positions halfway through anyway. But knowing Val's team here, I think Kathy Smith is usually the skip. So I'm not quite sure why they put her down as second or third, depending on if you're reading top to bottom or bottom to top. But
Right.
but it makes it confusing when it's not in the right order, to say the least. So 2 weeks ago at the Youth Championships, we had Mary Wright there as one of our high performance committee members to scout. And so she was there for a good 8 days before heading back to BC for 3 or 4 before coming right back out here to then play in this. So I'm curious if jet lag is going to be a factor at all for her this week, from going Ontario to BC and back.
I do know that she really enjoyed her experience and time in Port Credit at the Youth Championships. Chance for our Ontario bowlers to showcase themselves to the national selector, one of the national selectors. Now that's the...
Close, but not quite enough. So I think that's still going to be 2 to Ontario, I would think. Just one. Prove me wrong. 2 zip after 2.
It's a long way from here down to there.
It sure is. It sure is.
And when you're talking about a few inches here and there, it's not easy to always see.
That's for sure. So we're in for a long week here of pairs and fours, going all the way until the finals on Saturday, followed up by singles going from Sunday till Thursday. So hats off to the Burlington Club for giving up their club for close to 2 weeks straight while we take over the club and put on the national championships. So big shout out to Charlie and Lenore Roach for doing all they do behind the scenes.
Yeah, I often say the spouses of our volunteers are to be acclaimed, because there's so much work goes into doing something of this magnitude.
I think Burlington is quite fortunate with having as many members as they do, that there's no shortage of volunteers or people that you can at least ask. Whether or not they say yes is a different question, but at least there's different people you can go and ask for help from.
Well, and Charlie's also the head Greens Committee person, and so that, you know, he puts an enormous amount of time into the Greens with his volunteers. No paid people here, all volunteers.
Which is tremendous to think about, how many volunteer hours go into keeping a club like this running up and functional.
I know I was at Windsor a couple of years ago. They had a waiting list of people that wanted to get onto the Greens Committee. I thought that was pretty unique, but also very heartening for the club to be in that position.
I can't say I've ever heard of that before. That is kudos to them.
I think it was the mixed pairs that I was down there for, and I do know that it was just a fabulous weekend of bowling, or 4 days or whatever it was, 4 days I think, but everybody had a great time. It was provincial championships, it wasn't nationals.
Oh, okay. For the game in front of us here,
Oh, this is not a bad looking bowl.
Pat stretched it out with not quite a full length, but definitely 3/4, almost full length. And seems like both leads here have been struggling to find their weight, and sometimes that change from medium or short to long is enough to fool anybody. We were speculating what the greens were running like this morning. Ian was guessing around the 12-second mark. I'm not sure if I would be bold enough to say it's any different from this morning.
No, I don't think very much. Maybe 12 and a quarter, but I mean that bowl's delivered jack high on a fairly decent line. This one looks a bit skinny.
Pretty good weight though.
Yeah, no, the weight was very good. That's probably about 3 inches past the jack.
Mm. After hanging out a little too wide, Cheryl's gone and coming a little bit too narrow then.
Followed it. Some aggressive bowling coming from the other rink there.
Yeah, I was just going to say, you might have been able to see it on the cameras, I'm not too sure, but the rink next door is a battle of the heavyweights between Greg Wilson and Derek Dillon from Alberta against Steve Ogden and Steve Bezanson from Nova Scotia. And for Greg, this is basically his home club where he grew up, first started bowling, was here in Burlington, so familiar place, familiar face. Meanwhile, the Nova Scotia crew were all here in 2019 at the National Championships here as well, so I'm sure they're quite accustomed to the club and the greens here now too. Pretty wide open draw here, and we'll see what Annie can do on the ditch hand side.
Yeah, Greg just coming back from the Commonwealth Games. I think everybody wants to have a piece of him, don't they? See how I can compete against this guy.
Yeah, big target on the back for sure.
Yeah.
There are a couple of Commonwealth Games athletes here, which is exciting to see. Also, a quick turnaround, and hope the jet lag doesn't bother anybody too much, because they've only been home for about a week, if that.
Yeah, well, Derek was here for the youth, and then back to Alberta and back again.
Whether it's Air Canada or WestJet, someone's getting a lot of bowler flights.
So they seem to be having a couple of people try the backhand on this side now.
Seems to be a pretty good draw there for Annie. It's just the weight.
Yeah, the draw was nice. It's right. I mean, it's resting against the first one, but yeah, not in a bad spot.
Still plenty of space for either skip to draw. That looks like the black bowl on the left is a BC one, so I wouldn't be surprised if Mary plays that hand to try and come down and either draw around it or give it a tap.
That sun is hot.
Yeah, it's not quite as advertised. They said it was going to be 26 today, and there's a bit of a shady, cloudy sort of clear area, but I think it's probably it feels a little warmer than 26 anyway.
Still feels much cooler than it did 2 weeks ago at Port Credit, though, I will say that.
Well, there's no question the Humidex there at Port Credit, I think, was somewhere around 38 or 39.
Yeah, it was getting there. We've taken a good long look at this, and I'm not quite sure why. It seems like a pretty wide open draw as far as I can tell, so I'm curious what kind of strategy or tactics they were talking about here for Kathy to come down and play. I don't think there's a pick for a lot of count or a trail on either hand, really, so.
No, maybe looking at pushing one of those reds up.
She's sticking with.
No, she's going to stay with a forehand. She's going to try and draw in.
Coming up well inside. Is she onto those reds?
Not quite.
Just underneath them. As I suspected, Annie's calling for Mary to play over on that forehand side and either promote the BC black bowl or come around it.
She's got plenty of grass and she's not short.
Just on the outside.
That one didn't seem to draw quite as much.
No, that hardly moved at all.
This one's
Just missing the jack on its way through.
They found some speed at the jack.
And I just heard Annie shout out, just draw, so just a draw here for Mary.
Yeah, she was asking how far, I think. She was trying to get a sense of
Okay.
what kind of weight to put on this. Mary's saying just draw, try and get a bump on that and roll it up.
Mary's still a little quick through.
Hit it, but just rolled through. Yeah.
Far enough away here, I don't even know. One for Ontario, I guess they were quick to tell.
Yep.
3 ends, 3 points.
How many points was that? One for Ontario.
As we wait for them to set the mat, I'll give a quick thanks to the Government of Canada through Sport Canada for funding events like this. We get a lot of our funding from Sport Canada, so we were able to help the Burlington Club put this event on through their support, and it's greatly appreciated. And I know Burlington also had some local support from Tourism Burlington and various other sponsors and partners.
I'll just take a second and thank you, Jake, for all the work you've put into organising this. I mean, if you haven't done it before, then you don't know what it's like to have to take an event on and organise it, and all the emails and phone calls and concerns that get put forward, but you've done a really good job. And
I will say I forgot how time-consuming and how much work it is actually to do this after taking a 2-year hiatus from COVID. So then trying to get right back into it was a little more challenging than I was expecting, to be sure, especially with the youth championships, the majors, the singles, the mixed pairs, the para, the senior triples, the indoor singles. So it's a lot of stuff going on, but I should probably give props to Ontario for hosting so many things, just because the youth, the majors, the singles, the mixed pairs, the pair are all in Ontario. So without Ontario being willing to step up, we might have only had 2 out of 5 or 2 out of 7 championships, I guess.
yeah, we're like a lot of other organisations. We've lost quite a few members, although that's coming back. But when I say yes to these things, you know, you often start to think when you say thank you very much, and then we think, where are we going to get the volunteers to make it all happen? But we've got a lot of really terrific people here in Ontario that appreciate seeing really good first-class bowling and step forward and help out. And
It never ceases to amaze me that no matter what club you go to in Ontario, if there's a provincial or a national, then spectators will come, bowlers will come to poke their head in and see what's going on at some point. So I would not be surprised if, as this week goes on, that bench line along the side gets fuller and fuller.
well, I wouldn't know how many, but I mean, there's probably 120 or 130 people here today spectating. Some of those are bowlers, of course, that are on a bye, but well, Port Credit had 120, 140 people spectating on each of the days. I mean, I thought that was
Yeah, there's quite a few there that were back there to see what was going on. And the Port Credit Club was absolutely beautiful, but it's kind of hard to find when you have to go through 47 parking lots to get there. But it is well worth the drive there. I will say those greens were phenomenal, and Rob did such a great job. And it's easily the best clubhouse I've been to in Ontario, I think. I haven't been to many yet, so that's not saying much.
I was going to say, you haven't been to Leith.
I haven't been to all of them, so that's, you know, speaking prematurely. But
No, I've been to quite a few, and there's a quaintness about a lot of the clubs because of the age of the clubhouses. Many of these clubs have been around over 100 years, and the structure's still as it was when it was first built.
yeah.
With with maintenance and what have you, quite quaint.
Almost looks like a clock on the green with the jack in the center, the way that nobody wants to get too close yet.
Something's about to get pushed over.
Well, that makes it a little bit closer. That's probably number 1.
Yeah, one for Ontario. It's probably 2 feet short, or maybe even a little more.
Mm-hmm.
And this one's going to roll in, but I don't think it's quite heavy enough. Yeah, saying 3-4 feet.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see what Val does with this one. She's on the forehand, but she looks a little bit skinny. I think it's going to roll out to the left.
Yeah, that looks very narrow to me.
Oh, it's going to get a wick. There you go. Never hurts to get a wick. Now it's left and probably a foot behind or something.
Everything past is always a good bowl as far as I'm concerned because it's got potential to be useful behind, but less so in front. Flying with this one.
Yeah,
Just
through the head.
Through the head. Setting it up and leaving it open for the skips.
Yeah, well, front bowls seem to be a bit of a magnet. If you've put out a bowl like that first end where there were 2 bowls out front and they collected about 6 of the bowls.
I think either hand there's still possibility to draw this. From our view, I think the non-ditch hand, so I guess that'd be our backhand for right-handed folks, looks to be the most open, obvious choice.
Yeah, well, as a left-hander, I would definitely bowl this on my forehand down the left side. Try and just skim the inside of the Robin bowl.
It does look like what Kathy's trying to do here.
Is she gonna?
She's
There's a lot of turn on there. There's more than I thought.
missed her line and well inside.
I'm not sure. I didn't see where she was standing on the mat, whether that had an impact. This one's looking like it's got the right weight.
It should be in the neighborhood, but hard to tell with the folks standing in front of the camera just how close it actually is.
Yeah, that could be a measure. But an extra foot on that would have been very handy.
Well, now this is a confusing call. I'm not sure I agree with on Val for this one. She's calling her to play the other hand, and Kathy's overruled her, saying, no, 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 I'm going to stick to the open hand, I think. I would agree that that is the hand to be playing.
Now the question is, what's the weight? Because it's got to get down.
Yeah.
And it has. It has.
Mary's in the neighborhood with this one, but did she send it?
It's right on the jack. That's
Dang.
a very nice bowl.
Shot drawn. Well, that's one way to make sure that you get on the scoreboard, huh?
That was a beautiful shot.
I believe it was just one, so that would make it 3-1 after 4.
Yep. Yeah, this.
So the last time we came in this direction, they stretched it out and played a pretty long end. And now that BC has the mat, they have shortened it up, which does not surprise me after dropping a few.
And they're bowling on that forehand side for right-handed bowlers. It seems to run a little bit straight towards the end.
Mm-hmm.
Ontario's going to follow that down.
That looks quite narrow to me, but
It's holding its head.
it's holding its head nicely. Holy smokes.
And yeah, there's the shot, I think.
Yeah, that's probably one. That I was expecting that to cut across a lot more. That must be a fairly narrow bowl she's using.
See, that one's holding up. Maybe a foot behind the first bowl.
Mm-hmm.
Ontario staying on the forehand again.
Well, looks to be a tighter line than her first one,
Yeah, but
but
the weight is very good.
right where you want to be, setting it up.
That's
Yeah.
2 good bowls.
Any jack movement, you're laughing. This looks like it could be in the neighborhood.
Yeah, the weight looks pretty decent.
This could be in
Oh,
the
it's-
neighborhood. Wow.
Yep, it did touch the jack as it fell over.
Beautiful opening bowl.
This is looking skinny to me.
Wade is holding that nicely,
Yeah,
though.
it is. It's holding it up.
And got the jack. Wow.
I didn't know there was room for the jack to get through there. 2 touches in the head.
Hmm. So Mary's calling for her to draw it off, I think. That looks tight.
Yeah, I think she put a little extra weight on that trying to do that draw that you mentioned, and I think she just went over. Might be one of those rings where you miss by a little and you lose by a lot.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. We've all been there.
This has got a better draw line.
It's hanging, though. Will it come back?
I
Weight isn't terrible. It just didn't want
No.
to come back.
So the line on that side must be fairly,
Precise.
yeah, I think so. This one's going left too. Our left, their right.
Mm-hmm. So Kathy's calling for some position now, saying switch hands and come over to my feet with these sprinkle colors, robin egg.
You're gonna
Just
see that held
passed.
up too. That held up. It didn't turn,
Mm-hmm.
or limited amount. Another bowl. This one's got a little less grass than the previous one. There's a tap.
That'll help. That might become a useful wing if you want to play off that and down later.
Well, if you bowl on that forehand side and hit that blue one, the jack could easily run back to the reds.
Mm-hmm.
And Val's trying to just sneak one in, which he did. Right in front of the jack. There'd be a couple of inches maybe.
Pretty good bowl there. So Mary's sticking her, sorry, Annie is sticking her foot out for Mary to draw to, but
On that right hand side, well, that's where it's been running a bit straight. Let's see what it does this time. Looks like it's turning over. Just got through that port, no touch. Sitting behind, it's in a good receiving position. If anybody gets aggressive with it.
mm-hmm. Kathy is in the neighborhood.
Yeah, if you're looking to wick something, that wouldn't be a bad bowl to just get a touch on.
Mm-hmm. So now we're playing on the other hand, it looks like.
Tap the red over.
Probably made a bit of a difference, I would think. Looked like Val signaled that Ontario is holding 2 right now.
So that did make a difference.
Mm-hmm. And that is holding up the whole way down and not coming until too late. So that should be it. That's all. 2.
Yeah, she's confirming 2.
So that'll make it 5-1. A third of the way done.
It's one of those games where it gets away from you one at a time.
Mm-hmm. So 5-1, 5 ends in the book. Game 2 of a 9-game round robin. And you don't see that often. Pat just threw the jack out of bounds sideways, so now Team BC of, I'm not sure if this is Colleen or Bell, I think it's Colleen, will get a chance to roll the jack.
And strategically, that gives BC quite an advantage because now they can set it at a distance they feel comfortable bowling to.
Mm-hmm. Not a whole lot of difference in where the mat's placed. Probably up a pace more than where Pat had it, but
Yeah.
nothing drastic.
Well, she's bowled that jack about, what, 15 feet short of the call from the skip.
As much as I love playing lead, I sometimes find that the most frustrating thing if you don't have a feel for the jack roll when the skip is calling for a certain length and you come up nowhere near. Deflation and frustration sets in.
Yeah, bowlers at this level often are skips outside of the competition, so they don't get a lot of experience throwing jacks. We've got to send them back to jack school to sharpen up their jack throwing. This one's going to run out to the left on the forehand. Oh, that would have been a backhand. I like the grass on this one.
Mm-hmm. That looks like probably the best line so far.
Oh, it's right there, jack high.
This looks like a pretty good response. I'd be pretty happy with that if I were
Yeah,
Colleen.
the line was, it was a very good line. It's just behind the jack, maybe two feet, thereabouts.
Mm-hmm.
Good receiver. All about the weight.
Came back to the center line.
Yeah. Just a bit shorter. Shorter.
Don't
Okay.
think that's in the count. Yeah, it's still 1 to Ontario, that red one. So that's an interesting request from Cheryl to see am I still shot or not. As a front-end player, I personally really don't care if I'm counting or not. I want to know, Skip, where do you want me to place my bowl? It doesn't matter whether we're up 1 or down 1 right now because the end's only halfway through.
Yeah, I would have probably called that to come the other way, actually. Had she done that, on the other hand,
Mm-hmm.
I think she had the weight to get to the red, the one sitting beside the jack.
This looks well inside to me. And so still just calling for a draw for Val, as it's fairly wide open.
She's got the weight.
Well, it's a roundabout way of getting there, but I think that's pretty close to where Kathy was asking for it. Just inside, that flops the wrong way. So Kathy was still holding her hand up. I think it is still 1 to Ontario.
Right. Let's see if she's staying.
There you go. That gives you a bit of a better look at it from this angle now. Red Bull off to the side is...
Yep, still shot.
Ooh, not anymore.
Oh, she took that out, just bump.
1 in, 1 out.
Okay. Ontario still holding 1. That was a nice bowl, that bowl. Just needed probably another half a foot.
Based off of the amount of bowls coming down there, that's a nice little cluster. Should be easy enough for the skips to come in there too then. So it might just be a battle of which skip is able to draw it off first.
Yeah, so this is an exercise in weight control.
Mm-hmm.
We'll assume they both can get the draw.
Well, Pat is certainly out there. Not here.
Yeah, a little bit short. I'm thinking Mary's experienced enough, she won't be short.
Always be up when you're down is a saying I was taught from a young age. Whenever you're down in the head, make sure you're up in weight.
No, she is a little wide and it's hanging.
Just sneaking around behind.
Well, this one's not short.
Nope, not at all.
It's got a little touch. That was a good effort. Got a good line.
Just coming up short.
Ontario get 1.
That'll make it 6 to 1.
And that one was, that bowl that was 1 was there for nearly the whole,
The whole end.
yeah, the whole end. Just
A little bit of a wobbly leg table here. So you've been president of OLBA now for 2 years, 3 years,
no, this is my 4th year.
4 years?
Yeah, so 2 years of COVID and 1 year of preparing for these nationals. As you're aware, we changed quite a few things about the way we prepare for nationals. And I must say, and I'll mention that you facilitated our review of our long-term athlete development program, which included direct entry for the 4s, the pairs, the singles. And this last weekend we had at Woodstock our Just watching this bowl sneak by. Yeah, we had our first event where we're doing combo fours for the novices, which I think went very well.
Well, it's interesting to talk about competition because we went through our competition review in 2017, where every sport's the same in the sense that you just sort of inherit a competition structure from previous generations, and not many people actually stop and think about, why are we doing this? What's the point of doing this? Who are we trying to serve, and are we doing it the best way we could be? And so when we went through our competition review, we initially wanted to change a lot of things, but PSOs, members, clubs didn't like all of the things we were suggesting at the time, so we had to cut back on probably a little too much. And so I would argue not a whole lot has changed for our competition review, and so our 3-year pilot's coming to an end at the end of this year, and so we'll probably be revisiting that to see what we can actually change meaningfully. So when I came and talked to Ontario, it was nice to have that conversation to say, what is the point of provincial playdowns? What are we actually trying to do here? Because if you actually start with that question of what is the purpose of this, you'll quickly realize some things make a lot of sense and some things really don't. So.
And different eyes bring different perspectives to the table.
Mm-hmm.
My look at it was that at the time, being the largest province for the number of bowlers, we weren't getting our share of the medals.
Mm-hmm.
I felt that we were underperforming.
Mm-hmm.
And so then the question becomes, well, why is that? Well, we're leaving good bowling teams in the dust at the districts because only one team can go through.
Mm-hmm.
So by opening it up, as an example, the men's pairs this year, we had 31 teams. Under the old system, we couldn't have more than 16.
Mm-hmm.
So now we've got 31 teams. Everybody's going in direct entry. You know, arguably, we get a better team
Mm-hmm.
at nationals, or 2 teams because we get A and B.
Yep.
So you experiment with these things, as it was at the time when you did your last review. We were in the process of implementing our new system, and had there not been COVID, we would have had three nationals under our belt to see what the impact would have been.
Right.
Having said that, we don't have that experience right now,
Mm-hmm.
but I think we will know out of this at least preliminary data as to how it was successful, what the players think of it by doing surveys,
Mm-hmm.
what experience have we got, and then we can make, I think we're in a better position to make recommendations for you on your review this time round,
Mm-hmm.
which I think is all good. Little tap, no tap.
No tap there. Yeah, it's interesting to go through changes like this and to recognize that, the first year there's going to be growing pains no matter what changes you're making, and nothing is going to go perfectly the first year you try it. But from an outside perspective, watching your playdowns this year, it looked like things went relatively well. Nobody blew up, nobody died, nothing too terrible happened. So I'd say that this first year I would consider it a success, regardless of how Ontario finishes at the national championships, or regardless of what people are saying in and around the Bulls community, just because you did have enough participants to make it a meaningful event still. And that's the biggest complaint that I always hear, is that, the numbers go down, but I bring it back to, why are we doing this? You're not holding a playdown, a qualifier, just to get numbers. You're holding a qualifier to send the best team. And sometimes that means the numbers will go down because there's just not as many quality teams that should be there to begin with, which is a separate conversation and a separate issue to deal with. But
yeah, from the Ontario perspective, we're a little behind the 8 ball when it comes to, as an example, coach development and training players, coaching players to be more competitive in their approach to the game. So this latest adjustment will probably highlight some of that.
mm-hmm.
And as time goes by, we'll be able to build stronger coaching programs to, there's a nice bowl sitting too.
Mm-hmm. I wouldn't say that Ontario is behind the 8 ball more than any other province, but I would say the sport as a whole is a little bit slower than other sports to take up coaching.
Well, for sure, Jake, in the last 4 years, let's just say maybe 5 years, governance has had a huge impact on our sport. A lot of the things that we're required to do now
Mm-hmm.
weren't required of boards prior to that,
Mm-hmm.
and so they could get along, just keep things rolling, and not too much change necessary. But now all of our funding, both federal, provincial, requires us to demonstrate that we're doing all the governance, meeting the government's compliance requirements.
Mm-hmm.
And so, that's a lot of pressure on a not-for-profit organisation with literally no paid employees.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it starts at your level in Ottawa and filters down. I've said to the government many times, we're not opposed to governance. No, not at all. We're quite happy to have governance in our sport, make sure that we're doing things the best we can. But the issue really is, how do we pay for it?
Mm-hmm.
We can only do so much with volunteer staff.
That
So it's an ongoing conversation, and I think government's starting to get an awareness of small sports, not just lawn bowls, but other small sports.
It's a tricky issue, and I've sat on more than enough webinars and workshops, and what a beautiful draw shot there from Mary, right, as she just drew shot itself, to talk about how the sports system in Canada was built on the back of volunteers, and the day might finally be arriving here where that's just not sustainable, that you can't expect volunteers to do everything the way you once could. And so with all those increasing responsibilities and obligations and requirements to have governance training, safe sport training, and CRA compliance, and the list goes on and on and on and on, it's starting to be a little unreasonable to expect a volunteer to do everything that's being asked to be done. So I think over the next decade or so we might start to see a shift from volunteer sport to professionalized sport, which comes with its own challenges and will have a lot of barriers and negative things that go with that. But at the end of the day, it's hard to justify that a volunteer should be able to do everything you're expecting a paid employee to do.
Yeah, and the other thing is that the big sports, hockey, basketball, baseball, soccer, certainly receive a lot more funding,
Mm-hmm.
and they get corporate funding on top of that.
Mm-hmm.
So it gives them a lot more opportunity to deal with their issues. More of late, it's unfortunate that some of the issues haven't been dealt with well. But I know from our perspective in lawn bowling, we've not received an increase in our funding for now 7 years. It'll be our 8th year coming up.
Mm-hmm.
But I am told that the government is starting to understand, through a coalition that we created with other sports teams, other provincial sports organisations,
Mm-hmm.
to talk about, what is the right way to go about funding and the right way to go about governance. As I said before, I don't think anybody's opposed to governance, so the question then becomes, how do we pay for it?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know the story, kitchen table boards, right? We'll all sit around the kitchen table, have a cup of coffee and talk about lawn bowling for an hour and call it a board meeting.
I know that oh too well.
Now we sit around and talk for 2 hours and we haven't quite decided what direction we need to go with coaching would be one example. But we know it's important because it's in our strategic plan,
Mm-hmm.
it's in our operational plan, and what we now have to do is figure out how to operationalise, if that's a word,
Mm-hmm.
to operationalise the operational plan with meaningful support structures, including funding.
Well, I think you're off to a great start with the fact that you have a strategic plan and an operational plan, because those are the sort of bread and butter of what I'm trying to see happen at clubs across Canada, is to at least have a plan. And as a starting step, I don't care if your plan is only 1 page long, but you need to have something, as opposed to just showing up in May, opening the clubhouse doors and saying, let's go.
No, it's true. And people say the greens are the most important thing in a lawn bowling club, but I still think volunteers. And we can have that debate as to whether one's more important than the other, but for sure, one doesn't work without the other.
Mm-hmm. That's a interesting question. When you talk to greenskeepers, when you talk to bowlers, they say greens are the most important part of a club. Greenskeepers are the most important people at your club. And I'm not one to stir the pot too much, but I would probably disagree with that sentiment, because you can still have a bowls club without a grass green. You could have it unartificial. You could have a club functioning in the winter and play short mat indoor. So your club can get by without a green. I'm not saying it's going to be great. I'm not saying it's what your people want, but you can do it. But I do think that having a group of volunteers is a requirement, because if you don't have that, then your club's folding pretty quickly, I would think.
Yeah, and you know what? Lots of clubs in Ontario have 8-second greens, 9-second greens.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe by the end of the bowling season they get to 10.
Yep.
You know, they speed up a little bit, and the bowlers figure out how to bowl on them,
Mm-hmm.
and they're content.
Mm-hmm.
The club members are content with the green that they have. It's only when they come along and say, well, let's do a provincial or a national tournament, then someone says, well, how fast are your greens? And they go, oh, well, I don't know. All right, we'll send Charlie up and we'll measure them. Yeah, well, you're about 5 seconds slow. And how do you find that 5 seconds on your green? In, you know, because usually you apply for the tournament a year in advance of it being scheduled,
Mm-hmm.
and you can't really turn an 8-second green into a 12-second green in a year. It takes longer than that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But even the application process is positive, because then clubs start to realise that, oh, well, it doesn't have to be 8 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, now they have a plan. Or if you do this, this and this, you'll get it to be a bit quicker. And your members will be able to bowl better, find it better to bowl on. But it is a chicken and egg story for sure, Jake.
Mm-hmm.
And we know that people talk about Australia as a comparison, or England, but in Australia they have greenskeepers paid $60,000 a year
Mm-hmm.
to maintain a green that runs 18 seconds or 17 seconds. There's a nice bowl.
I learned from taking a 12-week course at Guelph Online for turf management how much I absolutely do not know about greenkeeping and just grass in general. And after talking to greenskeepers around Ontario and greenskeepers across Canada even, the lack of knowledge is kind of staggering. And so I've only found a couple here and there that actually truly understand what it is they're doing. Some have found good success and good results through trial and error, but that doesn't really mean you know what you're doing still. You just see a result, but you're not quite sure why it's happening that way. And so I'd highly recommend that anybody in Canada go and take an online greenkeeping course. It's relatively affordable. For only $500. You get 12 weeks of knowledge and resources that you can keep with you. But my goodness, did that open my eyes to how much I do not know about grass.
Well, you may remember we had a collaboration with Guelph to try and educate our greenskeepers. The problem was we ended up educating the teachers who were telling us how to you know, because they're used to dealing with golf greens and they're so different.
Mm-hmm.
The grass management aspect of it is similar, but the requirements for our greens is different.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, so we did, I think, 4 different courses where people attended. Everybody said they were worthwhile and enjoyed the experience. Oh, there goes a jack on the next rink. Looked like a Commonwealth Games kind of shot to me.
Yeah, I should have been watching that jack. Greg just drove the jack into the ditch up on the far left of your screen there, I guess. Didn't quite have it at this camera angle in time to see it, but got Greg happy at least.
And here we are, Mary's drawing in. I can't quite see where the jack is now. I lost track of it.
So it's behind a red bull,
Red left of the one.
sort of by Val's shoe, I guess.
Right, yeah, okay. Yeah, she's saying you can draw down here and push that other red bowl in front up, maybe. We'll see what she does when she gets up here. The other thing to do is to draw off and get a wick and roll it to the right. Yeah, that's what Val's calling. She's calling for a backhand bowl. should point out. This is a left-hander bowler. Bowling forehand into the head. Got nice grass.
Just missed getting the rub off.
And she missed everything.
So I think you're right. That is what she was playing for, was the underneath rub off backwards. That is a very unique call.
It's something left-hand bowlers can do. I don't know if it's true of all left-handed bowlers, but many of the left-handed bowlers that I know, including even myself, I find that I had to become stronger with my backhand than I did with my forehand because of this sort of circumstance. But once you can, this one's a bit skinny.
Yeah, that's well skinny.
Yeah. As a left-handed bowler, you have to be able to out-bowl a right-handed bowler's forehand. Does that make sense to you, Jake? I don't know. I don't know too many left-handed bowlers, but I've heard Dave Anderson say it's always handy to have a left-handed bowler on your fours team.
I can believe that. They can take different lines because you stand differently in different release point.
I've also heard Dave Anderson say I can never follow a left-handed bowler's bowl line.
I can believe that as well. So I think that was just 1 to Ontario to make it 7-2 after 8. Yeah, I've never met a left-handed bowler who wasn't a good bowler, and they do take different lines than us right-handed folks, and so if you do try to follow them down, it can mess with your head for sure.
And that's a coaching issue too. We don't know how to coach left-handed people. Just do the reverse of what we told the right-handed people to do.
And move the scoreboard so you can actually see where the jack is. There we go.
Yeah, it's about, what, 10, 12 feet out from the ditch.
Yeah, something like that. Really stretching it out here with a much longer end again.
This is not a bad looking bowl though, Jay.
This looks pretty good from Pat.
Just not quite enough, but
She's almost equidistance behind and in front. I don't think this is going to come back if the other ones weren't drawing back from...
but she had the weight. She had the weight, is she going?
Just sticking on inside, yeah.
Yeah, she's in. If that jack gets hit, it wouldn't be the first time that it's gone to a bowl that far away.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
This one's got a little bit quick.
I think that's ditch bound. Ka-chunk. I will say that Charlie and the Burlington crew do a good job of trying to keep the last 2-3 feet towards the ditch as level as they can, because at most clubs, understandably so, it starts to really fall off towards the ditch, and a good reason for that is just because when you're stepping onto the green, everybody steps onto those first 2-3 feet, and so it gets a little more action, a little more wear, a little more usage than anywhere else, so things get a little more compacted. But I don't think that that's as much the case here as at many other clubs, where you probably could still draw the ditch border close to it on these greens.
Well, that last bowl had stopped, I would say, about 18 inches from the plinth. You're right, many clubs that bowl would just roll into the ditch once it's past, or within 3 feet of the plinth. It's not going to stop.
Yeah.
And then you have the carpenter.
Yeah, the
ones
carpenter one. Yeah, that's always a fun one too to try to deal with.
Bumps the plinth and rolls back on backwards.
Don't think think this one's going to make it, so it's still looking like a pretty wide open draw for whoever's able to figure out their weight here first.
Well, Val's going to go with a forehand.
She's inside, but how's the weight?
Not quite.
Probably, what, 3 feet short?
Yeah, I would say 3 feet. They've got 2 3-feet bowls out there now. Hard to bum a bowl. 3 feet.
So there's a lot of short bowls out there that can easily get in your eye. Val's switching hands. As long as you have a good weight, it shouldn't really matter.
That's got a good line.
In the ballpark.
Here it comes.
It still could be shot.
She's saying a measure. Thanks.
So off that last bowl there, it looks like Val got kicked in. So it's definitely 1 to Ontario now. But everybody's struggling on all sides here to find the weight and find the line.
Well, those 3-4 bowls out the front are all nuisance bowls now.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you might be able to bump one, but you've got no assurity that it's going to come anywhere near the jack.
Mm-hmm.
Not so easy to draw around them either.
No, especially on this rink where they don't want to come back once you get out that wide. Playing on the ditch side, it looks like. From out there, I don't expect that to come back at all.
It actually is coming a little bit, but it seems like it was just... It wouldn't draw.
Mm-hmm. Had pretty good weight, though.
Yeah, it's about jack high.
Mary's going to try one on the opposite side. And that looks like it might crash. Just pushing that red one out of the way. So now it should be a little more wide open on
There's a draw there now for sure.
the non-ditch hand. She
So
had.
forehand, that looked like it had a bit of weight. I don't know.
I was just going to say she had such good weight last time that switching hands shouldn't change your weight much. But yeah, you're right. That was a full-on drive.
Down 2, maybe down 2, maybe 1. So she's going to try and draw weight too. That looks a little more realistic in terms of the weight.
Definitely in the neighborhood.
Oh,
Mary
it's
Wright is
there.
trying.
It's there. I think it's there. No, she didn't make it. She had the right grass though for the shot.
So that's 1 more to Ontario. Make it 8-2.
So 8-2 after 8. It's a little bit like we were saying before, Jake. I mean, it's a game of ones.
It is. It is. So that was actually number 9. So we're
Oh,
playing 10 here. Yeah,
excuse
there's
me.
a quite the delay on the feed here that I've got live beside us. So we're just over halfway through then, since they play 16 ends. So we're starting number 10.
was just having a sidebar with one of the Ontario players about the weight and how important it is on a green like this.
Mm-hmm. That's a
Guys are so slow. When I look at the hands, they look really pathetic.
so Pat's got a great opening bowl.
The green can get into your head sometimes, and it can just
It sure can.
sort of pull the wool over your eyes, so to speak. And it's not the green that beats you; it's what's between your ears.
I was talking with Ian this morning about how much of bowls is mental or in your head, I guess. And yeah, we were talking about between 90 and 95% of bowls is all just in your head, whether it's strategy, tactics, whether it's hand-eye coordination, whether it's getting in your own way. But the physical aspect of long bowls is relatively simple as far as sports go. It's what you do with your mind.
Well, the first time I actually went to watch a set of lawn bowling game. It was Canada Day about 15 years ago anyway. So I'm sitting at the fence watching. I'm watching and I'm going, this game looks really simple. And then it occurred to me, but it couldn't be, because otherwise everybody would be really good at it, and it was clear that not everybody was really good at it. And then the question was, well, and then at that time one of the members at the club came over and said, you can watch as long as you like, but I want to see you back here on Wednesday and I want to talk to you about what you're watching. He said, we'll have it. So I thought, well, I'll go back on Wednesday, and that's how I got involved in lawn bowling. Went back on Wednesday and talked to Alf, and he told me all the reasons why I should be lawn bowling and not riding my bike around. So I thought I'd give it a go, and it was so clear, so evident right away. It wasn't a bad bowl. Yeah. BC Skip's really happy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it was like, okay, I might give this a bit of time and see how it develops.
It's interesting that no matter who you talk to as a bowler, the passion is always there to say, you know, here's 1,000,001 reasons why you should try bowls, become a bowler. I don't think I've ever met a bowler who said, eh.
I've met plenty of people who lawn bowlers say, I wish I hadn't golfed like 20, 30 years. If I'd taken up lawn bowling, I would have been that much better. I would have been that much better at lawn bowling than I ever would have been at golf.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And of course, everybody knows lawn bowling's much cheaper to play than golf.
Yes. Yes.
And there's more
yes, it is.
camaraderie. There's more camaraderie in lawn bowling. I mean, in golf, there's 4 of you on a tee, and away you go. I mean, lawn bowling, everybody's sort of talking to everybody.
Mm-hmm.
There's a nice bowl. Not quite there. In a good position. So when we were talking about weight control, if that bowl had another, I don't know what it is, hard to say, maybe 2 feet.
Yep.
It would have been a perfect bowl. So the jack's accessible. There's no question about that.
Looks like they've been able to put together a pretty good end here as far as ends go from what we've seen on this rink. Definitely much tighter heads than previously. I'm gonna quickly change the camera angle. I guess that you can't really see it. I was going to say next door I heard Steve Pazanson say go for the jack to Steve Ogden, so I thought they might be throwing a drive, but that looks nowhere near like a drive, so never mind. Never mind.
Well, I don't know if he's cut it down. They were sitting 4 before the bowl, took 1 back, and maybe they're sitting 3 now. Yeah, a couple on a measure, he's saying. See, that ball came back to the centre.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably about 6-8 feet past, but
There is something to be said about things getting in your head for sure.
well, that bowl that Mary just bowled is probably sitting close to the tee, so if anybody gets aggressive, it could prove to be valuable. And that's definitely not light.
Slowed down a boatload though. It actually is. Just a shade. Can't really tell with all the folks standing in front of the camera though.
Yeah, I think she said it was jack high or something close to that. Val's saying, okay, less grass. It's about the same weight as the previous bowl. Is it
well
going to tangle?
inside.
Yeah, it's going to tangle with something and end up being a blocker on the left. Not quite there.
Nope.
Looks like they're getting the measure out. No. Yeah, they're not even going to bother with a measure. Why? We'll just get George.
We'll just get George. He's right there ready.
George is the head umpire for Canada.
Yeah, as our chief umpire, it's good to bring him in for stuff like this, and it's nice that he's got a team of 5 or 6 for this week to help him out. And
So our umpires this week, George from BC.
yep,
We've got one from Alberta,
Dwayne Hawk. Yep,
and we've got four or five from Ontario.
we got Jim Roth, Tom Roth, Reese Warren. Who am I forgetting? Because I'm sure I'm forgetting some.
Yeah, I'd have to,
Rusty Ruggles.
I was going to say Rusty from just down the road at Hamilton.
Raymond Chung.
So that's 6.
And then for the singles, I'm actually pretty sure that Annie Matthey, who is the vice on the BC team right now, is going to be umpiring as well for the singles.
And you know, Jake, that's all really good for us in Ontario to have 2 umpires of the calibre that have come from out west to, you know, spend some time with our umpires and help them develop and supervise them in terms of they're working together as a team. But
it's a wonderful thing to have the expertise here and to bring newcomers in to help them get trained up to speed. So I know that Nick Watkins used to be our chief umpire for several years, and he taught George, and then George is now a chief umpire, and I'm sure he'll be working with whoever his replacement is as well.
yeah, and Nick's going to step back into this, back in and become the Ontario chief umpire for a short time. I'm not sure how long he's going to do that, but he's going to build a new plan for umpiring and developing of umpiring, and so we've got a better roadmap to development of our umpires, and hopefully train at least 4 umpires for each district. That's more or less the goal.
Okay. I think that makes a lot of sense, because that way you've got people there no matter where an event's being held.
Yeah, so we asked Nick to give us a bit of a review of what we're doing. He put together a very good review and put his credentials at the bottom. And I said to Ralph Ellis, the vice president of OLBA, I wonder if he's saying to us that these are the credentials you need to have for a head umpire, or these are my credentials and I'm happy to do it. So we decided we wouldn't know unless we asked him, and Nick's away right now in Europe. But he did respond by email and said that he was more than happy to help implement the vision, which is Ontario's very grateful to Nick for taking that task on. He'll work with Jason and our umpires, form a committee and get things. It's a little bit like coaching. It's got to happen over time.
It does take time, but if you start now, then 2, 3, 4 years down the line, you'll see the fruits of your labor, I'm told.
Well, as I said before, it's in the strategic plan, it's in the operational plan, so there's money available. It's just a matter of how we're going to spend it to the best to get our money's worth. Gee, did you see that bowl? Just roll its way along the line, then lackadaisical kind of finish.
Yep. Did I ever?
It turned against the roll trajectory. It was turned at the end, just went in a little bit. So they can still see the jack, but
That's going to be tricky to replicate, I would imagine.
that's one of those ones where, yeah, you could bowl 10 bowls and not be able to do that twice.
Going to hop up here and take a look at the scoreboard, because from behind us, it looks like I have a different score than what the scoreboard shows. I know that the numbers are backwards for us, but Ontario has 8, I know that much, but BC, it looks like he might have them there as 5, so I want to go and confirm that.
And you've got it down as 3. He's coming back. The marker's coming back to do an adjustment.
What is BC's score there?
BC is 3.
3? Okay, all right, perfect. Perfect. All right, I was correct then.
Now it's after 11. It's 8 to 3.
Playing 11, it's 8 to 3.
They're really having a tough time.
Well, there's 2 reds sitting there.
Yeah, Pat strung a couple of good bowls here together. She finally figured it out. We'll see if Cheryl can match Pat. She looks to be inside, but
She doesn't have the same weight.
weight's not quite here.
That was a bit of a mystery, that bowl. It stayed on that line all the way as though it was tied to a track. See what this one does. Look at that.
Just flopping against the bias there too.
But that one actually came in, where
It did.
the previous shot bowl was the one that ran along the line. And I think Val's going to try and find that line. Is that Val? Yeah.
Cheryl.
Cheryl, sorry.
Yep.
She got the weight. She's really close. Oh,
What a head though, as they were complaining before that this rink's not very good, but then look at, that's what, 1, 2, 3 different people have all got a bowl right there.
I think the rink's just fine if you can get the weight. It's got a little bit of a finish. They're not rolling out against the bias.
We'll see what Annie can do. She's switching hands and playing the other hand, but
No,
she's
she was-
well inside.
She was inside on the delivery with that one, and a little heavier too. Maybe that's what the extra weight she tried to put on it maybe had something to do with the delivery. It's often the case you overcompensate. See, this is looking pretty.
Definitely through the head.
They've got a tap and it's pushed the rolling ball behind.
BC is looking pretty with all their back bowls right now for position. And
Oh.
Annie held onto that one way too long. It came out of her hand halfway down the green. Not sure what kind of grippo she's using, but it's working a little too good.
But you know what? It ended up in a half decent spot because if you come in off that other side and hit that one of those ones in the front, the jack could come back. Let's see where this ends up. That's short. It's jack high, but it really needed to be a little bit more than that.
I'm kind of surprised that Kathy wasn't calling for a position bowl or trying to get something past the jack for Ontario, because right now I can count 1, 2, 3, 4 bowls from BC that are behind the jack, and I don't see a single one for Ontario. So if I'm Mary Wright from BC right now, I'm probably licking my chops and just throwing any kind of weight into that, because any jack movement, you're going to be up 2 or 3 by the time the dust settles. And it doesn't need to be much weight either, even just 2 feet over would be enough to wiggle the jack back to.
Yeah, that could create the turning point for the whole game. Okay, Mary, let's see how much weight you put on it. It's looking skinny.
It looks very skinny out of the hand. Got a kiss, but that's just another BC bull behind the head. Val's planted her foot for where she wants it, and
Oh, and she's gone wide.
I think Kathy had it in her mind. She knows what she wants to do. Regardless, she wants to get back to the tee, is what it looks like. Then that's going to help. That's maybe not the best position bull, but it's definitely going to be useful and take away the easy jack in the ditch type of.
This one has a little better line. It's going to be overweight. It's going to be behind. Here we come. To enough weight.
So did you see what the count was there?
I didn't, but I can tell you this much. Val's got the jack and she's not giving it away.
So it's one for Ontario then. One for Ontario.
Another one of these ones.
11 ends done, 5 to go, 6-point game.
Although I would judge that as a missed opportunity by BC. They needed to be in the head, they needed to disturb the jack, and they had an opportunity to get a couple, but the Ontario bowl held on.
Yeah, and I can see the head better.
So another sort of medium lengthish type end.
Yeah, delivered jack high, or something fairly close to it.
Well, if this had the legs,
They're talking to it. They're talking
this has
to
the
it.
legs.
I think it might be shot. Hard to say.
Needed another foot
Yeah.
and a half, but it was definitely on the right track.
I think that's shot though. Ontario signalled down one. This is interesting. She's changed hands. The weight's good.
Yeah, that's a pretty good position bull too. So even though it didn't come in time, it ended up in a pretty good spot. So can't be too upset with that.
And that one's wide and probably a little heavier. Not quite. Not quite there. Ontario's looking at those two red bowls and saying, we can do something with this. And it looks to me like it's got a better line than the previous one. It's actually,
Yeah, that
Yes.
was a very good line.
it kind of holds out a little bit, then it runs, then it turns in. That's a good bowl.
Kathy still signaling up one.
So BC's trying that side on the forehand. They haven't bowled many bowls on the forehand that side.
Hmm.
And you miss it by a little and it's gone by a lot.
So I'm curious if people, as they're playing here and are struggling to find their line, if they're playing with where they're standing on the mat, because that's sometimes a very useful advantage if you normally stand on the left side to then change and go and stand on the right. And sometimes that little bit of difference makes all the difference in the world for where the ball comes out of your hand.
Right. Well, that bowl didn't miss the grass by very much. It was short. So
Mhm.
it goes back to what we were saying before. If you can get the weight right, this one's going to hang. See how that hangs out there?
Mhm.
It's just a little bit short. If you can get it up, it will roll in. So a call from the head, 2, maybe 3. This one's skinny, missing the grass.
Again, it seems like for whatever reason, just afraid to get the bull past the jack. There's only one through the head. Everything else is jack high or short. And that is well inside.
Well, that certainly won't make her happy. It's almost you've got to be out here to the right where the brown grass
Yeah,
comes
just the edge
out.
of the brown. I can see what
That
you're saying.
edge of the brown there, that's... So this has a chance, but this is overweight.
Back around. As soon as I said there's not many past the jack, here's one past the jack. But
The grass wasn't terrible on that bowl, it was just over bowled. Now this has a chance. This has a good chance. No. She's going to push it in. I think that bowl was overweight too for a draw.
so playing end number 12. 6-point game in Ontario's favor. There's definitely been opportunities on both sides to capitalize, and by the time the skips are up, there's almost always opportunities for them to draw a shot.
Well, that bowl there was a good bowl. I had a feeling that might be counting. That was in the head. But even if it's not, that's the line that you need to roll.
Mm-hmm.
So she's on a forehand, but I think she's skinny.
Out of the hand, I'd say yes, but does she have weight to hold it?
Now, what happens next? There's the touch.
Change there. Those two on the left side of the jack are left. Sorry, camera's left, our right, really. Pat could just. Sorry, not Pat.
This bowl's going to roll one over.
I was just going to say Kathy could have played into that and flopped in. Only one down, I can hear Annie say.
Yeah. This has got a better bowl. This has got a bit. I think it's overweight though. Not much. No, it's not.
So one for Ontario there to keep trucking along to make it 10-3, 12 ends played.
Was it another 1 or 2?
So 7-point game with 4 ends to go. So that means BC's looking to start counting in twos every end.
Yeah, and you know, they've been getting scored against by ones. I think BC would like to see a 3 this time, and then they'd have a sense the jack's out of the ring.
So that's the second time this game that Pat's thrown the jack out of bounds, which is pretty uncharacteristic for her.
Yeah, so BC are bringing the mat up too. I wouldn't be surprised if this isn't a little longer.
Something I noticed right away when I started coming to championships to live stream was that for whatever reason, and maybe this is just in my head, but it seems to me that BC teams at national championships tend to play longer ends than any other province. And so when I talked to one of the teams afterwards, it was told to me that at the time the game I happened to be streaming, the women's force teams exclusively practiced T to T maximum length, which I thought was interesting because I've sort of noticed that now ever since, that as a whole, on average, I would suspect that BC players do tend to play longer than other provinces, which is just a strange tidbit.
Well, it's interesting too, because if you know that, why you'd use that information to your advantage by having short jacks. See if they can bowl short if they're practicing long. I don't know. But
I should say that with, you know, tongue in cheek, because I know there are some BC teams, the BC men's pairs actually that you were watching this morning, they are very, very good at short ends, so I shouldn't say that BC teams only play long, but
yeah, Harinder brings that in though from his from his indoor bowling experience too. I think. This is a nice bowl.
There's a great opener, or shot drawn, I guess, from Pat.
And that's a very good position bowl, because if they try and take it out, they could hit the jack and it might come back to that other red bowl that they put in first. But they've decided to come in on their backhand.
So if you're Ontario right now, it almost gets to a point of now where you can just play smart, where anytime you see a pocket or a bundle of BC bowls, just go and match them and forget about trying to pile them in the head, because you have that cushy lead at this stage in the game. You just don't want to give up more than one if you're going to give up an end.
No, I agree.
And that almost looks like that's what Cheryl's doing, is just matching bowls here.
Yeah, I think that was a deliberate attempt to be in front of the BC bowl. It's in a good position. If you scatter your bowls behind the jack, it's really that you go down more than one, even if they move the jack. This one's looking. She's trying to coach it up.
Just needed another yard.
That's another nuisance bowl now, because to move it.
That's right in the draw line.
Yeah, so Ontario's responding by trying to bowl their backhand, but that looks skinny to me, and it looks like it might be short too, although it's going sideways.
So another 2 feet on her last would be enough to push this in, but based on where Mary's foot is, it almost looks like she's asking to draw around, which...
Yeah, the bowl was delivered a little bit straighter than that.
She's very close.
Here it comes.
Look at that.
Nice bowl, right to the previous sitting shot.
And no surprise, Kathy's asking Val to do the exact same thing. That is a much wider line, I think, but...
It's finding the grass. Here it comes. It's going to sit behind, but you know what? That's not a bad spot.
Pretty good effort. Starting to play to the fans here. I love it.
Yeah, and I think BC's got an opportunity here. They hit that... No, it's a bit skinny. I was thinking if they could hit that black one, run the red out, they would be sitting 3 or 4.
Yeah, that's true. There's only really one Ontario bowl in the head, so this is a big opportunity for BC. If they can pop that red out, they could be flying 4, 5.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I like this decision from Val to play the wall, because all you got to do is just rest either of those 2 bowls out there and get a 3rd shot in the head.
And the grass isn't bad. I mean, I think this has a... There it goes. Oh, that was a good effort.
Well outside the line, so I don't think that's going to come back to where Mary wanted it at her foot, but...
Yeah, and it's not even back far enough, really, to...
I saw that the signal there was 1 and a measure for BC right now, so they might
Yeah.
already have 2. But big chance here for Mary. If she can just come down and roll that red one through a foot, would bring in at least 1 more, if not 2, and anything more than a foot, and you're bringing in a couple more.
There's no question. This has to be delivered backhand.
Mm-hmm.
Probably jack weight plus 6 inches to a foot, just to keep the line out there.
Quite a bit of pressure here on Kathy to get something in the head, because you need something there.
Well, she's coming in off her backhand.
And she's out around all of it, so that's not going to do it. So the chance here remains for Mary Wright to capitalize on a big opportunity. This could be a big change in the game.
It's got a chance. I can't quite see.
Don't think that she gave it enough to come back.
Yeah, well, the argument there is it weight or is it the draw? She could have had a little more weight and a little less draw.
Mm-hmm.
Or the alternative is
Another opportunity to get a second shot in the head. This looks pretty similar to the first, but made a slight adjustment just to get inside, and that'll help a lot. That helps a load. Don't know if it's shot, but I think he'd have to be pretty happy, even if that's just second.
yeah, I think BC's sitting 1, and I think the opportunity to get 2 is still. I don't think there's any opportunity on the. She's looking at the ditch side. I don't know how you get rid of the red if you go to the ditch side.
The
But
way
she
that's
is.
angled up from here, she would need big weight to get rid of both, and that's not enough weight to do it. So I don't think that that's going to make much difference. Val's taking a look, saying it is 1 to BC. So that'll make it 10-4 after 13.
Yeah, it's been quite a few ends since BC scored.
Mm-hmm. So 3 ends to go, 6-point game.
It's still those 2 points we were talking about.
Yeah, they can still just score 2 for the rest of the way. And here we go, the first time today that I've seen someone bring the mat up to the hog.
And the hand is in the air now. We're going to have a measure for the length of the delivery of the jack. George has gone to sleep. Where is he? Oh no, here comes Tom.
Tom's on his way.
Tom's on his way. Well, he's got a long measure that works. George's measure decided to quit this morning.
Mm. Of course, everybody knows Tom here, so they're giving him grief. And Charlie Roach coming out here doing everything. He's an umpire as well, but
Well, he yelled out to his brother Jim, and,
Yeah.
and Jim's got over the other side, so got him on ignore. Charlie's there, as you say, knows what he's doing.
doesn't take much to just hold that down anyway. Really, anybody could do that. But kudos to Charlie to be doing it all here, from greens work to organizing volunteers to
Now he's into the umpiring.
into the umpiring now. Yeah, I'm sure he'll sleep well tonight.
Where's George? George might be doing an assessment, reassessment for him, see if he can do that properly. Well, it didn't take him long to decide that the jack was the correct length, 23 metres.
Yeah, Tom said, "Oh yeah, really good, well over." So I don't even think he dragged it out all the way to say that you were, 2, 3, 4 meters good enough.
It's worth mentioning that Tom's going to do the umpiring at the Parabols in Windsor. In a few
That's right.
weeks.
Yeah, the mixed pairs para stuff going on down at the Windsor Lawn Bowling Club. So we've
Yeah.
got our first ever para bowls championships, which is super exciting.
2 meters over.
I remember about, I'm going to say 8 years ago, we hosted the Blind Bowlers of Canada, which were not part of BCB at that time, if I recall. But we did 2 championships, and it was just amazing to see how they could, firstly, how they could even figure out how much weight to put on a bowl to deliver it. That they had numbers all the way down the green, 1 through, I don't remember now whether it was 30 or something. And they would just say to the bowler, okay, that's a 20. You need 3 more. And quite often, the 3 more was there on the next delivery. And they had an assistant on the map with them to help them with their line. There's a nice bowl, Jake.
Beautiful.
Yeah, this green's not bowling badly. That was a nicely delivered bowl. Perfect weight, line held. I didn't see anybody pick it up and say, try again. But that's one of the things you've got to do as a lawn bowler. You've got to experiment with the length too, because sometimes it could be that you get a better draw if you change the, there goes another one.
Ooh,
Change the dynamics of the green a little bit. Try a little bit left, a little bit right.
I can see Ken Simpson's watching and asking for scores from other games. And sorry, Ken, but we're sitting at an end where all the scoreboards are, so I can't see anything from where I'm sitting right now. If I got out my binoculars, I could maybe see rink 9 on the other green is BCB versus Nova Scotia men's 4s, and it looks like 12 to BCB and maybe 5 or 6 to Nova Scotia. I can't quite make out what it is, but it's double digits for the BC team and single for Nova Scotia, so that's the only other scoreboard I can see from where we're sitting, and it's about as far away from me as it could be.
Yeah, I can't see how the Ontario 4s are doing. There's a post and 2 people in front of that scoreboard.
Quite the bowls going on here from the front end. Still looks like it's 1 for BC, but Cheryl's got a dynamite second.
Let's see what BC. This looks skinny to me. They've tried to bowl backhand. No, she's right-handed. That would have been a forehand. She missed the grass by quite a bit.
With the first ever Para Bowls event happening at Windsor, we're having visually impaired and physically impaired, and I've talked to a few people 2 weeks ago at Port Credit when we were talking to some of the members there. They said that they also had the blind bowlers to the Port Credit Club to hold an event, and some of the bowlers said, you know, they actually have an advantage over sighted bowlers because since they can't see what the line is doing or where it's ending up, if someone tells them they need 3 more feet, that's the only thing they need to focus on is 3 more feet. They don't need to focus on all the other variables. So it's a little bit easier to make those adjustments, which I thought was fascinating and something I'd never really thought about, but I guess there might be some truth to that.
There's a nice bowl. Yes, got the jack.
Lots of jack movement going on here.
That's the 3rd time now that jack's been on its way. It's moving right. This is going to be a bit of a challenge because they've not bowled out on that right-hand side to that degree yet.
When I talked to Steve McCarahan on the live stream 2 weeks ago, he was talking about how during trial bowls, him and Dave Anderson always test the boundary markers because inevitably at some point during a game, the jack's going to get chipped and you want to see what it's going to do. So they use one of their trial bowls to see what each side is going to do once you get out there, which I thought was a fascinating use of trial bowls because everybody else is just trying to get their draw weight down, but these two are looking to see what they can learn from the boundary markers.
Well, as I said before, where that grass is a little bit brown, now that might be a bit wide for it to come back. It's outside the marker right now, and it might be out. Oh, it just rolled a tiny smidge, so maybe not, but
That looks out to me.
looks out from here. Yes. That needed to be about a foot inside that line.
This is actually not a bad camera angle for where this jack popped out, because with the skip standing so far behind, you can actually see this fairly clearly for the first time in a while. So BC's plan of bringing the mat up, hard to say whether it will or won't work because the jack's moved around so much. Certainly makes it easier to hit the jack, I find, when you're playing minimum length.
Well, they certainly found the weight and the line, because two of those bowls were right on the centre line, jack high.
Mm-hmm.
Now that's looking better.
Will it find a friend? That looks a little
It's
scary
gonna
to me.
find a friend, but oh no, maybe not. In the ditch? Is that ditch? No, it didn't go in the ditch. It's sitting right in front of the one.
This looks
Good
like
grass. This has got a chance to the jack.
okay draw line. All in the weight here, and Val's loving it.
Oh,
Good for Dose.
maybe BC won't put the mat up again.
Maybe not. Maybe not.
Let's see what Mary does with this one. It looks skinny.
Yeah, that came out narrow out of the hand.
Might get a wick. Is a wick in there? No. Oh, a red one popped out.
Kathy wants to know if we have two, and Val is saying yep.
So I call these free bowls.
Mm-hmm.
Just inside the marker. Focus on the weight.
Huh. Val just said it's a measure, but we could be holding 4. So
Then she's saying, no, maybe not. But this bowl looks good. It's all about the weight. It's going to hit that bowl on the jack. And it's bowled jack, high weight, nice
Kathy
bowl.
showing up. Wow. Beautiful bowling. Even Mary's applauding that. I think that might have been a nail in the coffin, though, as 3 bowls, 4 bowls just got kicked out right away. That could basically be the game, more or less. They do still need to play every end. You can't just concede, even when it is mathematically impossible. But sheesh, that's going to be tough to come back from now with only 2 ends to go.
Yeah, well, I think BC did have the right idea to try the shorten it up and see if they could find a better line to the jack. But unfortunately for BC, Ontario got the jack, rolled it out to the right. They had a couple over there, and then here's the count.
So 3.
They're saying 3 to the marker.
So that makes it a 9-point game with 2 to go. So they need a 4 and a 5 to tie.
So mathematically,
It is still doable. It is still doable.
yeah, so Jake, it's worth saying it's an important thing that people don't do very often, but when you're doing a review of Bowls Canada of conditions of play and various other aspects of your programming, we want to encourage people to send their thoughts to you.
Yeah, that's an interesting conversation. So we do at the end of each event send out a survey to everybody who is participating in it to say, what did you like, what didn't you like? And while we do have some specific questions we want to have feedback on, we also leave an open-ended one at the end to say, is there anything else you want us to know? I think this year we'll use the stoplight, traffic stop analogy of green light, what do you want us to keep doing? Yellow light, red light, what do you want us to stop? Start, stop, continue, I guess. So start is green, continues yellow, and stop is red. But anyway, yeah, that's something that we gather from players, and we ask them to share that with, volunteers, coaches, managers, what have you. And usually there's a couple of things conditions of play related, and then also our development committee and umpire committee will take a look and say, well, we had issues with this, so that needs to change, or what about this? Right off the hop, I had one from the youth championships that's a unique one that I never thought of. Is we have a rule in our conditions of play, and I think it might even be in the rule book, that says no cell phones on the green. What about
I know where you're going with this, I think.
what about smartwatches?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, somebody said to me, what about these smartwatches? People are sending messages.
Yeah. Which I can't say I know for sure, but I suspect the reason we said no cell phones is because we didn't want people to be taking a phone call in the middle of the game when you're out there on the green and disturbing someone with your ringtone or whatnot. But
But that becomes is that coaching?
that could be another question. Is it coaching? Because, you know, what's to stop your coach from sending you a text to your smartwatch to then tell you what to do or what not to do? So that's a tricky one. I don't really have an answer for it, because who's going to go out there and police everybody's watch and say, what are you wearing? Is it a normal watch or a smartwatch?
Oh yeah, and then you get to the point where you're starting to dictate whether they can actually wear a watch.
Yeah, yeah.
And then the coaches are saying, well, I don't want to yell out up the green to provide information to the opposition of what I'm telling my bowlers to do. So
I think I'm of the opinion, and maybe once I've talked this through with several committees, I'll think differently, but at the moment, my gut instinct is to say, as long as it's on silent, live and let live, really, because if it's not slowing the game down, if it's not causing any distractions, then it shouldn't really matter. But
that's a nice bowl, just rolls in behind.
I guess it...
Yeah, well, you know, for every opinion there'll be somebody who'll have a different view, of course. And being lawn bowlers, that's always the case. But, you know, embracing technology in our game, I think, is inevitable. We do it in so many other ways. And maybe it's just going to take a little time before people actually start to think about what are the pros and the cons. And
something that I know Bulls Australia is playing with is the digital scoreboard that's on your phone through an app. So at the end of each end, you enter your score, and the other skip enters their score, and then that's how it's verified. But I like that feature because it's a safeguard from someone entering a wrong score. So it waits for both skips to enter, and if they're the same, then you're good. But if there's an error, you can't move on to the next end until you go and rectify whoever entered in the wrong score. So that way you never get to the end of a game and people say, oh no, I have a different score, and, you know, Bob entered 3 and it should have been a 2 on end 7.
yeah, it can even have an alarm when there's
Mm-hmm.
you know, when there's a difference of the score.
Which I think is a unique way to move forward, and also might save some paper, because if we're thinking about being a little more environmentally friendly, the amount of scorecards that I have to ship out to events is, wow, what a nice little rub.
That was a beautiful bowl, sitting. Talking of the environment, I mean, we've held all of our meetings for the last 4 years in either by conference call or Zoom meeting or whatever, and I was thinking about that, and I thought, you know, the amount of petrol we used to use, gas we used to use driving backwards and forwards to Woodstock, we've probably saved enough gas to power all the mowers across the province for mowing the greens. It was like, you know.
That is one kind of nice thing about COVID, is that it really forced everyone to adapt to change and to embrace technology. And when I think of bowlers and how resistant to change some of them are, when I first started, to register for a national championship, you had to mail in a sheet of paper with your name on it. And so I'd end up with 763 sheets of paper in my office by the end of the season. So getting people to embrace just filling out a form online was challenging. But now, thanks to COVID, I think every single person here has used Zoom. I can't think of any person that isn't. Maybe they're not comfortable with it, maybe they don't like to use it, but I think 98% of them at least either have or could figure out how to use it, because over the past 2 years they've had to do something online, something a little more tech savvy than they used to, which is both a blessing and a curse, I suppose.
Well, talking of that, I think I met Val McWilliams, would have been when we did the women's singles. I'd never met her face to face. I'd known her for 4 or 5 years.
All through Zoom.
All through Zoom, yeah. So that's the downside. People don't necessarily think that it's very socially acceptable, that they like to speak with people and you can have a discussion
Mhm.
a little more openly.
I can absolutely understand that.
And there's a little bump and another red ball comes into the head.
Didn't disturb the head, so I
No.
think it is still 1 to. Yeah, no change. Still 1 to BC. If I were Kathy right now, I would maybe just play a position bowl and eat it, because I'm okay with giving up 1. I don't want to pop it out and give them a bundle. But she's not happy with it, apparently, because this is a little bit of weight coming down.
There's a push, no change.
Last bowl to Mary. I'm not sure how you're going to score a handful here, because they need a 4 or a 5 to really give themselves a shot going home. And that's not coming back.
And there'll be no perfect ends on 4s.
So that'll make it 13 to 5. Going home.
BC gets one.
One for BC.
One for the British Columbia. So that's last end coming.
So we continue with the march of the ones.
Indeed.
They put the mat back now from the last time.
I was just going to say, last time they gave up a 3 when they put the mat up. So this time it's not quite as far, but it is still up.
Looks to me like the jack is a bit longer.
So I don't think there'll be any questioning there on whether that's legal or not, because that's definitely longer for sure. The mat's nowhere near the
Yeah.
hog line.
Yeah.
But maybe this will have a different result from last time. Time will tell.
Well, it'll be interesting to see if other teams have been watching this ring too, to figure out what they've learnt from the way it's performed.
Good comment, Daryl. So Daryl Fitzgerald asked, do you think players focus too much on making the ball in their hand shot rather than thinking ahead or planning to be shot when all is said and done, or consolidating and reducing score? I agree 127% with you, Daryl, that far too often bowlers are thinking about the ball in their hand being shot as opposed to setting it up for the team and setting it up for the future of the end. So I think that's something that we need to start coaching our more competitive players at, that, you know, just because you're a lead doesn't necessarily mean every ball you have needs to be shot. Just because you're second doesn't mean every ball needs to be shot. Having position and setting it up for your teammates is part of what makes a good team game.
Well, I totally agree with that. If your lead is giving you good position bowls just behind the jack, I mean, that's never a bad thing. And if your lead is giving you short bowls, then, you know, you build a wall in front and can make life difficult for the players playing in the third or the skip position.
Having had the benefit of playing with Bester at a training camp in Florida, I will say that was one thing he did very, very well, is that as a skip, he's always encouraging, regardless of where your bowl is, but especially if you have a bowl that's behind the head, even if it's 10 feet through the head, he'll do a very good job of saying, you know, you've given me so much more flexibility now, because now I don't need to worry about position. Now I can throw a drive without having to worry about where the jack's going to go. So having a skip to communicate with your front end saying, you know, position bowls are great, plays a big part of that as well, because if you don't have that leadership from the top, then you might not be thinking about that yourself for the bowl in your hand.
No, totally right.
I've seen quite a few folks from Port Credit this morning today coming down, and I'm just going to give a quick shout out to Stuart, the master greenskeeper at Port Credit, who helped draw all 2 weeks ago, and easily one of the best greens that I've played on all year, and Can't say thanks enough to Rob and Stuart for everything they did 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, Stuart and I were talking before. He's up at 6 o'clock every morning during the Youth Nationals, cutting the greens, rolling them, tending them. Came down to give us a thumbs up.
On his way out the door, I guess. Just stopped in to say hey and see you later.
Yeah. I should have asked him what the score was for the Ontario Fours on the other rink. I still can't see that far. I'm going to bring my binoculars tomorrow.
Down 2.5 feet short.
Is BC still shot there? It's hard to
It's tough to say. It's probably a measure, I would say, but it's close. That back red one could be shot.
Well, this bowl's got good grass. See if BC can bump their bowl up. No? Did it stop
Slipped
before?
inside. That should be number one, yeah.
Yeah, I
Guys, they
see.
signaling for sure it's
Thumbs.
one to BC now.
Well, during the course of this game, the crowd has increased quite a bit.
Dramatically, yeah.
Got a-
Standing room only, I think the stands are filling up.
Yeah, both ends.
Fairly wide open draw, and that blue bowl is looking pretty juicy for a tap in off of if you need to. Because there are two short bowls, I don't see any danger of a perfect end happening.
No, Mary's in a tough position here. The best she can probably do is tap the one out front, get a roll off it.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like she's there. Looks like she's there. Yes. Looks like she's shot. BC players at the other end put their hand up. This is a similar line.
Just down, hard to tell. Val saying, yep, shot drawn.
Ah, two great bowls.
Shot drawn.
Mary's a bit skinny on that one, I think.
Yep, absolutely. So
Just a little bit light.
holding one, game in hand. Let's just carry it down, I think, is the verdict. Really no point in messing with this.
Having a conversation. They may decide to bowl it just because of the points for and against. Who knows whether 1 point is going to make a difference at the end of the day.
Well, that's the interesting thing with our tiebreakers being played on the green, that as long as you have the same record, your plus minus shouldn't really matter, which is something I personally despise, but that's neither here nor there. So
But she's going to bowl it.
she is going to try for it. I don't think that's doing much.
Yeah, that could start a conversation too. If you don't bowl the bowl, did you complete the game?
So that'll be it. That's all. So that'll make it a final score of 14-5 for
So that was
Ontario over
another
BC.
one. Yeah, there were a lot of ones in that game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the sort of games that could go either way easily enough with a lot of displays of good sportsmanship.
Mm-hmm. So I think that's it for this round. The next round, I believe, starts at 4:30, where I think it's women's pairs of Manitoba versus BCA, but it's whatever is on rink 1. So thanks for commentating with me, Philip.
Oh, Jake, it's been my pleasure.
We'll see you back at 4:30.
Yeah. Lunch?
That's right, they had the bye. So our feature match here is Team British Columbia A of Rainbow Lung at lead with Jenny Sue at skip, against Manitoba of Elaine Jones at lead and Betty Van Wellingham at skip, which I was told to say tongue-in-cheek that we miss having you here, Bob, if you're tuning in. It is actually kind of strange to be at a national championship without Bob, because usually Betty and Bob are staples from Manitoba to be competing here in some way, shape, or form. So lead Elaine Jones, for those of you who don't know her, is maybe one of the most storied or historic national champions in Canada. I think she has more national titles than anybody else in Canada. And if not the most, she's up there in the top 3 for sure. As someone asked me about that a few years ago, and so I had to crunch the numbers, and I remember her name was in contention for most national titles.
Well, that's a useful bowl by Rainbow. It's sort of just a little long, but in a good position.
And they are, of course, playing 3 bull pairs, but this time it's 18 ends, so we're going to be here for 2 ends longer than the 4s. Still the same 2.5-hour time limit, though. That's a pretty good third bull, I guess, there from Elaine.
Yeah, well, she's got both sides of the jack covered, so. Rainbow's bowling on her backhand.
This looks to be close if she's here.
Just a little bit short.
So I've got to say that I am a huge, huge fan of the 3 bull pairs game, because I find A, it's a little bit quicker, but B, there's just less clutter overall. So by the time the skip's thrown their 3rd or 4th bull, there isn't as much junk to have to navigate through. So what are your thoughts on 3 bull pairs versus 4 bull pairs?
Well, I think it changes the profile of the game a little bit away from the dominance of the skip. I think the lead bowls are more important, or to me anyway, are more important.
Mm-hmm. I would agree with that.
If the lead is short, the skip's going to be in trouble. If the lead bowls are a little bit long, it gives the opportunity for the skip to... just watching this one come in, it's got a good weight. I think without the tap it was probably jack high.
That should bring another one into the count. It's definitely 2 for Manitoba right now, I think. Possibly 3. Might measure that.
We'll see if Rainbow decides. Yeah, I think she's going to go back onto her backhand. People struggled in the previous game on this side
Mm-hmm.
a little bit, but if you get the weight right, which this isn't bad, push that one back a little bit.
Hard to tell. Elaine was tapping her shoulder to let Betty know how many they're holding, but I couldn't tell if that was 2 or 3 because it's such a gentle tap and we're sitting behind her, so couldn't really see any hand movement whatsoever.
This is about the weight. Glass looks pretty good. Just a little bit shy of a full length.
So now it's tricky for BC because that looks like a couple of Manitoba bulls are looking pretty big, juicy in your draw line. And the last thing you want to do is push them in, but
Now this is,
Jenny's throwing some weight.
yeah, this has got a bit of weight on it. So we're going to get a tap.
Just through.
Well, she's not scared to throw weight.
I think I heard Elaine say up 2.
That's what it sounded like to me. On a backhand. Not sure about the weight of this bowl. But it's got the weight. It's going to give it a tap.
Well, it should bring
Yeah,
another into the count, so
it does.
should be 3 there.
Make Manitoba happy. Now there's a draw line 2.
I must say I'm a big fan of the Manitoba jerseys using the bison on the back. There's not too many other provincial jerseys out here that have an animal on them. I'm not even sure what Ontario's provincial animal is, to be honest. Is it a loon? I have no idea.
Someone suggested we should put beavers on our shirts, but I don't know if that's because it's the
Provincial
animal or whether it's just somebody's opinion.
Opinion? Yeah, it's a good question. I don't know my
That's something we can
my
check
history enough.
into.
Yeah.
There's 2 there.
Just 2.
Just 2. See how deceptive it looks from where we're sitting.
Agreed. I thought that was 3 for sure.
I would have thought so.
Probably would have put a tape on it at least, but clearly bird's eye view overhead is different from what we're seeing.
They didn't see a need for a tape.
One end in the books, 2-0 to Manitoba to get things started. It is interesting to me to see Elaine playing lead, and I know that over the past few years she's been sort of transitioning from out of the skip role into other positions, but when I first started with BCB, Elaine would always be skipping the fours team or skipping the senior triples team or whatever, but slowly transitioning to second or vice and then now lead is just a interesting thing to see.
Yeah, clearly comfortable with the mat being back.
Mm-hmm. This looks like a good tester anyway to see what your bull's going to do out there.
Yeah, it looks like it's jack high or maybe a little bit short, but that is the grass. Maybe a little bit less. And
Elaine's playing just inside her last one and
oh, she missed that jack by a whisker.
very close, but can't be too upset with where it ended up. Rainbow is very quick on the mat to get going here. This looks like it could be in the neighborhood.
Yeah, no, it's going to roll back. See, that's back onto the line. Nice bowl.
Beautiful bowl for sure. Shot itself. And I think the rink next door collected one of Elaine's bowls, so she's heading next door to go grab it.
They want to go to, on the next rink, they want to go to 4 bowls.
So Elaine had an okay line on her second bowl there, but was well through the head, so we'll see if she makes the adjustment to have
It's the weight again.
just the weight here again. Looks like the line's in the neighborhood. This could be an okay line again.
I think it's going to hold out. Now it turns. There you go, just a little short.
Yeah, it didn't come back. Well, Elaine's got the best back, so giving Betty a chance, but Rainbow's holding 3, so setting things up nicely for Jenny. So opportunities for both skips to make something happen.
Yep. It's always a bit tricky, I think, on day one in foreign greens.
Yeah, absolutely, especially not knowing what greens these people are coming from Manitoba and BC and whatnot.
And you mentioned that they had had a bye on their second game, so things have changed somewhat from the first game in terms of speed. This one's got good grass.
Great effort there from Betty.
They still go. Yeah, it turns there. There's a turn.
Well, that's going to make it difficult for Jenny now, though.
Yeah, I think she's trying to say, I'm not sure if she's trying to say, come on the blues, see if you can't bump on them over. But she's certainly bowling down that forehand side. That'll be the dish side. Now,
hang out and around.
Yeah, but not a bad position bowl. It's just a little past jack high.
Don't think Betty needs to change too much off of her last one. Just add a couple of feet, push hers in.
She's taken a skinnier line.
Yeah.
Now it's going to roll out. There's quite a bit of roll out on that side if you miss it skinny.
Just about jack high, as Elaine was signaling.
Yeah. Now this is about weight. This one's going to be right there. Does it hit the brown? Blue? There to go. The
Shipping
blue's
the blue
over.
in.
And it's,
So that should be 2 blue then at the moment.
I think that's what Rainbow was looking for.
A lot of clutter out front here. I don't know if Betty and Elaine saw the same shots for each other. Yeah, it's not coming back in time, I don't think. But
That was a useful bowl for her to bowl, to get a sense of that side, because it wasn't far past jack high.
it did come back quite a pace, so didn't miss the line by a mile.
Here's another potential tap on the blue. No, just, I don't know, just a little bit strong.
Just hanging out. So I would think that's 2 to blue. In this case, blue being BC. But Elaine's not so quick. There we go. So that is 2. That would tie things up if there's no more, but there's 3.
Now they're having a look for the fourth.
The tricky thing and kind of confusing thing with 3-bowl pairs is that when you give up a 3, that's actually half the bowls that were delivered are being counted, which is kind of a huge count when you think of it that way.
Well, they've got the measure out, Jake.
When in doubt, measure it out.
Oh, there's no question.
Nope. Just 3.
Well, 3 is a good response to the first end.
It sure is. So 3-2. High score and a fair, this one.
Yeah, I think it took us about 5 ends to get to that in the previous game. All those ones.
That's another thing with pairs. I find that pairs games are usually much more high scoring than 4s, which is interesting.
And it's not, I think, because 4s are more cautious, the leads are more cautious.
There's just more bulls, more things to bang in off of.
Yeah, this is a longer jack than the last one.
Does my theory about BC enjoying long ends still hold true?
Well, we may get to find that out, Jake.
By the end of the week, we'll see if that's still a thing.
But these are the sorts of greens where that hypothesis can be tested, because they're
still very playable at a long length.
yeah, you don't have to put too much effort into getting it down. This isn't looking too shabby either.
No, this is very close, but just the weight, just a little too quick. But can't be too upset with that, as you've got the tee covered, kind of.
Yeah, no, she came in off the backhand side. Rainbow staying on a forehand.
Didn't make much of an adjustment there, to be honest. Like
Yeah,
the
no.
line came in a touch, but not much.
She was just a little short, maybe 2.5 feet there.
I think Elaine has overcorrected on the weight from being 8 feet through to 8 feet short.
But I thought the grass was really good, so it was just that's the adjustment. Rainbow's fishing. She's not going to be short. Oh, this is.
On the inside, and I think that's in the ditch.
I'm
Yep.
hearing audio.
The audio will tell you if it's in or not.
Now, staying with a backhand.
This looks to be
Just going to give it a push.
similar to the
Yes,
first one.
there's the push that she was looking for, if that's what it was.
Worked out okay.
Certainly shot now.
So, fun fact about Elaine that I only know because I deal with the Locker, which is the database for all the coaches in Canada, is that Elaine used to actually be a coach in baseball and I want to say soccer as well back in the day, which is interesting to me to learn little tidbits about other people of what they do or used to do. And
Well, it almost makes me wonder whether she was a phys ed teacher.
maybe. I would not be surprised.
You know, it's often that phys ed teachers have done various coaching for different sports.
Hmm.
A lot of transferable skills from one to the other. Hand-eye coordination is something you really can't teach, but you can coach it to some degree, I guess.
There's been a big push lately about getting kids to play multiple sports instead of specializing in one, because if you play multiple sports, you can transfer skills to different sports, and you're typically a better, well-rounded athlete that way. And I would have to imagine the same is true for coaching.
It's up.
Just staying on. I am surprised that you can see that bowl just under the 3 on the scoreboard there, as that's very close to the ditch. The bottom of the screen is probably just about where the ditch board is.
I remember when Eric was playing hockey one day, he came to Richmond Hill Indoor Bowling Green and he was hobbling, and I said, "What the hell happened to you?" And he said, "Oh, I hurt myself playing hockey." I said, "Eric, I've got some advice for you. If you want to be a good lawn bowler, give up hockey." Some of those sports can be, yeah, you can get injured pretty easily and it can have a big impact on your life. Now, this is all about the weight again.
Jenny's trying.
She certainly is. It's in a handy position.
Definitely need another bowl in the head if you're Manitoba, as you only have one there right now.
Yeah, well, this has the grass.
Shane O'Flaherty saying softball and soccer, same background as Joe Edwards and Val Smith. So that's some pretty hefty company to be comparing to, as Joe
Yeah.
and Val are big New Zealand bowlers. Or I guess I say was before retirement for one of those. Nice to have you with us, Shane. If memory serves, you're out in BC. I would have to imagine you're tuning in to cheer on the BC women in front of us.
This looks skinny. See if it holds up with the weight.
If she's looking to just
She
pick the
is.
bowl,
Just through.
just not coming back. So currently one for Manitoba. Betty just has to get anything within 2 feet to get a second.
Now, this is about the weight because the line looks quite good.
I'm not sure it's here.
No, it looked a bit short as it was delivered.
So 1 to Manitoba gets us all tied up. 3-3 after 3. So Shane is from the same club as Jenny and Rainbow even. Go BC. So that's a fun fact. I didn't know off the top of my head that both the BC women here play at the same club. I guess that shouldn't really be that surprising if you're playing pairs with someone that you'd play with a club mate.
It's either that or at an adjacent club where they do a lot of inter-club bowling.
Yep. Well, that's very doable in BC with their 50-odd clubs.
Not many of our clubs that we need a ferry to get to, though.
Well, the first one that comes to mind is the Royal Canadian Yacht Club, just because it has yacht in the title. But
And that one hung a little bit. Oh, it's also a little heavy. But
I don't know if that one has the legs. That looks light to me.
it's not in a bad position though. It's a little bit like a lighthouse hit me.
It really is, yeah. It's a beacon. The only colored bowls on the green too, as everyone's using brown and black except for Rainbow using her blue ones.
Well, that one's... That one's a little wide.
I was just going to say, based off of where it hit the brown patch.
Yeah, that little brown patch, just a little bit too much into it. Just needs to be on the edge. And we heard that wide again. But better weight,
Yeah.
and it's not in a bad position. She's changing. No, I don't know if she is changing. I wasn't sure if she was saying change hands and get to here, or
Ah, so she
She's-
is saying play underneath.
she's going to play underneath it.
But
Well-
I don't think that's underneath much.
No, that might actually give the, there we go, a little tap.
That might have been an okay draw line had she had perfect draw weight.
Well, that bowl's now shot, the one that she
For
tapped
sure.
over.
Yeah.
The beacon's still there.
Yeah, it still is. It still is.
I had an interesting question asked of me, Jake, about somebody who has a stick with a light in the end of it that they use to give the grass to a bowler who is sight impaired, and how legal that would be.
Interesting you bring that up, as I finally got the email for that I can flip off to the umpire committee to decide, because that's an interesting question that I'm not sure how to answer. So technically in our domestic regulations we say that delivering aid should be encouraged more or less, and that as long as it's unaltered, then most standard delivering aids will be approved. But I think that's really referring to bowling arms and booby launchers and bowling sticks and stuff like that, not necessarily a light at the end of a stick. In keeping with our values of being as inclusive and accommodating as possible to let people keep playing, I can't see a reason why we wouldn't allow that, but since I'm not an umpire, I don't want to be speaking for the umpire committee, because they might have some sort of a justifiable reason why you wouldn't want to do that. But my gut feel is that you're not damaging the green. It's not really much of an unfair advantage to anybody, so I would think that should be fine.
Yeah, I would see it as an equaliser, not an advantage. Yeah, here we've got a nice bowl coming in, bit of a tap, not quite enough weight. Yeah, I don't see that there's a competitive advantage.
So Shane in the comments is telling us that a lot of people in BC are members of 2 or 3 clubs, 1 natural green, 1 artificial, plus the PIBC for wintertime. So Shane, my question to you then, does that mean that there are multiple artificial greens that you belong to that aren't the PIBC? Because I definitely knew that people who belong to the PIBC join 2, as the PIBC typically shuts down for the summer.
Well, that might be another bowl in there for BC.
Very well could be. Yeah,
Yep.
2.
And that begs the question, if you bowl inside the one at the front, at the black bowl, if you bowl inside of that, are you going to actually be able to get the grass to the jack? Manitoba's tried it outside. We'll get some advice from Bob for you. Now, we're going to find out the answer to my hypothesis if you bowl inside that bowl.
I think you would need more weight to hold the line, so I think playing inside that bowl is going to cut across.
Yeah.
Oh, we've got someone from Windsor joining us, Dave Austin. Nice to have you with us. Saying the draw weight for both teams hasn't been very impressive the last couple of ends. Yeah, it's a finicky thing. Finicky thing.
Well, they've been experimenting with the mat a little bit, bowling longer ends.
Mm-hmm. And they have been rolling the greens between each round. So I'm curious how long the rolling effect lasts, because I know that it speeds up the green speed for a little while, but that's not a permanent change in pace.
My sense is you might get a little bit of an advantage in length, but in speed in rolling it, but maybe an hour. The grass will stand up pretty quick with the sun on it.
Well, that's an interesting concept too, if we want to talk about grass. I'm not sure how much of this green is Poa annua versus creeping bent grass, but we can talk a little bit here about types of species of grass. So typically, bowling greens, what you want is creeping bent grass because it grows sideways, hence the name, and it provides more coverage and it's quick to repair. But without fail, every club in Canada is going to have a species called Poa annua, which is annual bluegrass, and so that grows straight up. And so when I was talking to Rob at Port Credit, he said he's about a 60-40 split between bentgrass and Poa. And Poa comes in from seeds blowing the wind, or they come in on birds or the bottom of your shoes or whatever, so it's impossible to keep out. But the more bentgrass you can have, the better. But in terms of where it's going to grow due to the sunlight, the Poa will absolutely grow upright and follow the sun, whereas the bentgrass is going to creep sideways. So it's, I guess the real question here then is how much bentgrass is on this green to impact that.
Well, this one's going to give that brown a push. Let Manitoba's hit one.
So this will be coming underneath, but as long as the weight's good, that should be shot.
Well, we saw that demonstrated before, where occasionally it would almost come in, stand up, and then fall over the other way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Manitoba jack hunting with just a little bit too much weight.
I'd be happy with that if I was Elaine, just because having the best back bull covering the tee, it leaves options for Betty if she did ever want to play weight.
For sure.
Dave, I am doing well. I hope you're doing well equally, and I'll be seeing you soon at the Para/Mixed Pairs Championships at the Windsor Lawn Bowling Club in September. So Dave is one of the many hardworking volunteers at the Windsor Club that I'll be bumping into, I'm sure, once we head down that way for our first ever Para Championships, which I'm excited to see how that goes. Just because going into this, I knew absolutely nothing about visual impairments or physical impairments, and now I can say I know slightly more than nothing.
Which is a whole bunch better than nothing. Because, you know, people arrive at some of these things with misconceptions, and, and there we go, another little bump. Yeah, with misconceptions, and it's good to actually see these things.
Well, I'm excited that we're bringing in some classifiers from Australia to help train us on what we don't know. So International Bowls for the Disabled is sending a couple of people to help us out, which is super exciting, just because given this is our first rodeo, we're going to need all the help we can get to learn as much as we can. So having two experts that are internationally accredited is probably about as good as you can get for bringing in an expert to come and help.
Well, I think that's a feather in Canada's hat too, that they wouldn't be doing that if they didn't think we were serious about developing a para game and a para bowls program. And, you know, you can't judge the results by the first time out. You know, it takes 2 or 3 efforts before you really get a sense of, can we grow it? What accommodations do we need to make? If we need special wheelchairs, where do we get them from and how much do they cost, and can we get them funded by grant money? I mean, there's so many questions when you first start off that you don't know the answers to. But one thing I do know, if we don't try, there's a nice smile, just a little behind. If we don't try, we're never going to know how it will, develop.
That's a tricky thing going into this too, is we don't know how many bowlers with disabilities there are in Canada, because that's not typically something that you ask on a membership form, is do you have a disability, and if so, what is it? So we know that there are people out here with visual impairments or physical impairments, but I can't tell you that there's 5, 10, 100, 1,000. I've absolutely no idea. So it'll be a good start just to start keeping track of that, to give us some sort of sense for how we can invest in that and where we can grow it. But I also see this as a big marketing ploy for clubs to gain new members, because there are, I think, 1 in 5 Canadians have a disability. So
yeah, so we've got all these temporary able-bodied people.
Yeah.
You never know when a disability is going to land on your doorstep, and the more we can accommodate people, they can transition from being able-bodied to disabled in some manner and still continue to play. We can accommodate them. And we have organisations around clubs too. People with rehabilitation centres or doctors' offices that are doing PTSD recovery, that some of these things can transfer into potential for membership growth and inclusion.
If you watch this replay later, thank you, Elaine, for taking a step to the side, as I just noticed you stepped off there as you knew you were off to the left. I've heard that some clubs have had success with putting flyers, pamphlets, what have you, in rehab centres. Dave Allen, not sure if you're watching this one, but particularly in Preston, where doctors who are, working with physiotherapy and whatnot, trying to help get over something, that having a flyer there, Wombles is a pretty good way to get someone who's trying to recover to get involved with the sport.
Yeah, well, even with concussion recovery, it's another aspect of our sport being able to assist. Now,
So 2 to Manitoba. We really like to keep things tight in this game, I guess. Now, I will say, speaking on the concussion front, not that I would consider us lucky, but because we're such a low-impact sport and have done some research to prove that concussions don't really happen in bowls that often, we're able to sort of slide under the radar in terms of how much education, training, and paperwork you need to do for concussion education. I didn't know this until this year, that almost every other sport in Ontario needs to sign a concussion code of conduct before you're allowed to have a minor play your sport, which is just mind-boggling to me that that's a thing that you need to have kids sign off on. But it makes sense when you think of how severe and dangerous concussions actually are, that you want to be as cautious as you can. But that's a whole nother set of hoops that I guess I'd say fortunately we don't necessarily need to jump through at the moment, but I say that cautiously because you never know what could be coming tomorrow.
well, I wrote an extensive paper to the committee when they were doing a review of the regulations for concussion management, and I felt that, given the slim chance of somebody hurting themselves, getting a concussion in lawn bowling, typically it would be somebody who falls in the ditch, falls backwards, bangs their head. But outside of that, there's as much chance of somebody getting a concussion walking to the club as they would bowling. So it's a case of there's so much paperwork involved in concussion management programs that's one of those things where we could be overwhelmed by the administration.
Easily. I'm very happy that when concussions started to become much more prevalent and mandated, required, I guess, by federal governments, we were able to work with Parachute Canada, which is basically the head honcho for concussions in Canada, more or less. And so when we have coach education and whatnot, we were able to just flip it off to them and say, is this good? Where do we need to be better?
Right.
And so they were able to help us out tremendously with what we have and what we needed to do.
Yeah, and it's not that we ignore concussion management policy. We have a policy and we have protocols for, in the event that something happens.
Mm-hmm.
But not being mandated is helpful.
Mm-hmm.
If something happens, then we manage the circumstances as they are. But if lawn bowls is a return to play part of the concussion management program, then it doesn't make sense that we would not allow people to lawn bowl.
Yeah, yeah, that's true.
It's this is a good bowl. It's about a little bit of a turn on the end. Didn't happen that time, Jake.
Coming off a bit short.
I think, yeah, you're probably right. Needed a little bit more.
So Elaine is holding 1 at the moment, as we're 5-5 after 5.
It's funny, I don't know what's happening down there with Ontario A and B, but I heard Crystal making quite a bit of noise before, so encouraging Elizabeth perhaps.
It's a funny thing with our draw policy is that we have in hard-coded in there saying if there's an A and a B team, every effort should be made for them to play each other in round 3, because that way you don't have them purposely losing a game in round 9 so that they can both make it to a middle round or anything like that. So if you do it early enough in the draw, then hopefully that kind of stuff doesn't pop up. But I'm not quite sure what the rationale is or the reason why it has to be round 3 specifically and not round 1 or round 2. But round 3 right now is where we see Ontario A versus Ontario B in women's pairs, but there's also a lot of other A and B teams playing each other right now too.
This BC bowl's a little wide and a little long, but it is going to match up just a fraction, just a little bit behind the back bowl.
Not sure if Betty gave that one enough juice.
It's going to get caught up in this. There's a little wall developing there. That must be about 4 or 5 feet out too. It's quite a bit short.
Yeah, it is well short. I was always told growing up that if you see a wall to use it, but I think at this point that one is too far short to really be that useful.
And British Columbia's bowling back into it.
If she's outside it, she's okay.
She got a wick. There you go.
It should be number 1, I think.
She must have heard you before, Jake. Here's another one coming in through that same port, but there's nothing to wick on.
Does she even need one? Just a little bit too heavy, but that was a pretty good effort. I think this is going to be cheating that line a little bit.
Yeah, the question is what's it going to tap, if anything? There
Just
it goes.
chipping the jack, but gave it away. Right back to Betty's last.
Yeah, that's one of those bowls that's a really good effort and unfortunately just doesn't come to fruition.
So that was end number 6. We're a third of the way there, and it's 6-5 Manitoba now, after Jenny just gave it away. I teach in the competition coach workshop that typically it's a good idea to break the game up into parts, so whether that's quarters or thirds or halves or whatever number you want to choose. But for this, I would suggest probably thirds, and to reassess your game plan at that point, see what's working, what's not. Do we need to change anything? And so at this point in the game, where it's 6-5, it's pretty close to being a tie game. Nothing's really jumped out at me as needing to be changed by either team, except for maybe experiment a little more with the jack length as Elaine's shortening it up here again.
Yeah, or even the mat. You know,
Mhm.
let's bring the mat up and see if we can find a better line. So that bowl's jack high, right? Is it jack high? Just maybe 4 or 5 inches by. It's a good bowl.
Just past.
It's got a chance, Jake. Not quite, no.
Not quite.
The grass was good.
There you go. You can see where that blue one ended up now. Coming inside.
It's inside.
That's definitely in the count.
This is not going to be short, Jake. It's a useful ball.
Nothing wrong with the back bowl. Not quite sure what the holdup was there. Something might have been in Elaine's eye.
They were walking around over there on the adjacent ring, so maybe she was waiting for them to finish measuring. Yeah, see, they're still measuring over there.
Okay.
And
Well, it's a good thing she waited because it turned out to be a pretty good bowl. Shot
very
drawn.
nice. And Rainbow's bowler's looking a little bit skinny and short. They may have got there if it hadn't.
If it hadn't hit that bowl, I think that might have been okay weight. But she's got one nice back bowl to give Jenny something to play with if she wants to, but very wide open draw here. Anything within 1.5 feet will get you shot. Anything within 3 feet will cut it down. There must be something refreshing as a skip when you get to the mat to see not a single bowl on that side of the rink, so that is just wide open for you, so you don't have to plow through anything or find any holes. It's just a wide open draw.
And she's really taking advantage of that. That's just a tad behind. It's vulnerable because it can be hit, but it has to be hit. See how Jenny's draw goes here. Look, just a little bit wide, yeah, and maybe a little bit quick.
I know it's easier said than done, but I bet she'd probably want to tuck the jack in behind her other 2 bowls of Elaine's there just to make it a little bit harder to get to. But that is not the easiest shot in the world to play.
And it looks a little bit wide for that, but see what the weight's like. Yeah, see, it's just a... Mind you, they could be down 4 now. PC.
Yeah, from this angle it's hard to say. This looks very narrow out of the hand, but lots of things to bounce off of if you're here.
She doesn't have quite enough weight, I don't think.
Well, that might have.
Not sure. I like the grass on this bowl. No, it's the weight.
Need another 6 to 8 feet.
This is looking skinny. No, it's through. It's through.
Oh, ho, 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 ho. Tough break there for Jenny as she was going jack hunting, but this will be a few for Manitoba, I would think.
Look at the measure.
So I got into a conversation with a bowler last time I was at an event like this, saying metal measures are far superior to string, just because string you can warp and twist and have snaps in it. But I feel like the same could be said for metal. And I'd never even really considered it until someone tried to argue with me on it, which is just a very strange conversation to have to begin with.
Yeah, so I've seen these braided wire ones. I don't think they stretch too much. The Henselite metal ones that are fairly rigid, I think are good. But then there's the $25 measures which are very bendy and I say not so good. It's like if you want to do a preliminary measure, use one of them. If you want a real measure, get a real measure. So I guess you've got to decide whether you want to invest $25 or what are they now, $55 or $60 for a braided wire.
Yeah, that's fair.
But they last a long time if they're well manufactured by a...
Whatever company it is that you purchase from.
Yeah, and then there's the whole question about, what about these ones that are the laser measures?
In theory, I like the concept of a laser measure because it's taken human error out of it. But I find that the time it takes to set up most laser measures is just not worth it because it takes way too long. If there was a way that you could just flip a coin, plop it on the ground, and it would tell you, then I'd be all for it. But
Well, there's the ones that you put over the jack. Now, you've got to be careful not to move the jack. I guess that's part of that protocol. If you can put it over the jack pretty quickly and then push the button, it'll be pretty quick. But I don't know about the technology. So I guess we won't be an early adopter. We'll have to wait for World Bowls to give us something on that.
I do find it very strange that our measures don't actually tell you distance of inches, feet, centimeters, pick your unit, how far away it is the way a normal tape measure does.
Well, the old Henselite one, which was the firmer metal, I don't know if you've seen them. I don't know if they still make them, but they actually do have a
unit measurement on there.
A measurement, millimeters and imperial. There's a good bowl.
Great bowl there for
Sitting
rainbow.
just behind.
Beautiful.
I'll put a smile on her face.
That does have to be a good feeling. Place one so close.
What we were saying before about this side and backhand, you've got to be almost spot on the grass. And if you're not, it'll just take off out to the...
Yeah, it is a fine line. You got to be hitting it perfect.
And here's another good bowl.
Consistency is the name of the game.
Even better because it's probably behind what? Can
Yeah.
you see how far behind it's? Like, is it 18 inches, 2 feet?
Yeah, probably 2 feet.
Yeah. So that's in a very helpful spot. If you look at those 3 bowls, it's like the grass is 6 inches, 6 inches, 6 inches.
It's the mark of a pretty consistent bowler, I would say.
Yeah, and very, very fine adjustment off the mat. I don't know if I can't focus in two places. Otherwise, I would have focused to see where she'd put her foot on the mat and whether that was the
Oh,
whether,
just
whether she
changing.
was moving across the mat or whether she's actually moving with her arm.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I would say this bowl has a good chance of.
I don't think she threw it. Need another
See,
few feet.
oh, it's still going. No, it's not there. That was a really nice line, and it shows you can get there if you get the line right. Then it's a question of weight.
But will that mess with her brain now, though, to see that one short and to think,
Yeah, how much more do I need?
Yeah.
That's probably 3 feet short, right?
mhm.
In the meantime,
Jenny's going way around back for the best back, which I'm not sure she needed right now, but
it's a little bit of an insurance.
mhm.
So see what I was saying? We were saying before, Jake, about you missed the line on the forehand side, and it just takes off. There's an example of it. That might not even be in. Oh, it must on the line.
Yeah, it's close.
This is a good bowl by Jenny. She's going to just get a little touch. Right to the jack.
Not quite enough for shot, but
Not quite.
it's still in the count, though, so BC is holding 4 right now. Betty has to work that out for her here.
I think she's unhappy with the line. Make that the line and the weight.
So it seems like BC's holding 4. This is an opportunity for them to get 5 even if she's able to replicate her last.
If she's looking for a push, she might get it. Into the head, tap and out.
I'm not sure if that's going to be in the count. Eileen puts the towel down to start racking them up. There's 2. There's 3. There's 4.
That was the last bowl that Jenny bowled.
So then there's probably a 5th one coming.
I did watch Jenny on the mat that time. She was middle of the mat and right on the left-hand side. Our left.
Right. There's 5. So it is a mittful.
Yeah.
Just when you thought Manitoba was pulling away, BC counters with a 5 to make it a 1-point game again. Eight ends down, 10-9 game.
It's funny how that happens when you lose a head, and then all of a sudden you've got to refocus and get your mojo back.
Mm-hmm.
So this time the mat is a little further up, and I think they're going to bowl for a shorter distance
Mm-hmm.
with the jack. I don't know if it was Jim Roth who put the lines on the green, but I always say if Jim's put the lines on the green, you can pretty much save yourself a half an hour
Yep.
out there.
Lines on the green are super handy, but I'm also a big fan of what they do in other countries, Australia, New Zealand, what have you, of marking the boundary lines as well, because that also saves you a boatload of time for knowing whether a bowl's in bounds or not. The tricky part, though, is when you use different centers, because then you need to have almost like a checkerboard
Right.
of lines going on. But it does save a boatload of time.
Yeah, and in Australia the line will stop at the hog line.
Mhm.
So if you bring the mat up, of course you can still have to have measures, but
Right, yep.
you can get a pretty good sense as to where the jack is in relation to the distance.
Mm-hmm.
don't wear your umpires out quite as much.
Right. So both leads are coming well past the jack here to start this end. As the shadows are growing longer, it might be playing tricks on them.
Well, I think this jack is a little shorter than the last one too, and they've got a shorter jack, but they're not adjusting to it.
Matching bulls back here.
Well, they're putting back bowls in anticipation. Excuse me. There's a shot bowl.
Just missed the jack on its way through, but that is number 1 for now.
It could easily be number 2, I think. Bit hard to tell, but jack high. I'm not sure if it's shot, but probably. Well, they were forecasting rain this afternoon. They didn't say how late. They said late afternoon. Looks like we're going to get through the day's play without any rain.
I think we're fine here. Been a beautiful day so far today in Burlington. Beautiful first couple days, I guess, if we count yesterday as practice day.
Well, can't do much meaningful practice if you're stuck in a thunderstorm or... No, all good. Charlie was telling me there was a heavy dew this morning on the green. And with Charlie, that can be an hour's discussion. What does that mean?
Well, kudos to him and the greens crew for being down here at 5 a.m. or whatever time it was they were down here at to drag and cut and roll and cut and whatever else they were doing.
All of that. So Jenny's saying, is that jack high? The answer is yes. See if she comes here. She's coming in on the backhand. To me, that looks pretty decent grass. I don't know about the weight though.
Yeah, it's all on the weight from here, and I don't think it's there.
Just a little short. Well, that could even be 6 feet, 8 feet short. This one's got a chance. Is it a little heavy?
It's a touch heavy, but that was a great line.
Yeah. British Columbia down 2.
So Jenny's going to come down here and take a look, which might just be a chance to reorient yourself and see just how heavy your bowls were, because strategically, I don't think that the shot making has changed at all. It's still just a wide open draw. There's really not much for planting a bowl or doing much, but sometimes when you're struggling with your weight, it's good to just take a breath and walk down and see for yourself where you're at.
Yeah, and also that front bowl, she could push that, but it's a long way to push it. She might be better off to come on the other hand and see if she can't just get inside the shot bowl on the black one there. Let's see what she decides.
Yeah, we'll see what she's comfortable with.
She looks like she's lining up for a forehand. Yep.
In the neighborhood.
It's right there. Oh, beautiful
Just
bowl.
Kissed it, flopped in, shot drawn. So now Betty with the last bowl. Follow her down, roll her through once.
She needs to push that bowl back. Yep. So she's not short.
Just inside.
Oh, a touch on that black bowl there. The other Manitoba bowl might have helped her, but
It should be 1 to BC, I would imagine, to make it
Yep.
11 to 9.
BC have got the jack. Manitoba have got the rake. Yep.
Close game at the halfway mark.
Rainbow's got the jack back, the mat back again. Not as far forward as it was at the other end. This is testing your hypothesis because this is another short jack.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if my hypothesis is correct anymore.
I think you've got the wrong, you've been getting fed misinformation.
Misinformation. Or maybe last time I talked about it in 2017, they decided to change that in a hurry.
Yeah, you've released their strategy. They're going to have a new one now.
Yeah.
That's a useful bowl. Down the forehand side, 3 feet behind.
So, quick shout out to the umpire crew here, as I can see Reese Warren was right beside the players as they were about to call an umpire to measure an out-of-bounds jack, or it's on the line, but he even scared the players because they didn't know he was right behind, ready to go. Johnny on the spot.
Well, they say it's about anticipation. Don't want the umpires being a bone of contention in terms of reaction time.
Mm-hmm.
Now this is a better bowl, I think, on the forehand by Rainbow. No, it's back there.
See if Elaine can replicate her last bowl there. It ended up in a really nice spot.
And this is looking pretty tidy too, even if it goes a little bit right of centre. Yeah, just a little bit short too, but
That'll have some nuisance value though, just to be in her eye.
it's
I'm
in a, yeah, exactly.
sure that'll force Rainbow to switch hands, but nope, never mind.
She's saying you can draw around that. She's going to get a wick.
Just inside. Ooh. Close. Yeah, there's the signal from Betty saying 1 down, so that blue bowl is shot itself. Elaine's calling for it to turn, but I don't think she gave it enough.
Well, that's the problem with putting a bowl right on the jack, and then you've got a bit of pressure, and the next one's short, and the next one's, what do I do with the third?
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to be short, but because you don't want to be short, you are.
You are, yeah. Get inside your own head.
Be interesting to see what Jenny does, because she'll probably bowl on a forehand, I'm guessing. Let's see.
Yeah, I would assume so. Yeah, you are correct. And she's inside and bang onto Elaine's, I think.
Yeah, she's going to push it. No, yes, she is. She's going to push it out, and then she's going to block that shot.
Well, I think that's out of the way now, out of the eye. I think that you can draw just inside that now, so open the door here for Betty.
See what she does with it. She's taking advantage of the.
I think that would be a good
There-
draw weight. but
There's a
her
wick there.
weight was too much to come back in time. So now she's on her backhand. And well outside, so that's, I don't think that's coming back in time.
No, because the shot that she played earlier was still there. Between the brown and the black onto the blue. And this one's going to be skinny.
Yep. One bowl left for both skips here. Nothing's really changed. It's still just one blue bowl counting for BC at the moment. And that still looks on a outside track to me.
She just doesn't have the weight. It's a bit dangerous bowling that side for Jenny.
I don't think she got out.
This is overweight and it's skinny.
Don't think she got out. So that should be 1 to BC. Yep. That'll make it 12 to 9 after 10. Probably a 3/4 length jack here.
Yeah, this one's a bit longer than the previous one. Yeah, probably by 6-8 feet.
Not terribly weighted.
So that's,
Pretty close to jack high.
yep. That's over backhand bowl on that side.
Coming down, that's probably number 1.
And it's in a really nice spot too.
Gets the flop. Just looking at Rainbow's delivery, it looks like she steps forward and then the arm swing comes after the step, which puts a lot more pressure on your arm to do all the heavy lifting as opposed to your whole body.
Right, because you're off your core now, you're just into...
And the arm strength, which works out okay on a green like this, but I can't imagine that's going to hold up well on a slow green.
That might be part of the revised strategy of bowling short.
Could be. It could be. You're not wrong.
Not a bad looking bowl. See if it's out a little wide perhaps, but looking at the weight it's back there.
With 3 bull pairs, it's so interesting to try and think of what sort of strategy, what the ideal setup is for a lead, whether you want just all 3 on the jack, whether you want back bowls with some position. Because with only 3 bulls each, there's so many holes to fall through. It's very rare that here at least you're going to have all 3 locked dead on, that you're going to be forcing the skip to be throwing drives.
Yeah, well that's the thing with the with 3 bowls. Your lead needs to give you something that you can work with as a skip. That one's short. Doesn't make it any easier. Because if you're bowling jack high weight and you hit that front bowl, neither of them are going to be of any use to you. not enough weight if it's jack high to roll the brown up.
Mm-hmm. I would expect a draw here on the ditch hand side from Jenny.
I think she's setting up for that.
Anything inside of her blue, even outside, might be okay if you chip it in.
Yeah, or even a little tap, you're right.
Just need to make sure you're here.
So I think the weight's there.
Yeah, I think so.
Just
Trying.
behind. There you go.
And flopping in.
That was a nice bowl. Perfect weight. And that shot's there again for the next time she's on the mat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Manitoba's going to try and draw the opposite side. And being short, she's almost blocked herself for the next shot unless she hits it and pushes it up.
Yeah, I think with her next one, she's going to need to play a little bit more aggressively to get those two bulls in. That almost takes away the draw line, I think. But nothing's really changed here for Jenny.
Nope.
Same bull still works.
And she's pretty much got the same grass. And it's all about the weight. Here it comes.
Just not here.
Oh, don't know if that's not. It's certainly short, but look at that. Just hang out there a little bit.
Probably pretty good weight for what you would have wanted to push the black or the brown on that side in, because that might have been enough weight just to get them into the head.
Yeah, no. It was a good bowl. This looks skinny. Let's see where it ends up. It's almost like she didn't want to bowl that into the head.
Something to be said for playing it safe, but you don't want to waste a bull either.
Yeah, you're better off if you're going to do something like that is to put a bowl on the other side short just to get in the face of the other player.
Mm-hmm.
So this doesn't look like bad grass, Jay.
Looks well inside, I think. For that kind of a weight, you'd need much more weight to hold that line. But,
oh,
almost got something.
Yeah, because it was that line before where it would just kind of straighten up a
Straighten
little
up.
bit at the end. And
Mm-hmm.
anyway, so
So 2 to BC. I don't see much else.
2. Yeah, they've agreed upon 2.
So that'll make it 14 to 9. After 11. The commentators thank Elaine for moving the bulls to the right side so that way we can see.
Yeah, that's another 3/4 inch length jack. Maybe just a little bit under, but yeah, BC are liking that length. And that line is very good. That's the line that will drop back. Not bad.
Yeah, not bad.
Manitoba like the backhand on that side. Hasn't been as kind to them, but they're persevering with it.
It's interesting to see the forehand versus backhand battle, I guess. As it doesn't want to finish all the way back to the jack, but it's still I guess need a little more weight for that one, but I was going to say Rainbow's first bowl is still very useful, very playable to be within mat length or so.
Yeah, well, if that one had been 4 foot longer, it would have given that blue one behind a push and been useful. This
Lane's
one's
playing
looking,
underneath, I think.
yeah, but she's just through a little bit.
Just through, but that's not a terrible second.
Well, not if she's going to continue to bowl that way. This looks like there's a wick in this somewhere. There's the wick.
There you go.
Not bad.
Makes it a little bit of a wider target, easier target, I guess, to draw to now that you have a little more wiggle room, as wicking that bowl pushed it further away, so more room for error.
Right.
Inside.
And
Yeah.
it's all about the weight.
And
There we
bingo.
go.
Bingo. As both hands go up from Elaine to say, oh yeah, I got it.
We'll take 2 there. Well, there's still skip bowls to come.
So after this, we have the outdoor singles that has a full field of 24 men, 24 women duking it out from August 21 to 25. Before we head down to Windsor from September 11 to 18 for para and mixed pairs. But then we take a flight out west to Victoria on the island for the senior triples from September 21 to 25. And then just under a month off before the indoor singles at the PIBC.
Yeah, before that I've got to go up to Muskoka and see how Ontario qualifies their senior triples, and then down to Midland for the women's.
Yeah, that's a super exciting story to hear about Sally Mills and the Muskoka Club opening up in, I think it was 2017, if memory serves. 'Cause
Well,
it's not every day you hear a club opening up.
it's a bit of a blueprint, you know, for opening a new club. So the story there, Jake, is that they found somebody who had land that wasn't going to charge you an arm and a leg for rent.
Mhm.
It was a golf course.
Mhm.
Well, with a golf course came a bar, a restaurant, and greenskeepers. They used Lloyd Wood's book to build the green with the assistance of the Ontario Trillium Fund.
Mhm.
And Sally became the queen of grants. She got grants for everything you can imagine. She got the local community college to build benches as part of a school project. She was very imaginative in what she did to get that club up and running. And then she took it all indoors with the local community centre, bought carpets with more grant money, so the bowlers would have something to do in winter, those that didn't go south. And that's been very successful. And must give kudos to her husband Graydon, who stood beside her and did a lot of the grunt work as well. I always say if there's a successful volunteer in lawn bowling, there's always going to be a spouse that's helping that happen.
Usually a rock behind it, right?
Exactly. And even if they're only doing all the proof checking, or there's always a host of things that the spouses end up getting involved in. But talking of Sally, Sally came into lawn bowling through the Rock and Bowl program, between a collaboration between Leaside Lawn Bowling Club and Leaside Curling Club. So she came into the league, which was 6 weeks. She really loved lawn bowling, and they had a house on Lake McLean, and they were going to retire up there. And as soon as they decided that's what they were going to do, the question was, well, where are we going to lawn bowl? and there had been a committee of people trying to figure out how to get a lawn bowling club established, but Sally really worked with them and made that all happen. So it's not often you see a lawn bowling club actually get established, let alone with the sort of membership that they have.
Mm-hmm. I'm I'm excited in October to be running a club coach workshop for them, as Sally said they have 8 people interested just at Muskoka alone. So that's 2 for Manitoba there.
Yeah, well, that narrows the gap a little. Yeah, I know Bowls Canada would like to have Sally on their board, and we certainly at Ontario Lawn Bowling Association would like to have her competence, but she's committed to that club. And
Well, that's the funny thing about our sport, and really any non-profit sport in general, not just bowls, but the NSO, the national organization, needs people for their board, whether it's 6, 7, 8, 10, pick a number, but then all of the provinces need members on their board, so again, 6, 7, 8, 10 people there. But then all the clubs need people on their boards, so depending on how big the sport is, you might end up with 5,000 people all serving on a board in one level or another, which just, if you were to sit down and think of let's start a sport organization, that's probably not the most efficient way to do things when I think about it, because for bowls we have 200 clubs in Canada, so that means if there's 10 people on a board, that's 2,000 people all doing the exact same thing, sitting on a board just at the club level, and then we try to suck the best ones up at the province level, and then we try to suck the best ones of those up to the national level. So it doesn't make a lot of sense when you think about it and take a step back, but I'm also not quite sure what the fix is either, because to overhaul an entire system like that isn't something you can do overnight.
well, it won't happen without, as an example, Sport Canada, Sport Ontario, and the other provinces all getting together and say what we need to do is define what is a provincial responsibility and what's a federal responsibility. And if the provinces were prepared to say, well, we'll let governance become a federal responsibility and we'll align everything, then we only have to do it once. But as
Right.
it is, I mean, Sport Canada will say, let's do this, and Ontario government will say, well, let's do this, and it won't be the same. So now you end up with a myriad of different things that have needed to be done. And what really should be the role of, if you like, and it doesn't have to be necessarily Ontario, but likely, well, who's going to organise playdowns? And how many are we going to have? And for sure, the people that are best in the best position to identify clubs to do provincial and national championships are the provincial organisations. But then they wouldn't be spending a lot of time spinning their wheels on governance.
Right.
You and I have talked about that before.
Yep.
And so defining the roles for the national sports organisation, the provincial sports organisations, and then leading the clubs.
A unique model that golf has used is what's referred to as the Starbucks model, where you have one head office and then you have regions like Starbucks West, Starbucks East, whatever, and then within those regions you have the districts that report to that region. So instead of provincial associations, they have Golf Canada Region West, Golf Canada Region East, and so they don't need their own set of bylaws, they don't need their own board, because they all report to the head office up at the top. And so it kind of removes the province level, but not really, because they still have to manage what's in their region. But then it also means that all of the clubs within those regions are all part of one body. So if you choose to have your own board, choose to have your own bylaws, then that's sort of your choice, but you don't really need to, because you're all part of one big happy family, I guess, which is just sort of interesting to think about when you compare it to what Starbucks does. You don't have as much repeat overlap of business when you have people higher up the chain to report to, but you still belong to the same organization. You still have the same CEO. You still have the same.
This is going to get a wick, no point. Well, no, just by.
Ooh, that almost wiggled back onto the jack. That was close.
Yeah, that was one of those ones where it did
a little
turn back a little bit.
S shape as it came through.
Well, if you would think, Jake, if it's in the best interest of the sport, that we would all be looking at this, whatever the issue is, through the same lens. And then it becomes a question of territory, right? Does OLBA or BC or want to give up the control over those things, which,
That's the tough part.
but if it's in the interest of the growth of the sport, then it would make sense to have the kind of model that you're talking about. And if you say let's deconstruct it, if we were starting from scratch, where would we be? This one's going to do that little wriggle and take the jack. Look at that.
Just chipping it.
Eh?
That's unfortunate for Jenny because she chipped it the wrong way, and so now she's given up one.
That's the second time they've given up a point, isn't it, on this game?
Yeah.
To an unfortunate touch. But that's something that can't be resolved on a Zoom call.
No, not at all.
I'm quite happy to say that,
Not
you
at
know,
all.
Zoom can be a great tool, President's Council, and
Mhm.
talking about all the things that Bowls Canada are doing and why would we support that and getting our support. But when it's something major,
Mhm.
I think we need to get together in a hotel room and thrash these things out until we get the right answer.
Mhm. Yeah, there's something to be said when you need that back and forth dialogue that you just can't really do over Zoom. You need to be face to face to hash it out.
I mean, it's a little bit like when you did the review with our championship committee. That could never have been accomplished on a phone call
No.
or a Zoom meeting.
No.
And when I looked at the agenda for one of those meetings, I said to Steve Schutnick, how long is it going to take you to get through this? He said, oh, maybe Christmas. I said, this is February. No, let's try something different. We'll get Jake to come in and he can moderate the session. Everybody on the championship committee gets a fair chance to talk about whatever their ideas are.
Mhm.
And at the end of the day, we'll walk out of that room with a plan.
Mhm.
And it's going to be in place for 3 years. Well, now it'll be 5 because we lost
Oh
2.
yeah, due to COVID. Yeah.
But we're not going to go changing it just because one round the horn.
Mhm.
I think that's the model that should be used for a lot of things that we've got to do. I'm contemplating that for our coaching,
Oh yeah.
the same process.
Okay.
And I've spoken to Anna about it, but I think there's room for that.
Mhm. Yeah, coaching is a fickle thing, and it's something that, as I've stayed longer and longer with BCB, I've noticed needs more and more attention. But it's tough to get started and tough to get going. But it's definitely something that is probably long overdue, as many things are. As that's a 1 to Manitoba there to make it 14-12, I believe.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Let me update the scoreboard here.
So that-
Coaching is tricky just because we don't necessarily have the expertise, even in Canada, let alone Ontario, to be able to do some of the things that we probably should be doing. So to give a quick snapshot of what coaching is in general, we have 3 different types of coach programs in bowls: club coach, competition coach, and performance coach. Where club coach is about teaching new people how to bowl, competition is exactly what it sounds like for people entering competitions, and then performance is for people entering provincial playdowns and national championships. But where the gap lies is a pretty big misunderstanding, I guess, between teaching someone to bowl and when they first start entering a competition. But then we also don't have anything currently really after performance coach, and that's where our regional coaches come in to try to tie that in with the national team. But a lot of people think that because they've been playing for 10, 20, 30, 40 years that they just automatically know everything and are automatically a good coach, and trying to convince someone just because you've been playing doesn't mean you know what you're talking about is not exactly the easiest thing to say or the easiest message to get across. And so kind of like pulling teeth to say, you know, there's actually some things you could learn, and your 40 years of experience, while useful, could be improved upon. I think it's a conversation that we need to have with almost every bowler in Canada, really, because how many clubs do you go to where it's not a coach that's teaching someone to bowl, it's who happens to be the most experienced member at the club teaching someone how to bowl, and that's not always a good recipe.
Well, I know in our case at least, we've got a number of learn to bowl coaches, and so I'll get given X number of prospects. It's my responsibility to ensure they're enjoying themselves enough to want to continue.
Mm-hmm.
But that's pretty much where the coaching stops.
Mm-hmm.
And We have, what, 2 or 3 facilitators, lead facilitators in Ontario. They're the people who teach the coaches the
Yep.
3 steps that you talked about.
Yep.
And we need more qualified. And then it becomes, and who's going to pay for all the costs of doing this? Well, I believe strongly that's a club responsibility. You can't ask someone to volunteer and volunteer lots of time and, by the way, pay for your own training.
Yep.
I think there's got to be a shift in our mental attitude towards that.
I agree wholeheartedly.
And if you sort of stick to those principles long enough, you'll start to get some traction. And then it'll be, well, everybody else is doing this, why aren't we doing it that way? And then you get that, there's a bump there. No, there's not. That one backed off just a little bit. I thought that was going to hit the,
Yeah, almost
The
did on
blue.
its way through.
because it had weight. Anyway, that may be why it backed off. But anyway, it's going to take that kind of change. And that goes back to what's the role of Bowls Canada? If it's to develop the courses, and we can facilitate a lot of it online learning, and we can encourage it through the lead facilitators, which are trained by Bowls Canada,
Mm-hmm.
so that we've got consistency across the country,
Mm-hmm.
then I think there is a pathway there for better coaching. And as far as bringing people from, we don't have the right level of people, sometimes you just got to suck it and see it. But if we need to bring someone from Australia to review our program, it doesn't mean they've got to come to Canada, but they've got someone who's going to review our program and assist us generously with their opinions. It's all possible. As long as we don't go, this is my turf, not your turf, and
Right. No, we've actually got a really good working rapport with Australia, where anytime we've wanted to develop something or need help with something, they've been more than willing to say, yeah, absolutely, here's our stuff, just either give us credit or return it back when you're done, basically. So they've been super great to work with, and I found that actually every other country that we've talked to has been incredibly easy to work with so far, which, knock on wood, hopefully that continues. But that's kind of a nice thing about the camaraderie of the sport again, and great effort there from Jenny. Was that enough? I think it was.
I don't know. Is that? Yeah, I think Manitoba's saying down 1. And Bowls Australia is going to be more inclined to want to work with Bowls Canada, Bowling Green,
Mm-hmm.
than they are with 10 provinces, all trying to figure out
Right.
what to do.
Yep.
I mean, no. We don't want to deal with 10 people. We'll deal with 1 person.
Well, it's nice that they also recognize that if you help another country, it just helps the sport in general, and helping the sport in general is going to help us in the end as well, if you're Bowls Australia from their point of view, right? So,
Anything that improves the competitiveness of our game is good for our game. I was thinking before chatting with Anna about, I've got all these plans for the Leaside Lawn Bowling Club when we did our renovations. I've got electrical, plumbing,
Mhm.
structural. And then it occurred to me, why don't I get this whole thing digitalised,
mm-hmm.
and then 115 clubs can have access to a box, a lawn bowling box. They
Yeah.
can change it. If there's a code issue for building, they can adapt it. That's such a simple thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
So that's on my to-do list, to see if I can't get Staples to scan it all and digitalise it.
Mm-hmm.
And that starts a whole new conversation. Ontarians with Disabilities Act 2025. These plans will make you accessible in compliance. These are the plans that you can use for your Trillium Fund grant application. It's easy for someone to put a price around a drawing.
Yeah.
It's already done.
Yep.
Once one club gets that price, you can share that information. Won't be that much different from one place to another. Is there a tap there? There is, but I'm not sure that's the tap she wanted.
I don't think so.
That looked like a Manitoba bowler just rolled in there.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the third bowl that BC seems to have popped into the head when measuring going on.
So 2 for Manitoba.
And 2 for Manitoba ties it up, right?
It sure does.
That won't make Jenny happy because I think they were sitting 1. Maybe not. Maybe it was 1 for Manitoba before that.
So 14-14 after 14. They like to be tied on whatever end they just completed.
Yeah, because I know that Bowls Canada have talked about a program called Bowls in the Box.
Mm-hmm.
So it could be bowls within the building block.
Yeah, yeah.
It could be all the policies. Those policies that are Ontario specific can be there as a Ontario specific policy. But some people might say that's a good idea. Why don't we do that anyway?
It's a funny thing how much work could be done to help clubs, to help the sport, because there's almost a infinite amount of things that we could be doing, from board training to greenskeeping to finance management to bylaws to everything else.
Well, to be fair, Jake, 6 years ago, these discussions never took place.
That's, yeah, you're not wrong. It's good that we're at least having these conversations. That's true. That's very true.
I think 5 years ago I wrote about 10 or 12 policies that one would have said should have always been there but weren't.
Mm-hmm.
We went through a compliance process for our funding, which had never been undertaken before, which was another huge amount of work. And people don't understand how much work's involved in some of this policy stuff because it doesn't affect them at the club level, but it does make for a better club. There's no question.
I can say having policies makes it easier to be on a provincial board too. As my time on the OLBA board, I was shocked and dismayed there wasn't a discipline and complaints policy at the time to implement, so having to just make it up as you go was less than ideal. But when there's a policy you can refer to, makes your life a heck of a lot easier when you get into some murky waters.
Is this going to get a tap? Yes, it is. Now, where's it go?
Promotion.
Oh. No, you're absolutely right. The roadmap is written. This is what happens when something happens.
Mm-hmm.
We send everything to Fred in Ottawa. It doesn't matter where Fred or Mary is.
Mm-hmm.
They can review whatever the situation is and give us a recommendation. Keep it simple. This bowl looks like it's got legs.
It sure does. There we go. Shot drawn. Daryl's saying you'd be surprised how the same issues are alive and well in many other countries, including Australia. And yeah, I'm not surprised that whatever plagues us could easily plague other countries for bowls issues. That doesn't surprise me at all. I heard a wonderful story from an unnamed source in an unnamed country of how when they went to raise the, I think it was the jitney fee or something by $1, they also changed the type of cookies they used for coffee and cookies for the jitney as well. And the members were so outraged that they put their cookies in full coffee cups and then just like dumped them all over the clubhouse to make a big stink, which was just the level of pettiness for having to pay $1 more and changing to a different brand of cookies is staggering.
How does that help the financial situation?
Yeah.
Someone's got to clean that all up now.
Staggering, but
there's a bush comedian in Australia, and he goes around small towns. He's a funny guy. He talks about the meat raffle at the bowling club. And if you want to have a real laugh, look him up. I can't remember his name, but there we go. Anyway, yeah. Meat raffles and bingo with box of vegetables, and it doesn't have to be poker machines to establish some revenue sources for small clubs.
mm-hmm.
I know at least we started doing corporate events about 10 years ago. On average, we've raised $10,000 a year doing corporate events. Well, when I introduced it, I said, this isn't a subsidised membership. This is to improve the facilities that everybody enjoys. And so, over the years, we've been able to make a lot of headway in improving the facilities, more hospitable to new people.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have to come and clean washrooms. Yeah, we'd like you to join the Lawn Bowling Club, but you'll get a note one day saying it's your turn to clean the washrooms. No, our generation doesn't want to do that. I don't know why anybody would want to do that.
Mm-hmm.
in the past that's what they did. I much prefer to see our volunteer hours being used up to run Lawn Summer Nights or Rock and Roll or some other program that raises money for the club.
I'm a big fan of what Saskatchewan has started and is slowly taking over with the beer leagues. Started in Saskatoon, I believe, Natana Club, and now Regina's got it going too. But people through your gates who are willing to buy a beer and have a bowl is, in my mind, just as good as a member, because they're going to be a repeat customer and paying infinitely more for much less usage.
Well, it's funny, you get Kwinana clubs that do 6 ends ice cream and 6 ends.
Yeah.
And the whole promotional thing is come and get an ice cream and lawn bowl. And, you know, they do that for 6 or 8 weeks and everyone has a good time. Down 2 there for BC.
I'm not sure if that was sarcasm, Sharon, or being serious about being enthused about our conversation on the structure of bowls, way to think outside the box. I guess maybe that's a nudge saying we should probably talk about the game at hand as opposed to some of the things going on in the big wide world of bowls. As Manitoba's gathering a handful here, that's another 3,
Maybe 4.
like 4, maybe even. Yeah, worth a measure. They were tied 14-14, so this 3 is pretty big with only 4 ends to go. Well, 3 ends to go after this one is done.
Well, thanks for the nudge, but these conversations need to take place. And we don't need to be scared of them.
Well, it's good that we can have conversations like this without needing to worry about repercussions when it's just a conversation at the moment. But maybe this will spark someone at a local club to start doing things differently, maybe fundraise a little differently, or start putting a plan in place for how they're going to grow their club the next 3 to 5 years. Failing to plan is planning to fail, or so they say.
Yep.
I'm not sure if that was 3 or 4.
4, I think. So that measure was for Manitoba. Yeah, 4.
4. Big end. So 3 ends to go, 4-point game.
That's been the swing in the momentum.
Mm-hmm.
And it was interesting because the last end, Manitoba put the mat to jack length, pretty much the same as BC on the previous end.
So they're pretty comfortable with where they're at, I guess.
Yeah, they didn't mind the length. This is a little bit longer, not much. It's pretty much. Three-quarters length.
Thank you for clarifying, Sharon, saying not sarcasm. I'm interested in the new approach. So, Sharon, I'll be eager to meet you down in Windsor playing in the mixed pairs with Mr. Larry the Legend.
Is that Larry McCollum?
It sure is. And what a bowl here from Elaine.
Beautiful bowl.
Beautiful opener.
There you go, Larry. I even know your handle. And if you didn't have it before, you do now.
You do now, that's right.
Larry the Legend.
Larry McClellan has been keeping St. Mary's Club alive and well for years, but the past couple of years, actually, he's been growing the membership nicely. And I remember talking to him before COVID, and he was saying, you know, our membership's dwindling, what can I do? And so I said, well, have you tried this or tried that? And I don't know if he took what I said to heart or did anything remotely related to what I suggested, but when I talked to him, let's see here, last year, he said, oh yeah, our membership's grown by something like 60% over the past 2 years. So they've got enough volunteers to keep them going for a while now, which is good. But if you haven't been to the St. Mary's Club in Ontario, I'd highly recommend it. It's tucked away in a little park, and it's absolutely beautiful back there.
Yeah, and while you're down there, you can go to the Ontario Baseball Hall of Fame.
That's right. That is right.
I went down there, I think, 3 years ago to make a presentation to the club. And 3 generations of three generations of what family are down there?
Are you talking Bulls or are you talking baseball?
Bowls, sorry.
Bulls. So Larry McClellan was there with Jamie and
There's three generations of.
trying to think who else would be there.
I'll tell you in a minute because it'll come to me. But yeah, Dad was playing with his son, and his grandfather was playing with his other son. Anyway, so we go down there, and
Could be the McIntosh clan, maybe.
no,
Fowlers?
Fowlers.
Yeah.
Thank you. It was the Fowler clan, and I think it was Ben.
Yeah, so there's...
Ben was having his birthday, and the local press came, and they came to do the anniversary coverage, but at the same time, Ben got his birthday coverage into the. And it was so funny. So there he was. There's a nice bowl too. Yeah. Yeah, three generations of one family all bowling, intergenerational lawn bowls. I think we mentioned earlier we've got 3 or 4 families of bowlers here.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting that Tom and Jim Roth are both officiating because their daughters are both playing together in the pairs.
Yeah, we didn't mention that before. That's a good catch.
Aaron and Michelle, who have stepped away from bowls for a good 6-7 years as they're starting to raise kids, have a family, but now they're back, and you can certainly hear them from several rinks over. They're not the quietest two on the greens, but it's exciting to hear. I'm a big fan of getting loud on the green.
Yeah, passion's a good thing to have, no question. Yeah, what supporters of the game are the Roths? Laurie's always ready to convene or almost do anything that she can. Doesn't know the word no in her vocabulary.
Mm-hmm. And in case any of them are watching, I'm going to give a quick condolences to the Roth family as Jim and Tom lost their mother back on Tuesday, I believe.
Yeah, Jim and Sue were at Coburg when that news came through.
Verna was an absolutely beautiful lady. I remember meeting her and Ray many years ago at WOBA and seeing them time to time. Just the most charming couple you could ever wish to meet. Game at hand here. There's quite a bit of cloud coverage coming in here. I feel like it almost just turned into night.
Yeah. The clouds are high. They can keep on going by. That was a good bowl by Jenny. She's just a little bit short. Manitoba's trying to find a line on this right-hand side of the rink.
Trying. Look at this comeback. Holy smokes, where did that draw come from?
And that was out in the brown grass.
Yeah.
Like halfway between where it starts and finishes. Can't see. Can you see on the other camera how close that was?
Hard to tell. I think it's still quite short. Still need another 3-4 feet, but it was making its way.
Well, we haven't seen a draw like that.
No, not all day.
Well, mind you, I don't remember seeing a bowl go out that far.
Yeah,
either,
nobody
so
had really tested it. That's true.
sometimes you find these things out by accident.
I wonder how. I wonder how consistent it is out there, though. If it's repeatable, or if that was just a very fine line that happened to work. So last bowl here for Jenny. Playing end number 16, so...
And they're sitting shot, right?
I believe so.
Yeah. So, let's see if she's going to draw on the backhand.
Will it come back in time?
Well-
Not sure.
She pushed something out that wasn't there. Oh no, that blue one is shot.
So a couple for BC for sure.
That's another one.
Elaine's pointing and using fingers. Not sure why he wouldn't use the measure if it's that close, but Rainbow's getting down. Glad to have you watching, Daryl. I'm told you'll be coming to join us down here this way at some point this week. And I think that's another one to BC, I think. Rainbow's going back.
Is it the one that she just tapped into the head that I saw just pop out a little bit there? It looks like
It's the blue one that I think she's
No.
favoring. Yeah, 3.
down 3.
1, 2, 3. So just when you think someone's going to pull away,
That's about the third momentum shift they've had
Yeah.
in the last 4 ends.
back and forth we go. 1 point game, up and back. This is down to the wire.
Well, Jenny's calling for a longer jack. That's interesting.
Up and back. Ideally, you would want to score here to either tie or take the lead going home. Would you rather be up 1 going home and have the mat, or down 1 going home and have the hammer?
I think I'd rather be down 1 with the mat.
Down 1 with the mat, okay. It's a great opening bowl there from Rainbow.
Very good.
Can't quite see it on the screen, it's right in front of Jenny, but pretty well jack high.
And this isn't too shabby either.
Oh, Elaine's chasing it hard too. Here we go.
There you go. There. Oh, and she
Ooh.
gets a little push to the wrong side of the bowl. And the jack's now sitting.
There you go, now you can see it. Ah, little Ethan wants to check out some high caliber bowls, so Daryl's going to be bringing his son to the club on Friday and Saturday. We'll have a new cheerleader here.
How old's Daryl's son?
Oh, now, don't ask me that. That's a
It's a trade secret.
trade secret. Yeah, no,
There we go.
good grief. A year and a half. Daryl will chime in here anytime with,
We'll just get him a couple of jacks. He'll be fine.
yeah. Trying to think now, how long has it been since Ethan was born? My goodness. 18 months? I couldn't tell you.
So he's walking. This
Okay.
one, this Manitoba bowl could be very good. Not quite. There's another good bowl. We'll call that 2.
That is looking like a juicy split for Elaine.
It is. But right now there's no Manitoba receivers.
Have to move something, yeah, that's for sure. I'd be tempted to put one on the tee. I was way off on how old Ethan is. He's a year and almost 3 months, so almost
well.
15 months.
He's got a 3-month learning curve to get where you thought he was.
Ahead of his time.
This bowl is going to be a very good bowl
Yeah, that's a really good place to be. Very good place to be.
because now she can attack it from the other side. And she has to attack it from the other side. She's got to split those 2.
I'm kind of surprised that Betty's going down for a walk here, because Jenny has to play first, no?
They're going to have a conversation about where they want this next bowl.
I guess I'm just thinking if I was Betty, I would have stayed down here to see what Jenny does first. and then strategize with Elaine on, you know, so first up I need to hit it, and then
She may have already decided where she wants to put this next bowl because she's got 3.
I think this end could be the decider for who's going to make or break the game turning point here. Trying to get back behind.
I think it's deep enough.
I think if it were me, I would have wanted it on the tee. I would have wanted it to be covered in case she kills it and gets set on the respot. And we're getting a little bit of weight here, a little bit of action.
Looks skinny to me.
Yep. Barely reaching the ditch if it even does. So not crazy weight.
Well, being the left-handed person that I am, I would have come the other way. It's funny how you see things differently.
Grip it and rip it.
Now,
Oh boy. Oh boy. I don't think that could have worked out any better for Jenny if she would have tried. That just narrowed the target in half without.
yeah, she's got to come on that hand now, and she's got to have some weight. Oh, I don't know if that's enough weight. Yeah, how's that go, Jake? When you're down,
Gotta be up when you're down.
that's it.
The way that's angled here now, I think you do gotta play the non-ditch hand down to this.
Yeah, I think so too. You got to come with weight onto that blue bowl.
Yeah.
Get the jack back.
The way Jenny placed her foot there, I almost think they're talking about throwing a guard, and I would be strongly advising against that because I think you would need a back pull first to be safe. I find guards are very rarely as effective as you want them to be.
Well, the problem with the guard is if you put it up a little bit too far, you can use the guard to
Pummel into it, yeah.
push the jack back. So it's got to be a very good guard before it's effective.
Hmm.
You can only guard one side at a time.
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
Well, we're about to find out. Jenny's saying I'm coming on the backhand side. Oh, it looks skinny.
I think she is playing for that guard.
I think it's going to roll through.
I think so too.
Yeah. Even a guard, I would have gone the other way. But Manitoba have a shot at this. Well, it doesn't look like.
No. How close are we though? This could be in the neighborhood.
Excuse me.
Touch on the high side, but
There we go. Oh,
that helps though. Cuts it to 1,
yep.
I think.
Two.
So it is 2. So that gives BC a 1-point lead heading home.
The plot thickens.
Indeed.
These momentum swings have become smaller at a more critical time in the game.
Mm-hmm. Just to make sure I have the score right, I'm going to hop up and take a look at that scoreboard because I'd hate to be promoting false information.
So we can be wrong about a few things, but not the score.
Yep, so far so good. 1918 going home.
Is it there? It's trying.
I don't think so.
Not a terrible bowl because it's almost on the line to the jack. And we're going on to the other hand. That could easily get the jack if it's got the right weight. There we go.
Just slipping underneath it.
Well, it's in a good spot. Well, Rainbow slid through on the other side.
So nobody really wants to end in a tie, I don't think. I think when you're playing at this level, you're always aiming for the win. So I would have to imagine that Manitoba's looking to either...
Well, this has got a chance on the jack. Oh, no, I think it's just a tad heavy. That's the grass.
Setting it up, looking to score 2. Because you don't want to tie, you want to get the win if you can. A win is worth 3 points and a tie is worth 1. Ooh, I just heard Rainbow say she dropped the ball, so this one's probably coming up way short.
Yeah, and she also didn't lose, she lost control of the line too. Looks a little wide. Yeah, she's picked up the shot out of it. It's probably 2 feet, 3 feet behind. So Manitoba have a bowl 3 feet behind on the right, our right. There's one directly on the line behind the jack, and there's another one behind, probably 4 feet on the left. Any movement of the jack can change the outcome of this game.
Fairly wide open draw there for whoever wants to get there first.
Yeah, harkening back to your question, do you want the mat or the hammer on?
Well, when it's this wide open, I'll take the hammer, I guess. But usually I would take the mat.
Because there is a draw to the jack both sides at the moment. And
Will it come back in time?
not quite.
It's hard to tell who's even shot because they're kind of far away. So I think that Manitoba's holding 1 where Elaine's shoe is, her toe.
Yeah, that's what I think. I think that's the shot, and I think this is actually not a bad looking bowl. Hold your head. Hold your head. It's all about the weight. No, she needed to get a touch on the blue on the way by. Failed to do that. But there are 4 Manitoba bowls behind the jack.
Well, she's definitely a tighter line on this one.
I think this is inside. Let's wait and see what the weight does. There. See how that rolled out? Almost 2 feet. Not necessarily a bad bowl.
Elaine is signaling that they're holding 1.
Yeah, I think it's that brown one on the right, but I'm not sure. It's hard to tell. And this is just a little bit skinny. Fortuitous she didn't hit the blue one. Promoted.
So they each have 1 to come, right?
And this one's being delivered on the forehand down that side.
Need to make this to
This has a chance.
avert a tie scenario.
It's got to be.
Nope.
Not quite heavy enough.
Elaine's using her fingers, though, so it must be closer than I thought. Elaine's favoring herself for 1, but she's beckoning Betty down.
Yeah, Betty and Elaine are going to have a conversation about where she feels.
So if they are holding 1, it would be a tie. So that means Betty needs to draw 1 more to secure the win. No pressure, though.
I want to just give a quick shout out to Ralph Ellis, who this year, through the New Horizons Fund, has done an amazing job helping clubs with their grant applications, 25,000 or less. There's so many things you can do. Clubs have had backboards, lighting systems, new bowls of various colours, sizes, some structural stuff, fridges, stoves.
Yeah, yeah.
Almost anything in a lawn bowling club that's going to make life easier for seniors. Doesn't matter who uses it.
Yeah, yeah, that's exactly right.
But I remember a funny story, and this was going back about 8 years ago, Jake, where somebody said they got New Horizons money, and whatever they got it for, I don't remember, but they said, well, we can't spend it, and the answer was, we'll take everybody to lunch. So all the seniors in the club went off to lunch and had a social outing, and that was considered enough to satisfy the New Horizons grant people. I thought, well, there's government with a bit of initiative. Would have been terrible to say send the money back.
That is unfortunate way to end there, as Betty came up well short. I don't think that that's going to be in the count at all. Not how you'd want to end it when you have the chance to win the game, but no harm, no foul, though, so better safe than sorry. If you're already holding 1, at least you're assured a tie, if that is the case.
1, it looks like.
They are shaking hands. Will we get an indication of whether it was 1 for Manitoba or not?
I thought Manitoba had 1. They're happy. The scoreboard's being dismantled.
Yeah. I don't know if we're going to get any kind of indication here.
I thought I saw 1, but well, Jake, it's been a very entertaining game.
It has been. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that Manitoba scored 1 to tie the game, 19-19. And that is it. That's all for us here. And so we'll be back bright and early tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. for day 2.
And let me say, my comments and thoughts are my comments and thoughts. They're not necessarily the thoughts and comments of Bowls Canada or OLBA, in case anybody's thinking we just created some kind of policy. And yeah, but they are these comments. These conversations are what actually starts meaningful discussion at various levels.
That's a good disclaimer. I should probably think about adding to the end of all of my broadcasts too, I guess, that my thoughts and opinions may not always be those of BCV, but food for thought at least. So
and we put it out there. People can think about it. I don't mind getting emails from people saying, well, I think this is a good idea or that's a bad idea.
Well, that's it. That's all for today. We'll be back tomorrow.
Thanks, Jake.
Thank you.
Yep. Good afternoon, all.